Chapter 3797. Ling Han was emotionless. Defeating an opponent of this level was not enough to make him excited. Was there a need to be so happy? However, he was extremely satisfied with the harvest this time. A good cauldron, a venerable level technique, and a spirit diagram of destruction energy were all extremely precious. He searched the corpses of the green-robed man and the others. Of course, he had to take back the heavenly pattern jade. Also, the stone statue artifact was quite high-end. He estimated that more than 90% of the cauldrons could not withstand its attack. As for the rest, there were only a few Dao stones. Ling Han sighed ruefully. With the star web, robbing had become much more difficult. He went to the herb garden to take a look. Unfortunately, this place had not been taken care of for a long time. Most of the celestial herbs had withered, and only a few were still alive. However, the fruits that grew were far from mature and could not be used as medicine. Ling Han could only give up helplessly. Forget it, let's go. After Ling Han left the Jin residence, he flew on his artifact and flew to the imperial capital. He traveled day and night, and after 5 days he returned to the imperial capital. His cultivation had advanced a level, and his speed had naturally increased by a level. He had already contacted the Empress and the others on the star web. Therefore, after returning to the imperial capital, he went to find Tang Yen first. "You're finally back." After seeing him, Tang Yen was relieved. "Don't you have a star web account? Hurry up and register one so that it will be easier to contact." If it was convenient, Ling Han would have become friends with Tang Yen on the star web, but that would expose the secret that he was the #1 under the stars. At least for now, Ling Han did not want the other party to know his identity. He laughed and deceived this matter. "How are you getting along with Jin Yeshue?" He quickly changed the topic. Tang Yan's face immediately darkened. "How can it be? It's very difficult." This was the truth. Even if the two of them were in love with each other, the chances of them being together based on their backgrounds were not high. Moreover, Jin Yeshua might not even like him. Ling Han patted his shoulder and did not say anything. He might have hit it off with Tang Yen, but he still couldn't instigate Tang Yen to rebel against the Azure Dragon Empire. "By the way, why did you only come back now?" Tang Yen asked. Because this involved the previous dynasty, he could not report this matter. Otherwise, if they found out that he might have received the Jin family's inheritance and had an unclear relationship with the descendants of the Jin family, he would definitely not have a good time. He might even implicate the Tang family. Ling Han smiled. "Haven't you noticed that I've broken through to cauldron forging?" "It's true." Tang Yen slapped his head, his face full of shock. "How long has it been? You've already broken through? Impressive, right?" Ling Han laughed. "Amazing," Tang Yen said sincerely. Then he smiled and said, "Don't tell me that after you broke through, you showed off your power and killed all those guys?" "What can't I?" Firstly, you have just broken through. Secondly, they have 5 cast cauldrons. Thirdly, they have a great killing weapon that can instantly kill all cast cauldrons. "Tell me, should I trust you?" asked Tang Yen. Ling Han laughed. "Come, let's have a spar." "Forget it, I don't want to bully you." Tang Yen shook his head. He was a heaven cauldron cultivator. "Alright, I won't bully you. I'll use one hand," said Ling Han. He put his right hand behind his back, then stretched out his left hand and slapped at Tang Yen. "Hey, you're really confident." Tang Yen smiled and also pressed his palm towards Ling Han. In his opinion, a heaven cauldron against a human cauldron would definitely be crushed. However, his expression immediately changed. "Damn, this is a human cauldron. How could there be such a powerful human cauldron?" He hurriedly activated the power of his divine body. A ball of flames spewed out of his body and complicated runes appeared. Peng, with a single strike he was instantly sent flying, but Ling Han's power was withdrawn the moment it came into contact with him, so it naturally did not cause him the slightest bit of injury. "You." Tang Yen was so shocked that his scalp went numb. "Are you even human? You've just stepped into the cauldron forging stage and you're already so powerful. Even I was almost no match for you." "Almost?" Ling Han rolled up his sleeves. Did this guy want to be taught a lesson? Tang Yen hurriedly waved his hand. "You just broke through. I don't want to bully you." Ling Han was speechless. He really didn't expect this young lord to have such a scoundrel side. "You really killed all 5 of them?" Tang Yen came over. This was too unbelievable. Ling Han took out the stone statue artifact and handed it to Tang Yen. Tang Yen had to believe it even if he didn't want to. This artifact was already in Ling Han's hands. Wasn't it enough to explain the situation? "I rarely admire people, but when it comes to you, I only have one word: admiration." He was completely convinced, but he suddenly had a strange idea. Kit, hurry up and get a Star Web account. With your demonic talent, you are definitely in the top 10,000 of the cash tripod realm. The martial art realm was like a pyramid. The higher the cultivation level, the lesser the number of people. With the vastness of the universe, even if there were billions of Foundation Establishment realm martial artists, there would only be slightly more than 100 million cash tripod realm martial artists. Even if one could be in the top 10,000 of the 100 million martial artists, it would still be very shocking. In the Azure Dragon Empire, there were only 2 cash tripod realm martial artists in the top 10,000. As long as you can squeeze into the top 8,000, you will be the undisputed number 1 cash tripod realm martial artist in the empire. Seeing that Ling Han was at a loss, Tang Yen explained, right now the Azure Dragon Empire has 2 martial artists in the top 10,000 of the Star Webcasting rankings. One is Xiong Zhao, who is ranked around 9,500. The other is Lu Yuan, who is ranked around 8,800. Ling Han shook his head and spoke with a righteous expression. I have no interest in the rankings. This was nonsense with a straight face, but Tang Yen believed it because he knew that Ling Han was also a genius alchemist. Who knows, maybe he would put his heart and soul into alchemy. Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh. If Ling Han made a name for himself on the Star Web, then as Ling Han's friend, Tang Yen would also feel honored. Alright, I have to go back first. Ling Han waved his hand. Alright, contact me again if there's anything. Tang Yen nodded. He was stimulated by Ling Han and decided to cultivate properly. After recultivating the Turbid Heaven Scroll, the quality of his mystic power would definitely increase to another level, and he might be able to defeat Ling Han. That must be the case. When Ling Han returned home, the Empress and the others were already waiting for him. Once he entered the door, the 7 milk babies surrounded him, causing Hunyo to scream. You little turnips took up all the space, so how was she going to hug Ling Han? Move aside. Move aside. Ling Han belongs to Nyo. Daddy belongs to everyone. The 7 milk babies naturally wouldn't give up their hands. Childish, Tang Yun said in disdain. She licked her lollipop with relish. Ling Han laughed loudly, feeling the warmth of home. Chapter 3798. Ling Han taught the Armillary Heaven scripture to the Empress, Hunyo, and the large black dog. Although their current cultivation technique was more advanced, he still had to be prepared. If they advanced to cauldron casting but didn't have the corresponding cultivation technique to cultivate, what would they do? For example, Ling Han could only change to the Armillary Heaven scripture now because the ancient Yang Heaven scripture's foundation building chapter was no longer enough to support his continued cultivation. He decided to go into seclusion for a few days to fully comprehend the Armillary Heaven scripture and master the newly obtained destructive energy spirit diagram. Relatively speaking, the Armillary Heaven scripture was the easiest to master. Although it was created by a 4-tier elite and could be said to be mysterious and profound, Ling Han could even easily master a Saint-tier cultivation technique, so it was naturally easier to master a venerable level cultivation technique. It didn't take much time for him to master the cauldron forging chapter of the Armillary Heaven scripture. After a comparison, the mystical power refined by the Armillary Heaven scripture was not as pure and thick as that refined by the ancient Yang Heaven scripture, but there was no way around it. Who asked Ling Han to not have the following chapters of the ancient Yang Heaven scripture now? He went to cultivate the destructive energy spirit diagram again. Strangely, this time the plain power in his body didn't circulate. There was no way around it, so Ling Han had to do it himself. These symbols were incomparably complicated, and they were simply inexplicable. It was as if they had been randomly drawn and were completely meaningless. If not, Tang Yen and Jin Yeshua wouldn't have repeatedly said they didn't understand. Ling Han used the destructive energy he had mastered as a reference and compared the symbols one by one. After 3 days of effort, he finally deciphered one symbol, which filled him with joy. This was an indescribable sense of accomplishment. He circulated the destructive energy and immediately found that there was a little more destructive energy. It was pitifully little, but it was indeed a little more. With every bit of destructive energy, the power would naturally increase correspondingly. Okay, continue. With the experience of his first success, it was much easier for Ling Han to decipher the remaining symbols. After another 2 days he had grasped the second symbol, and after another day he had grasped the third symbol. After another half a day he had grasped the fourth symbol, but after that he was unable to compress time any further. There was a slight improvement, but it was pitifully small. Ling Han remained in seclusion for a full 2 months before he was able to decipher all of the symbols. He stretched out his hand, and a rumbling sound could be heard as destructive power swirled around it. It was now twice as large as before. This was far from the ultimate form of destructive energy. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Just what was the origin of this destructive energy, and just how terrifying was its final form? However, 2 months had passed. It was time for him to go out for a walk. Firstly, since he had stepped into the casting cauldron realm, he should refine some casting cauldron-grade elixirs. But there was no hurry. He had taken too many pills in a short period of time, and there was still a large amount of medicinal dregs in his body. Eating it now would not have any effect, and it would only accumulate more pill toxins. Secondly, he had to pay a visit to the Hostage Mansion and Heavenly Marshal Mansion. Going to the Hostage Mansion was of course to settle the debt, but in the Heavenly Marshal Mansion he was still a commandant. Holding a position in the Heavenly Marshal Mansion, of course he could not be absent from work for long periods of time. Ling Han, Nyo will go with you. Nyo pestered him. Woof, Grandpa Dog will reluctantly accompany you, the large black dog said very ostentatiously. If Ling Han was still at the foundation building tier, then he definitely would not volunteer himself, but this time was different. Ling Han was going to show off his prowess and slap faces, so he naturally had to join in on the excitement. Ling Han smiled. All right, let's go together. He brought Nyo while the large black dog followed behind him, heading towards the first origin mansion. They had not gone far when they saw someone walk over, pointing at the large black dog as he said, "Ai, friend, this beast pet of yours is really interesting. It actually wears underwear so particular." The large black dog flew into a rage out of humiliation, and immediately rushed up to bite. You're the human pet, Woof, see if Grandpa Dog bites you to death. That person was only in the mystery-seeking tier, so how could he withstand the large black dog's bite? Instantly he was bitten until he screamed endlessly. After this experience, the large black dog had a psychological shadow. He stood up on his hind legs and straightened his body. His 2 front paws were clasped behind his back, and he looked very imposing. Not long after, another person came over and said, "Brother, this beast pet of yours is quite interesting. It's even wearing diapers." Woof woof woof. The large black dog was greatly stimulated, and could not be held back no matter what. After walking for half an hour, they finally arrived at the first origin mansion. Ling Han stopped in his tracks, raised his head to look, smiled and strode forward. "Yo Grandpa Ling, you're back." The head of the guards just happened to come out, and upon seeing Ling Han, hurriedly jogged over. "Grandpa, you're really a nostalgic person, not forgetting to visit us old brothers." He looked at Nyo and the large black dog, his eyes filled with envy. Look, only 4 months had passed, and he already had beautiful women as his companions, and even raised a beast pet. His days were really comfortable. Woof, what's with that look? The large black dog had suffered too many setbacks along the way, and thought that he was Ling Han's beast pet. Now he was in a state of biting whoever he saw. Seeing the strange look in the head of the guard's eyes, he immediately bared his teeth. Ling Han laughed loudly and grabbed the large black dog. This time they were not here to stoop to the same level as the guards. They walked into the mansion, and very soon, the news that Ling Han had returned to the first origin mansion spread out. The hostages all came out to welcome him. Of course, there were exceptions such as Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, and the others who looked at Ling Han with eyes filled with hatred. Tan Jingjie was Lu Xuanyu's lackey, and was the first to walk up. He said coldly, "Ling Han, you've really forgotten yourself with success. Do you think that just because you've been conferred an official position by His Imperial Majesty, you can strut around in front of us?" Ling Han sighed and said, "You idiot, always unable to understand the situation." He moved and struck out at Tan Jingjie. In the past, when Ling Han was still in the foundation building tier, Tan Jingjie was already no match for him, what more now that he was already in the forging cauldron tier. His hand rose and his palm fell. Tan Jingjie directly fell onto the ground. Ling Han smiled. "I'm not here to strut around. Especially come back to beat you guys up." He extended his hand and pointed at Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, and Han Bing. "Alright, I'd like to see how you're going to beat me up." Zhao Xiao walked out and took large strides towards Ling Han, brimming with confidence. He had recently obtained a breakthrough, and had already advanced into the Earth Cauldron tier. Thus he was full of confidence. Ling Han. He was indeed monstrous. However, he had already advanced, and suppressing this brat would be as easy as flipping his hand. Advancing from the Human Cauldron tier to the Earth Cauldron tier was equivalent to a huge improvement from enlightening the apertures to seeking the mysteries. Thus he had absolute confidence. "Obediently lower your head." Zhao Xiao had already neared, and his hand reached out towards Ling Han's neck. Ling Han moved, and similarly he sent a slap towards Xiao Xiao. Pa! With a crisp sound, Xiao Xiao also fell onto the ground. Fuck. Instantly, everyone's eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Chapter 3800. Yan Lixing spoke, revealing the mastermind behind the scenes. That person's surname was Ma, and his name was Ma Qiyun. He was one of the vice mansion masters of the Sky Marshal Mansion, a rank 5 official. But Ling Han had clearly never offended this person, so why was he being targeted? Yan Lixing didn't understand this either. He was only following orders, so how could he dare to ask Ma Qiyun why he was targeting Ling Han? Oh, could it be that person? Ling Han suddenly remembered that he had once formed a great enmity with Meng Yangqing, and Meng Yangqing was also the crown prince. There was a 99% chance that he would attend Meng Yonghua's birthday banquet, so the other party would definitely know of his existence. To publicly kill a hostage of another nation, even the crown prince would not dare to act so recklessly. Moreover, Ling Han had just received a reward from Meng Yonghua. Whoever dared to touch Ling Han at this time would be equivalent to not giving Meng Yonghua any face. Meng Yonghua was a temperamental person who dared to go against him. Therefore, Meng Yangqing couldn't do anything to Ling Han on the surface. Therefore, he used underhanded methods and reasonably used the rules to deal with Ling Han. Thinking about it this way, things made sense. If a crown prince wanted Ma Qiyun to cooperate, would Ma Qiyun dare to disobey? Moreover, he didn't need to do this personally. He just needed to inform the crown prince and it wouldn't cost him anything. Therefore, Ma Qiyun would definitely be willing to help. Now that he knew who the mastermind was, Ling Han did not bother to waste time on Yan Lixing, so he turned around and left. The large black dog smiled slyly and stuffed all of the eels into Yan Dongxing's pants. No! Yan Lixing screamed, but with his cultivation base sealed, he couldn't move at all, nor could he circulate his secret energy. All he could do was let out a humiliating scream. Ling Han focused on his cultivation. His forceful breakthrough had left behind many side effects. There was nothing he could do about the damage to his life essence, but as for the other aspects that could be repaired, he had to do it as soon as possible. On the other hand, he continued to fight in the ranking battle on the star web. Of course, he was now at the cash tripod realm. In fact, he didn't give up on fighting Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, he just had to suppress his cultivation. He had challenged Shi to a battle and now he was also a forging cauldron. However, Shi proposed 2 conditions. First, when they fought this time, Ling Han would definitely collect entrance fees, so he wanted half of it. Secondly, he wanted half of the ticket money from last time. Ling Han couldn't take it anymore. If he gave half of the ticket money to Shi, wouldn't it mean that he had worked for nothing this time? Moreover, why should the money be split equally, but the notoriety should be shouldered by him alone? Ling Han decisively refused to accept. Instead, he challenged Myriad Daos and Heaven Breaker. However, the two of them seemed to have discussed it with Shi beforehand and actually made the same request. Fuck, ganging up on me. Ling Han ignored him and started breaking records. However, even though he didn't have enough immortal tripod cauldrons, he was still recognized as a heaven tripod realm by the star web. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. He didn't manage to break any of the records, even though he was only a little short. What's more, the cash tripod realm could be cultivated to the limit of 9 cauldrons, which meant that Ling Han was far from reaching the peak stage of the cash tripod realm. How could he surpass the strongest prodigy since the ancient times? He focused his attention on the pill recipe, trying to find a pill suitable for forging cauldrons. Soon he found the corresponding pill recipe. It was called Cauldron Forging Pill. After taking it, it could speed up the forging of the immortal tripod. The price of this pill recipe was 3 million Dao stones, and Ling Han bought it without hesitation. However, although he had a lot of money on hand, he spent it quickly because he still had the Empress, the large black dog, and the others by his side. Moreover, if he used the time room, then no matter how much universe coins he had, it wouldn't last. So, he had to find a way to earn more money. He couldn't just sit and eat. He went to the St. Medicine Hall. There was naturally a large amount of medicinal ingredients there. As long as he was willing to spend money, and with his current status as a human-grade low-level alchemist, there was naturally no medicinal ingredient that he couldn't buy. As usual, he first transferred the money to Hunyo, and then used Hunyo's account to make the transaction. This way, the secret that he was the strongest under the stars would not be exposed. He began to concoct pills, and the new pill furnace naturally had a place to use it. These days, Ling Han didn't stop studying it, and was already familiar with how to use it. From the perspective of alchemy, this was even better than the chaotic extreme thunder tower, because the flow and suppression of the energy of heaven and earth was really too smooth. After only failing 3 times, Ling Han managed to concoct the casting cauldron pill. Unfortunately, he still couldn't take it now because the resistance in his body was too high. In order to earn more money, he sold foundation-forming pills in bulk on the star web. Don't look at this as the lowest grade celestial pill, but there were many people who were willing to pay a high price for it, and the price was far above the casting cauldron pill. At that time, when Ling Han had bought this pill recipe, it was precisely because of the economic benefits it could bring. Unfortunately, the peaceful life didn't last long. Ling Han was summoned by an official document, and he was asked to go to the troop selection ground tomorrow. The official document didn't explain what was going on, but Tang Yen arrived very quickly. "Come, let's fight first." This guy immediately dragged Ling Han to the martial arts arena. Otherwise, if they fought in the city, the destructive power of the casting cauldron would be too great. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. After being defeated by him, this young lord seemed to be holding back a wave of energy. "Fine, I'll help you." The two of them went to the martial arts arena. Tang Yen immediately asked for a combat room, and the two of them began to fight. Tang Yan's first move was a powerful one. His entire body was covered in flames and runes revolved around him. He was like a god of fire as he charged out. Ling Han couldn't help nodding inside. After cultivating the celestial body scripture, Tang Yan's strength had become much more condensed. The power of his attack was at least 4 times stronger than before. But in front of Tang Yen this wasn't enough. Ling Han decided to give Tang Yen some face and began to fight with him. After 100 moves he finally found an opportunity and attacked Tang Yan's weak point, defeating him. "I still can't beat you." Tang Yen sighed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Previously he hadn't been able to take a single blow from Ling Han, but now he was able to exchange over 100 moves. It was obvious how much he had improved. "You didn't let me win, did you? What do you think?" Ling Han smiled. "I did." Tang Yen was a bit nervous. Did you win or not?" Ling Han didn't directly answer the question. After returning home he asked, "You didn't come here just to fight me, did you?" "That's one reason." Tang Yen smiled. "You received the summons, right?" "Yes." Ling Han nodded. "I was just about to ask you what's going on." "Something big happened." Tang Yen lowered his voice. "The Shadow Moon Empire suddenly attacked Venus Rich. This is our most important resource planet. It is rich in all kinds of precious metal ores. The materials for our army's weapons and armor are all obtained from Venus Rich. If Venus Rich is occupied, then we'll lack important supplies. This war will really be difficult to fight. First, set a small goal for yourself, for example bookmark." Chapter 3801. Therefore, Gold Star Island was a strategic location and of utmost importance. Although the Shadow Moon Empire invaded previously, it was only a small skirmish at best, forcing the Azure Dragon Empire to send a large number of experts to the front lines. They didn't really launch a major offensive. However, it was different this time. The Shadow Moon Empire suddenly mobilized a large number of troops and took a detour to invade Gold Star Island, directly striking at the Azure Dragon Empire's lifeline. If they lost Gold Star Island, the Azure Dragon Empire would lose their strategic supply, and it would be very disadvantageous for them to fight a protracted war. Therefore, in order to express their determination to never lose Gold Star Island, the Azure Dragon Empire decided to mobilize the capital's young elites and second-generation officials to form an army and head to Gold Star Island to fight against the Shadow Moon Empire. Ling Han rubbed his nose and was naturally very displeased. He didn't have any favorable impression of the Azure Dragon Empire. Be it himself, Monkey King, Qin Fengyan, and the others, they were all standing on the opposite side of the Azure Dragon Empire. Now they wanted him to sacrifice his life and shed his blood for the Azure Dragon Empire. Ling Han was naturally unwilling. It was already good enough that they didn't stab him in the back and they wanted him to sacrifice his life? Moreover, wasn't he a hostage? How could they let a hostage go to the battlefield? However, it could be seen that the Azure Dragon Empire was really anxious. They wanted to mobilize the second-generation officials to go to the battlefield. This was to express to all the citizens that Gold Star Island couldn't be lost, and this battle couldn't be lost. No matter whether Ling Han was willing or not, he still went to the soldiers' ranking platform at noon the next day. If he didn't go, it would be openly defying the imperial decree, unless he fell out with them immediately. An official was reading it. It was a crusade written by a few great scholars in the imperial court. They expressed their strong indignation against the Shadow Moon Empire's invasion. The words were gorgeous and could stir up emotions, making the listeners impassioned and eager to immediately rush to the front lines to fight. They wouldn't regret it even if their bones were buried there. Ling Han believed that these people's enthusiasm would only last for 5 minutes, and they didn't need to go to Gold Star Island. Once the mobilization meeting was over, they would probably regret so much that their intestines turned green. All in all, this was an extremely successful mobilization meeting. Every single person's face was glowing and filled with longing. There wasn't a single person who didn't dream of killing the enemy in service of their country and establishing an everlasting foundation. In the end, the official announced that in 3 days, everyone would board the warships and attack Fujingsing. Anyone who dared to flee would be killed without mercy. Why are you using a spaceship and not a teleportation circle? This was because the moment the Shadow Moon Empire invaded, Fujingsing had taken control of the teleportation formation. If they used the teleportation formation to go over, it would be as good as sending one person to another. Whether they wanted to kill or dismember them, it would all be up to Fujingsing. After Ling Han returned, he discussed it with the Empress and the others. This trip to Venus Rich should be extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it should also be filled with opportunities. This was because Venus Rich was an exceptionally rich resource star that produced high-level immortal materials and some immortal medicines. If they were picked, it would be extremely beneficial to cultivation. However, Ling Han was going to battle, so he naturally couldn't bring his family with him. Moreover, there would only be Ling Han alone, so he could leave and stop as he pleased. There would be a lot less apprehension. After much consideration, the Empress, Hunyo, and the Milk Baby still stayed on Moonlight Planet, but the large black dog and lascivious pig could follow Ling Han as his pet beasts. Lascivious pig was naturally extremely unwilling, but he was powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the large black dog was overjoyed. This guy loved to join in on the fun the most. The short 3 days of preparation time passed very quickly. Everyone gathered at the designated place and then boarded the warship. There were a lot of people and one warship couldn't fit them all at all. Instead, a whole 12 warships were mobilized. It was said that even the crown princes were all mobilized. This was a very good opportunity to make a contribution. Who knew, they might be able to stand out and be confirmed as the heir when they returned. Very soon the warship set sail, heading towards Venus Rich. Ling Han stayed in his room. Aside from cultivating, he basically immersed himself in the star web. Aside from fighting, there were also mystery realms to explore. They basically all existed in reality, and he had completely moved them into the star web. Using his divine sense to experience and understand the mystery realms was very meaningful. Aside from this, he was also learning new formations. As his cultivation level increased, his influence on the power of heaven and earth naturally increased as well, and he could set up even more powerful formations. He had purchased an array formation on the star web, and it was called the Extreme Thunder Array. It was considered very powerful among the 2-star array formations. If someone who didn't understand array formations entered, they would be bombarded by the power of thunder and die. Ling Han also rented the time room, but to save money he didn't use the highest acceleration. From Moonlight Planet to Venus Rich would only take about a month's journey in the starry sky. When 30 days passed and after passing through wormholes, that planet rich in resources also appeared in their field of vision. Looking from afar, this was a large purplish gold planet, and it was surrounded by 4 moons. The warship began to descend. Through the star web, they made contact with the people on the ground and set a safe landing spot. Shio, a beam of light suddenly shot out from Venus Rich, hitting one of the warships. Instantly there was a resplendent explosion. Fortunately, the warship had long since activated its protective shield. Otherwise, after being hit like this, the warship would definitely disintegrate. Enemy attack. The 12 warships all entered battle mode, but they couldn't find out which corner of Venus Rich had been attacked from, so they naturally couldn't launch a counterattack. Moreover, the warship's attack range wasn't that large. The attacker was definitely a supreme elite, and it was very likely that it was a sect master-level elite. Shio, another beam of light shot over. The clumsy warships couldn't dodge at all, and they could only take it head-on. Peng, the originally formless protective shield immediately appeared, and it continuously trembled. Hurry and land. Hurry and land. The 12 warships were all rapidly descending. Right now they could only take the attacks. Their protective shield couldn't withstand this kind of bombardment, and they would definitely be destroyed. Shio shio shio. Beams of light shot over, all targeting the same warship. Sure enough, after taking more than 30 attacks, the warship's protective shield was finally destroyed. Another beam of light shot over, and the warship was forcefully disintegrated into at least a few hundred pieces. Some people were directly shredded into smoke, while others luckily didn't die. They all flew on their spirit tools, wanting to fly to another warship or directly land on the ground. However, even though they were dozens of times faster than the speed of sound, in the vast universe, they were still ridiculously slow. Even if they weren't crawling like turtles, they weren't much better. Fortunately, this warship that was disintegrated was not the one that Ling Han was on. However, after the beams of light destroyed one warship, they targeted another one. Coincidentally, this was the one that Ling Han was on. "Fuck, I'm going to die," the large black dog exclaimed. "Whoa." The perverted pig also howled. If he was still on the heavenly sea planet, he would definitely be eating and flirting with girls. How could there be so many dangerous things, bastard? Ling Han was calm and collected. He summoned the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower, and bolts of chaotic aura fell down. This was just a precaution. Ping ping ping. The warship shook violently, and its protective shield was continuously being bombarded. It was on the verge of shattering. Chapter 3802. It's going to explode. The large black dog hugged onto Ling Han's thigh and opened his mouth wide. He was so anxious that he started barking. Perverted Pig's face was also pale. Although he was impervious to all powers and seemed like he would never be injured in terms of strength, he was really just a normal pig. If he were to float in the universe, how long would it take for him to land on a celestial body? "You scared me to death, bastard." Ling Han grabbed hold of Perverted Pig. He didn't need to care about the large black dog anymore. He was already using all his strength to grab hold of Perverted Pig. In the warship it was a mess. Everyone was in danger. They had come with passion, but the result was that they had not even seen the enemy before they were attacked head-on. This caused many people's morale to collapse. Peng, the battleship's shield was quickly shattered, and then a beam of light blasted forth, slicing the massive battleship in half. The remaining force caused the two halves of the battleship to shatter, turning it into a few hundred pieces of the battleship, as well as countless smaller pieces. Instantly, a powerful force pulled Ling Han, and he began to move quickly in the universe. Previously, there had been a steady pressure in the warship, but now that the warship was broken, this pressure naturally disappeared, causing everyone to float rapidly. Apart from this, endless coldness also attacked wildly. Instantly, Ling Han's body was covered in frost. The large black dog and Perverted Pig also became ice dogs and ice pigs. Ling Han opened a screen of starlight. Instantly, the coldness was completely expelled from his body. He controlled the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. He descended towards one of the moons on the planet Fuxing. There was no other way. The other celestial bodies were too far away. If he flew with his physical body, it would take tens or even hundreds of years. Moreover, during this process he would not be replenished by the power of heaven and earth. It would not be long before he would die. Wormhole. To be able to travel through wormholes with his physical body, he had to be a spirit transformation true lord. Moreover, if he flew towards the planet Fuxing, he would definitely die if he was hit by the dancing light. Thus, after some consideration, it was better to hide on one of the moons first. Ling Han unleashed his full speed. At close to 40 times the speed of sound, he was ridiculously fast. If it weren't for the protection of the barrier of starlight, it was guaranteed that the large black dog would have been torn to shreds at any moment. Along the way, Ling Han saw more spaceships being destroyed. Many people chose to do the same as him, flying toward a certain moon. It wasn't that none of them landed directly on Fujingsing, but they were basically sliced into pieces by the streaking light. That should be saber light. Previously, when the warship he was on had been destroyed, he had sensed that flash of light at a very close distance. It was filled with the domineering aura of a saber, which made him guess that there was an elite saber-wielding elite on Gold Star Fu who was attacking their expeditionary army. In fact, this expert was at the level of a sect master. This was because there was a true monarch spirit transformation in the expeditionary army, but he was unable to resist the saber light at all. He could barely protect himself. In just a few moves, 9 of the 12 spaceships had been destroyed, and their masters had been killed. 2 of the spaceships had successfully retreated, and 1 had circled to the other side of Venus Fuxing, where it might be able to land safely. The question was, would it be the army of the Shadow Moon Empire that was waiting for them on the ground? From the information that had been sent back previously, the Shadow Moon Empire had already occupied half of Venus Fuxing with lightning speed, but a month had already passed. Could there have been changes again? Could all of Venus Fuxing have already fallen into the hands of the Shadow Moon Empire? Of course, it was already meaningless to talk about this now. Venus Fuxing was very large and the moon on Venus Fuxing was also very large. Thus, there were clearly many people heading toward the moon that Ling Han had taken, but when they landed on the ground, there was a great distance between them. This was a moon that lacked vitality, and there was no greenery anywhere. However, this place was not completely devoid of life. Some of the rocks were extremely damp and dark red moss grew on them, displaying powerful vitality. There was no air and the gravity was extremely weak. One only needed to jump slightly and his whole body would soar very high. Let's find a place to hide first. After the first wave of the Shadow Moon Empire's attack, they will definitely send an army to search for us, the fish that escaped the net, Ling Han said. Sigh, little Han, you're definitely a jinx. Look, we haven't even reached our destination and we've almost been shot full of holes, the large black dog grumbled. Perverted Pig nodded repeatedly, his expression full of resentment. He had been dragged here by force, bastard. Ling Han laughed loudly. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can we see the rainbow? Don't worry, it's fine, I'm here. His eyes swept around. Where are we going? Activating his eye technique, he saw a mountain in an extremely distant place. Let's go. He dragged the large black dog and Perverted Pig and flew toward that mountain on his tool. Half an hour later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. This was really a large mountain, but it was basically bare rocks, some of which were even glowing with a metallic luster. Maybe we'll have some gains here, Ling Han said. It'd be best if we can find a piece of mother gold. Grandpa Dog also wants to forge a monarch weapon that belongs to me. The large black dog was filled with greed. Ling Han smiled. Is your personal monarch weapon a pair of mother gold underwear? Woof, don't make fun of Grandpa Dog with this. The large black dog became anxious. Perverted Pig grinned without giving him any face, and the large black dog was so angry that he pounced and bit him. However, although Perverted Pig's battle prowess was weak, his defenses were invincible. No matter how much the large black dog bit and scratched him, he was unscathed. He continued to grin and mock the large black dog. Let's go and see. Ling Han ascended the mountain, planning to look around. He had the Void Beast skin, which could hide him very well. Only those at the level of spirit transformation True Lord could possibly see through his disguise. Little Han, there are pursuers coming, the large black dog suddenly said. He pointed in the direction of Gold Fuxing. He saw several dozen small dots rapidly approaching. Upon a closer look, weren't they all spaceships? However, compared to the spaceship that Ling Han had come on, these spaceships were clearly much smaller. These spaceships quickly left Gold Fuxing, and then scattered to 4 different moons. There were 10 spaceships on each moon, and they landed in different positions. One of the spaceships was at the foot of the mountain. The hatch opened and groups of soldiers walked out. They formed groups of 10 people and they scattered in all directions. Ling Han had already wrapped himself, the large black dog and Perverted Pig with the Void Beast skin. He stood at the side of the road and watched as a small group passed by. He could clearly see that 9 people in this small group were at the foundation building stage, and the remaining person was at the cauldron forging stage. As a small search team, this was a relatively strong configuration. If they encountered danger, they only needed to send out a signal, and strong reinforcements should arrive very quickly. Ling Han didn't make a move. Although he could instantly destroy this group, it was naturally not difficult to guess that the culprit was nearby since they had lost contact so quickly. He looked at the spaceship and a thought involuntarily occurred to him. Could he steal this thing? At most, he would take this spaceship back to Moonlight Planet. Chapter 3804. If the Shadow Moon Empire dared to launch such a large-scale invasion, they must have thought of the Azure Dragon Empire's Old Venerable. So, could this spear be targeted at that Old Venerable? Ling Han thought about the whole matter and suddenly had a feeling that this was a trap for the Meng clan's Old Venerable. Under normal circumstances, the Shadow Moon Empire could not provoke that Old Venerable, and if they directly attacked Moonlight Planet, that was the Meng clan's home ground. But now, the Shadow Moon Empire could calmly make arrangements on Rich Gold Star, whereas the Meng clan's Old Venerable was fighting in an away game. Ling Han did not know what grade of artifact that spear was, but he guessed that it might be able to kill a Venerable expert. Also, although this array was not completely set up, judging from the distortion of the heaven and earth, it was definitely not simple. Whether it was or not, only a little bit was needed to prove it. Ling Han took a short stroll in the vicinity, and very soon found the transfer formation. As expected. He nodded inwardly. If that Meng clan's Old Venerable attacked, he would definitely come through the teleportation door. With his strength, of course, he was not afraid of being besieged by sect master-level almighty figures, but what if the Shadow Moon Empire activated the Great Array and delivered a fatal blow with a supreme artifact the moment he appeared? A generation's expert might be reduced to ashes just like that. However, this had nothing to do with him. Ling Han did not think of sending the news back at all. The Meng clan's old venerable should be the one who seized the Jin clan's throne and suppressed Brother Monkey for more than 2,000 years. He wanted Ling Han to save this old man. What a joke. If he died, he deserved it. He was lucky not to die, but when Brother Monkey returned from the venerable realm, the old man would still escape death. Ling Han quietly left the camp. This was the Shadow Moon Empire's invasion army's main camp. Too many experts were gathered here, and it was too dangerous for him to stay here. He had already made contact with Tang Yen and knew where he was hiding. Ling Han carefully traveled until he was far away from the camp. Only then did he fly with full speed. Swish. After flying for dozens of minutes, a cold light suddenly shot out from the ground, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han twisted his body and dodged this cold light. However, another cold light swiftly slashed down, interweaving into a net. Ling Han opened a curtain of starlight, blocking all the attacks. Immediately after, 7 warriors flew over from the ground on their magic artifacts, each holding a weapon in their hands. "Survivor, why haven't you surrendered yet?" shouted one of them. These were the soldiers of the Shadow Moon Empire, but they were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Instead, they were Foundation Establishment Realm and Caste Tripod Realm experts. If any faction could mobilize an army made up entirely of Foundation Establishment Realm experts, that would be unbelievably powerful. Although there were more than 1 billion Foundation Establishment cultivators in the entire universe, on average, there were tens of thousands of them on each celestial body. Ling Han glanced over and said, "Get out of the way, I don't want to kill anyone." Ah! The 7 people on the other side all laughed loudly. Wasn't it funny? A mere fish that slipped through the net actually dared to spout such arrogant words. How foolish. Another so-called young master from some great clan, right? Kill, I hate this kind of spoiled brat the most. Someone took the lead and charged out. With a slash of his sword, Shua, the sword chi was several kilometers long, intertwined with green high-level energy and densely covered with symbols. It was as if a slash of the sword could even split a tall mountain. Ling Han frowned. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but the other party's first move was a killing move, which made him very displeased. Humph. He punched out, simple and plain to the extreme. However, the Great Tao was simple. This punch shattered the sword chi, and the remaining power did not dissipate, still crushing towards that person. Pung! The punch blasted out and that person fell from the sky. What? The remaining 6 people were all shocked. How could this spoiled brat be so powerful? The power of one punch was like this. This brat is powerful. Don't have any more contempt. Kill. A few people's bodies emitted light. That was the armor they were wearing. Once activated, the veined patterns on the armor shone, looking very awe-inspiring. Obviously, there was a huge disparity between the rich and poor of these 6 people. 2 of them didn't have armor and looked a little shabby. After activating the armor, they naturally had a lot of courage and they launched another attack at Ling Han. The 6 of them worked together and they were all at the Caste Tripod Realm. Their power was very terrifying. With a thought, Ling Han immediately attacked with his baleful aura, causing the 6 of them to stagnate and fall from the sky. 5 of them directly fell to the ground. Only one of them had a strong divine sense and recovered after falling 2/3 of the distance. He used his flying artifact again and avoided the disaster of falling. So what if they were Caste tripods? All 6 of them had their bones broken, and it was fortunate that they were at the Caste Tripod Realm. Otherwise, they would have been smashed into a bloody mess. The remaining person was so frightened that he flew far away, his face still filled with fear. This was too frightening. How could there be such a terrifying person? Ling Han didn't give chase. He turned around and used his flying artifact again. Swish, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Along the way he was ambushed several times, but the strongest person was only a Caste tripod. This naturally couldn't stop him. Half a day later, Ling Han finally arrived at a dense forest. This was the giant deer forest and Tang Yan was hiding inside. The large black dog sent over Tang Yan's latest coordinates, and Ling Han headed in that direction. After walking for another half an hour, he arrived at a small valley. The valley was very hidden and it was blocked by rocks. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to find. With Tang Yan's reminder, Ling Han naturally found the entrance very quickly and strode in. Swoosh. Just as he entered the valley, he saw a cold light slash towards him. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Stop! Someone shouted, but it was already too late. Ling Han raised his fist and punched out. Ding! This light immediately shattered. It was just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He could easily suppress it with a raise of his hand. Haha, it's actually you. Amidst the long laughter, a young man in an embroidered robe walked over. He was like the moon surrounded by stars, and there were 5 people following behind him. Meng Yangqing. Ling Han was surprised. This world was too small and he actually bumped into Meng Yangqing here. Hi, Your Highness, you recognize Ling Han? Tang Yin also walked out. It was he who had shouted stop just now. Of course I recognize him. Meng Yangqing stared at Ling Han, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Previously he had found the ruins of the Buddha race, but in the end he was actually forced to flee by Ling Han. Not only did he not obtain the inheritance of the Buddha race, he even lost a few of his subordinates. Old Kai, take him down. He turned his head and said to one of his subordinates behind him. Yes, Your Highness. A middle-aged man immediately stood out. Originally, he had restrained his aura and was as careful as a servant, but now that his aura was released, it instantly emitted a shocking pressure. This was a cash tripod elite. In Meng Yangqing's eyes, Ling Han was naturally only at the Foundation Establishment stage. Even if he was the strongest Foundation Establishment cultivator, how could he be a match for a cash tripod? Chapter 3805. Your Highness. Tang Yin quickly stepped forward and opened his arms. Ling Han is my friend. Is there a misunderstanding between you two? Your friend. Meng Yangqing's eyes sharpened, and he couldn't help but be filled with suspicion. When Ling Han snatched his opportunity, could he have been instructed by Tang Yin? Otherwise, why would a nobody dare to go against him? Besides, other than the Tang clan who had a strong foundation, how could they find the Buddha race's ruins? Tang Yin, how dare you go against the Tian clan? Meng Yangqing said coldly. Tang Yin was at a loss. Your Highness, what do you mean? What do I mean? Meng Yangqing sneered and waved his hand. Take them all down. So what if they were young Marquis? As long as they dared to go against the Meng clan, they would all become cannon fodder. Ling Han smiled and shook his head. Tang Yin, this has nothing to do with you. Let me do it. Tang Yin really didn't want to give way. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Ling Han's strength, but because he knew how strong Ling Han was. That was why he had to stop him. Otherwise, if they fought, Ling Han would definitely get into trouble. If the old supremacy arrived and Meng Yangqing went to complain, it would be disastrous. But Ling Han pushed him lightly and Tang Yin could only step to the side. That old Kai stepped forward again, releasing his powerful aura as he walked. It was obvious that he wanted to use his cash tripod realm cultivation to forcefully suppress Ling Han. There were 9 stages of the immortal path, and there was a huge gap between each stage, not to mention a large stage. I'm higher than you in life and can crush you. I don't care if you are convinced or not, you can only kneel down. Of course he miscalculated. Let alone suppressing Ling Han, as long as Ling Han took out his immortal cauldron, he could only kneel and tremble. Meng Yangqing, are you courting death? Ling Han said indifferently. Meng Yangqing sneered. Ignorant old Kai, what are you waiting for? The old shaman was a little surprised. He had clearly released the unique aura of the casting cauldron to suppress Ling Han. Why didn't the other party react at all? But with Meng Yangqing's urging, he didn't have the time to investigate further. He immediately leaped up and stretched out his hand to grab Ling Han. Bam! He had just arrived when Ling Han's foot lashed out with a kick. Lao Kai was sent flying back at an even faster speed and crashed heavily into the mountain cliff. Ka. With him as the center, the mountain cliff was densely covered with fine cracks. Then with a loud bang it shattered. Lao Kai's entire body had sunk into the cliff about 2 feet deep. Then he leaned forward and fell to the ground, leaving behind a spherical crater with a pool of blood in the center. Damn! Seeing this scene, Meng Yangqing and the other 4 revealed expressions of disbelief. This was actually a Foundation Establishment cultivator impossible. Meng Yangqing stared at Ling Han for a while and revealed a cold smile. So you've stepped into the casting cauldron realm. This explained how powerful Ling Han was, but it was still shocking. It had only been a few months, but Ling Han had completed a huge leap in realm. This was inconceivable. Ling Han didn't say anything. He just hooked his finger at Meng Yangqing. This time he wouldn't give his opponent a chance to escape. Lao Chen, Lao Yun, you two attacked together. Meng Yangqing said indifferently. Defeating Lao Kai was nothing. Lao Kai was just the weakest casting cauldron on his side. But Lao Qin and Lao Yun were both earth cauldrons. With the two of them working together, coupled with the advantage of a small realm, how could they not take down a mortal cauldron? Yes, your highness. Another two middle-aged men walked out. They were Meng Yangqing's true wealth. After all, Meng Yangqing himself was only a casting cauldron. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, and he didn't have enough resources. It was impossible for a life core realm expert to rely on him. The two of them flanked Ling Han from the left and right. Die. The two of them attacked at the same time. One of them brandished a flame blade, while the other used a lightning sword. High-level energy surged, and the nearby mountain rocks all trembled and collapsed. Ling Han's figure moved. He was as fast as lightning. He kicked Lao Chen and sent him flying. Then he raised his leg and sent Lao Yun flying as well. Bang bang. The two of them crashed into the pit that Lao Kai had created. The pit was enlarged by several times and was also a few feet deeper. They fell onto Lao Kai's body one after the other. The three of them piled up into a human pyramid. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat wretched. However, no one paid attention to Lao Kai and the others. They were all looking at Ling Han with shocked expressions. How is this possible? Meng Yangqing clenched his teeth. How could there be such a powerful mortal cauldron? Could it be that Ling Han was invincible in the Foundation Establishment realm, and he was also invincible in the Casting Cauldron realm? Meng Yangqing regretted it. If he had known that Ling Han was so strong, he wouldn't have let Lao Kai and the others go up one by one. Instead, he would have formed a formation and infused all the power into his body. But now, three of them had lost consciousness. There were only two left. How could he form a formation? Fine, you win. He chose to temporarily lower his head. As long as the old ancestor attacked, he would immediately go and complain. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Meng Yangqing, are you a 3-year-old child? Your thinking is so childish. Do you think I'll let you go just because you said you win? No matter what, you have to explode a chrysanthemum. The large black dog interrupted. He hadn't spoken for so long that he was suffocated. Ling Han was instantly speechless. He turned around and said to the large black dog, "Just now, I had such a strong aura. Now that you've said that, you've directly dragged me down to the same level as you. How am I supposed to continue?" "Woof, you brat, stop pretending. Be careful of being struck by lightning." The large black dog had an expression that said, "I've already seen through you." Ling Han turned around and said to Meng Yangqing, Sorry. Where was I just now?" "I was talking about exploding his chrysanthemum," the large black dog continued to interrupt. "Ling Han, have you had enough?" Meng Yangqing roared. "You're a subject, I'm the ruler. You're a slave, I'm the master. If you dare touch me, you're committing treason." These words caused Tang Yan's expression to change drastically. In the eyes of the Meng family, were subjects like them slaves? "Attack with me." Meng Yangqing decided to take a gamble and said to his remaining two subordinates. The two of them naturally could only follow Meng Yangqing's path to the end. They both nodded. The three of them charged over together. With Meng Yangqing in the lead, their power was rather shocking. Meng Yangqing still had some confidence. This was different from the battle in the Buddhist ruins. He had many powerful treasures on him that he could use. This was the true foundation of a crown prince. "Go!" he shouted loudly. The space between his brows split open, and a silver sword flew out, shooting rapidly towards Ling Han. Psychokinesis artifact. In just an instant, it accelerated to more than 20 times the speed of sound. There was no sound at all because its speed had far surpassed the speed of sound. Ling Han also had a psychokinesis artifact, so he naturally wouldn't be careless. He took out the chaotic Polaris Thunder Pagoda. Streaks of chaotic aura descended, forming a myriad of images. Peng, the silver sword arrived. Under the chaotic aura, not only was it unable to pierce through, but it was instead forcefully crushed to the ground. Chapter 3806. Meng Yangqing could not imagine why there was such a huge difference between the two treasured tools. One had to know that he was using a telekinesis tool. In a situation where the level was the same, the telekinesis tool would definitely be stronger. Otherwise, telekinesis materials would not be so expensive, and there would be no market for them. What the hell? Ling Han was a little disappointed. This was too weak, it could not even block a streak of chaotic energy. If he had known that it would only have this much power, he would have just punched it. Even the gung metal sword chi in his stomach was not inferior to this. "Sai, I really overestimated you." He shook his head. Peng. Meng Yangqing and the other two attacked, but not a single one could break through the chaotic energy. Ling Han put away the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower and said lightly, Meng Yangqing, if you want to deal with me you can do it openly. I respect you as a person but you used dirty tricks. Aha, I looked down on you. You knew? Meng Yangqing was surprised. He had done this very secretly. With Ling Han's identity and status, it should be impossible for him to find out that he had done something behind the scenes. Tang Yen. He could not help but think that if Tang Yen interfered, then he should be able to follow the clues and discover his existence. Despicable, too despicable. Just wait, as long as he saw the ancestor he would definitely kill Ling Han, and Tang Yen and even the Tang family would not be able to stay out of it. The heavens are watching what people do. Ling Han shook his head. You are really hopeless. Even now you are still thinking about how to snitch. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. You should be on your way. His murderous intent was revealed. Meng Yangqing was shocked and he shouted fiercely, You dare! Tang Yen was also shocked. Ling Han wanted to kill Meng Yangqing. This was really audacious. Once the news was leaked, only death awaited him or even the execution of his entire family. Ling Han, don't be rash, said Tang Yen hurriedly. No matter what kind of misunderstanding or hatred there was between the two sides, he and the Tang family should be able to resolve it. But if Meng Yangqing was killed by Ling Han, then Ling Han would become the Meng clan's mortal enemy. Ling Han smiled. The Meng family isn't that great. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. The large black dog yelled. Ling Han. Tang Yen still wanted to persuade him. This was really a huge matter. However, Ling Han didn't give him another chance. With a punch, Meng Yangqing was killed. This time he no longer had a chance to escape. Tang Yen hesitated for a moment before he suddenly attacked. Of course, it wasn't to target Ling Han, but to kill all 5 of Meng Yangqing's men. What happened today never happened, he said solemnly. Decisive. The large black dog gestured with his paw. Ling Han nodded inwardly. He smiled and said, You won't blame me for dragging you down, right? Tang Yen shrugged. What can I do? Ling Han patted his shoulder. If I told you that the venerable from the Meng clan was very likely killed, how would you feel? What? Tang Yen was shocked. That was a venerable, a powerful existence. In the universe there hadn't been an ancestral king for close to 10 million years. It could be said that saints were the strongest battle force, but how many saints were there in the universe? Thus, the value of a venerable was naturally very high, especially in this universe. They were absolutely invincible. If it weren't for the Meng clan's venerable, the Shadow Moon Empire's attack wouldn't have been so gentle. Moreover, if the Meng clan's venerable hadn't been heavily injured, the Shadow Moon Empire wouldn't have dared to send troops at all. Now, Ling Han said that the Meng clan's venerable might have been killed. How could he believe it? Just wait and see. I feel that the Shadow Moon Empire suddenly attacked Fujingsing to lure that Meng clan's venerable out, and then kill him, Ling Han continued, but he didn't say what he saw. Tang Yen looked at him solemnly. Are you confident? 90%. Ling Han nodded, but he still left some room for maneuver. Tang Yen had to seriously consider this possibility. With the Meng clan's current lack of successors, once the Meng clan's venerable died, the entire empire would immediately fall apart without the need for the Shadow Moon Empire to invade. The Meng clan only had one sect master-level elite, but other sect master-level forces even had 2 or 3 such existences. If that really happened, the Meng clan would be finished, and no one would pursue a small matter like Ling Han killing Meng Yangqing. I have to inform the clan immediately and make preparations, Tang Yen said seriously. Ling Han nodded. The Tang clan was a favored subject of the Meng clan empire, but it was also because of this that once the Meng clan fell from power, the Tang clan would also bear the brunt and suffer a huge blow. Tang Yen passed the news to the clan through the star web. As for what preparations the clan would make, it was beyond his reach. What do we do now? He asked Ling Han. Ling Han thought for a moment. Let's find another place to hide first. We fought just now, and it's possible that we'll attract pursuers. As for the future, it'll depend on whether that Meng clan's venerable can survive this calamity. I still don't believe that the Shadow Moon Empire has the guts to actually dare to attack a venerable. Tang Yen was still rather dumbfounded. A venerable? What kind of powerful existence is that? With a single slap, even sect master-level elites would die in droves. Ling Han smiled but didn't say anything. Even if the old emperor is heavily injured and his battle prowess is greatly reduced, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even without his past strength, It's not difficult for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of sect master-level elites. Tang Yen was still analyzing, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. Let's go. Won't we know after a few days? Ling Han pulled Tang Yen and ran. The two of them continued to hide in another place to avoid the pursuers. However, half a day later, when they were resting with their eyes closed, they suddenly felt the world shake. What was going on? They came out of their hiding place and saw light flashing in the distant sky. There was a figure that was indescribably tall. His entire body was emitting golden light and he looked like a god. However, there was blood spurting out of his chest, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. This person was really big, probably not much smaller than Fu Jingxing. Around him, there were many smaller people attacking him. All kinds of magic treasures were unleashing their power, and every one of them seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Ling Han and Tang Yen were both smart people, and immediately guessed that the incredibly tall figure was the Meng clan's venerable, who was currently being attacked by the Shadow Moon Empire's people. The situation is very bad. Tang Yen frowned deeply. From his standpoint, he naturally did not want the Meng clan to fall. However, looking at the Meng clan's venerable, he was clearly heavily injured again, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Ling Han knew that the moment the Meng clan's venerable left the teleportation formation, he would definitely be hit by that fierce spear. He would definitely be hit, which was why he was bleeding non-stop. The problem now was, could the Meng clan's venerable kill his way out? Chapter 3808. With Ling Han's encouragement, Tang Yen pulled himself together. A clan's strength should not be built on relying on other forces, but on its own strength. The Tang clan also had a spirit transformation true lord. No matter where they were in the universe, this kind of strength was enough. In the future, I want to become a supremacy too and rule over a region, Tang Yen said with clenched fists. Ling Han was speechless. Why was this guy's ambition so small? But thinking about it again, an ancestral king only appeared once every 10 million years. This was eliminated first. Saints were also very rare. Within a star region, it was already not bad to have one in a million years. Thus, becoming a supremacy was more practical. Alright, you become a supremacy and I become an ancestral king. Ling Han smiled. Tang Yen rolled his eyes. Why can you become an ancestral king while I can only become a supremacy? Didn't you say it yourself? Ling Han smiled. The two of them took the initiative and started to look for valuable things. When they were near the teleportation array, the two of them saw groups of soldiers passing through it. They should have gone to the Moonlight Planet. Tang Yan's expression was ugly. Ling Han nodded and was also very solemn. When war broke out, the ones who suffered the most were definitely the people at the bottom. To them, no matter which side won, it would be a catastrophe. Let's go. Ling Han put away his feelings. He could do nothing now, and the only thing he could work hard was to make himself stronger. They walked through the mines and went to the more dangerous primeval forests. They were chased by powerful demonic beasts, and they were also discovered by the patrolling Shadow Moon Empire's troops. A battle broke out. Half a month later, they all received the news. The Azure Dragon Empire was defeated and gone. Following the Shadow Moon Empire's large-scale invasion, the factions that originally belonged to the Azure Dragon Empire changed sides one by one. These were all cult masterclass factions, and even the Shadow Moon Empire didn't want to push them too far. Naturally, they had taken them in one by one. Once these experts rebelled, what was left of the Azure Dragon Empire? Meng Yonghua abdicated his position and left. The people of the Meng clan closed the imperial capital's defensive array formation and allowed the Shadow Moon Empire's army to enter, officially announcing their surrender. From then on, the Moonlight Planet was a subsidiary planet of the Shadow Moon Empire. At the same time, the Shadow Moon Empire also announced that Buddhism would be the national religion, and everyone must abide by the teachings of the Buddhist race. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. 30,000 years ago, the Buddha race wasn't able to enter the Azure Dragon Empire, but 30,000 years later, the Buddha race was still the victor. The Buddha race did not have a specific bloodline. It was not a surname that was passed down from generation to generation. Rather, it was a kind of faith. As long as they had the faith of Buddha, they would be part of the Buddha race. How frightening. At first glance, the Shadow Moon Empire seemed to belong to the Li clan, but in reality, everyone believed in Buddhism and the Buddha clan was the true leader. Even the Li family had to act according to the teachings of the Buddhist race. Such an invasion was practically silent yet pervasive. Even if the Shadow Moon Empire was finished in the future, no matter which clan succeeded the throne, they would still be under the control of the Buddha clan. It had to be said that the Azure Dragon Empire's attack on the spread of the Buddha race was very foresight. Otherwise, after so many years, the entire Azure Dragon Empire, be it in terms of material or spirit, belonged to the Buddha race. It could be seen how terrifying the ancestral kings were. The Chang clan's 4 directions thearchs established the star web, and it had the most profound influence to this day. Meanwhile, the teachings of the Buddha race had spread far and wide. There were countless people in the universe who believed in Buddhism, and their influence was unimaginable. After Ling Han thought for a moment, he came back to his senses. There was no meaning in thinking about these things. The key was strength. During these days he had just refined the 3 cauldrons of his first immortal cauldron, and his improvement could be said to be rather shocking. This was because he and Tang Yuan had found a few stalks of immortal herbs. His body had elixir poison, and it was not suitable for him to consume elixirs. However, there was no problem with immortal herbs. It was a gift from heaven and earth, and it didn't have any side effects. Of course, if he were to consume immortal herbs directly, he wouldn't be able to fully bring out the medicinal effects. It would be a huge waste. However, there was no other way. Who asked Ling Han to not consume elixirs now? If it was a waste, then so be it. Time was the most precious thing. Following the destruction of the Azure Dragon Empire, Fu Jingxing's vigilance level also lowered. Everyone was a citizen of the Shadow Moon Empire, and there was naturally no need to fight against one's own citizens. The transportation formation was open to the public again, and one could use it as long as they paid the money. Ling Han and Tang Yen were eager to return. After disguising themselves, they went to the transportation formation and paid the transportation fee. Xiao, in a surge of white light, they quickly returned to Moonlight Planet and arrived at the Imperial City. The 2 of them first moved separately, both wanting to find their family members. Ling Han left the city, crossed many tall mountains and great rivers, and arrived in a forest. After walking for another 100 miles, a lake greeted him. Ling Han. The Empress, Hu Niu, and the others all came out to welcome him. Ling Han also ran over with quick steps. His left hand hugged the Empress, and his right hand hugged Hu Niu, and he kissed them hard on the lips. Kissing on the lips will make you pregnant. The 7 milk babies all covered their eyes. Smelly handsome, abducting someone's beautiful big sister. Tang Yuan mumbled very discontentedly as she licked her candy. What made Ling Han feel gratified was that the Empress and Hu Niu's improvement was very obvious, and they were only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the extreme level. They settled down peacefully, staying far away from power. Changing from the Azure Dragon Empire to the Shadow Moon Empire was a huge change for those in power. Many people went from being high and mighty to ordinary overnight, but for ordinary people, there was not the slightest change. Their days would still go on as they should. Ling Han could still buy ingredients and sell alchemical pills through the star web. The Chang clan's status was aloof, and they were not affected in the slightest. What surprised Ling Han was that some people actually managed to turn things around. Those people from the hostage palace all ran out now, and people like Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, and the others all had forces at the level of spirit transformation true monarch or even sect master behind them. Once the Meng clan fell, they naturally became arrogant, and began to look everywhere for Ling Han, wanting to kill him and take revenge for that day. Ling Han naturally did not take such a minor character to heart, but a few clowns dared to be so arrogant. Ling Han planned to kill them if he had the chance so that they would not grumble anymore. Days passed, and Ling Han's cultivation also increased day by day. There was another piece of good news, and that was that the alchemical poison in his body was almost completely dispersed. Afterwards he could take alchemical pills to cultivate again, allowing the increase of his cultivation level to grow wings. 3 months passed, and he could finally be considered to have cultivated to the Heaven Cauldron. The 2 celestial cauldrons had already formed 3 complete legs, and the 3rd celestial cauldron had also grown a leg. It was at this moment that a big piece of news suddenly spread out on the star web. The 9-Sun Holy Land, after closing its doors for 20,000 years, planned to open its doors and recruit disciples. All of a sudden the whole galaxy was shaken. The 9-Sun Holy Land naturally had a saint before. Otherwise, how could it be called a holy land? And that 9-Sun saint back then was an incomparably ferocious person. When he was young, he could be said to be invincible among his peers, and he once had the possibility of becoming an ancestral king. However, in the end he failed at the last step and he lost to ancestral King Ling Tian. Reading on the mobile phone is more refreshing. Chapter 3809. It was said that the Nine-Sun Saint and the young Ling Tian ancestral king had fought countless times. They were old enemies and rivals and both had victories and defeats. From this, one could see how powerful the Nine-Sun Saint was back then. Even the ancestral king couldn't suppress him. However, the Nine-Sun Saint's cultivation technique was too fierce, leaving him with too many Dao injuries when he was young. That was why he lost to Ling Tian ancestral king on the road to becoming an emperor and could only become a sage. The Nine-Sun Saint kept a low profile in his later years, but it was said that he created an extremely powerful technique and even simulated an emperor technique. Now, the Nine-Sun Holy Land reopened its doors to recruit disciples. Not to mention ordinary people, even the descendants of the emperor clans were eager to try. Of course, not everyone could enter the Nine-Sun Holy Land. First was the registration qualification. One only had to fulfill one of the following 3 conditions. First, the Star Web's top 10,000. Second, the innate divine body. Third, the grade of the Immortal Foundation and Immortal Cauldron must reach the gold grade. Yes, there was a hidden requirement for the registration. It was only for foundation building and caste tripod tier cultivators. Ling Han didn't have the innate divine body, but he met the first and third conditions. The problem was that he didn't want to expose the secret that he was the strongest person in the universe. Moreover, his Immortal Cauldron was obviously of a higher grade than the gold grade, but in the eyes of others, it looked like it was made of stone. How could he solve this? Ling Han looked at it. The Nine-Sun Holy Land would reopen for 10 years, and there would be a screening every year. After 10 years, the mountain would close again. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time. Ling Han planned to make a trip back to Heavenly Sea Star. Since he had already entered the Cauldron Forging realm, and the Azure Dragon Empire was no longer restricting his freedom, it was time for him to search for the second trial that Saint Guiyang had set up. Although the Turbid Heaven scripture wasn't weak, it was still inferior to a sage technique. Of course, if possible, Ling Han also wanted to cultivate the Great Emperor scripture. With regards to Ling Han's decision, the Empress and Hunyo naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Thus, they boarded the flying shuttle and headed to Heavenly Sea Star. Ling Han contacted Lin Luo and the others. They naturally saw the notice from the Nine Suns Sacred Ground and decided to set off in a few days. Of course, Ling Han believed in the strength and talent of Lin Luo and the others. Therefore, after he finished the second trial site of St. Guiyang, he went to meet Lin Luo and the others. Tang Yuner had also finally entered the Foundation establishment stage, and her control of the shuttle had greatly improved. Therefore, it only took a month for them to return to Heavenly Sea Star. Originally, Sky Sea Star was affiliated to the Azure Dragon Empire. Now that the Ming clan had fallen, it naturally submitted to the Shadow Moon Empire. As soon as Ling Han and the others entered a city, they saw a tall building rising from the ground. It was erected in the center of the city, but it was not yet completed. This was a Buddhist temple. It was said that in the future, there would be monks of the Buddhist race living here to spread the teachings of the Buddhist race. The invasion of the Buddha race had begun. This wasn't conquering a person on the physical level, but on the spiritual level. Without a doubt, this was even more terrifying. Ling Han ignored him. They found an inn and stayed there for the time being. He wanted to find out where the second trial site was. On Heavenly Sea Star, it was impossible to buy a map that corresponded to the exact location because the Heavenly Sea Star had long been destroyed. Ling Han could only search for the slightest clue and then compare them. He hoped that the entrance to the second trial site was still on Heavenly Sea Star. If it was broken into pieces and flew to some corner of the universe, it would be over. Fortunately, the entrance was really on Heavenly Sea Star. After comparing the ancient map for 3 days, Ling Han finally found the place. Let's go. He took the girls, the big black dog and perverted pig to the destination. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at their destination. However, the world had changed. So many years had passed, and the entrance to the land of inheritance had long since been buried underground. A town had been built here, and the location of the entrance that Ling Han was looking for was right under the wealthiest household in the town. If he wanted to enter the inheritance site, he would have to demolish this family first. If Ling Han was an evil tyrant, then he would directly demolish the house. However, firstly, he was not that kind of person, and secondly, he did not want to cause a huge commotion. Thus, he decided to buy this manor house that occupied a considerable amount of land. He came to visit, revealed a slight aura of a strong cultivator, and was immediately welcomed in. May I ask for your name, young hero? The head of this family was a middle-aged man in his 40s, surnamed Lu, called Lu Gaoshi. Behind him was a young man in yellow, who turned out to be at the Foundation establishment realm. One had to know that the martial art of Heavenly Sea Star could be said to have started from scratch. Now, he actually saw a foundation establishment realm cultivator in a small town, which was naturally unusual. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "My name is Han Lin. It turns out to be young hero Han, please come in." Lu Gaoshi was very enthusiastic. After inviting Ling Han into the living room, he introduced him to the young man in yellow next to him. "This is my son Lu Minglin. He is a disciple of the archaic sect." Archaic sect. Ling Han glanced at the young man in yellow and nodded. However, Lu Minglin was extremely arrogant. In his opinion, he was the descendant of one of the 5 spirit transformation realm forces on Heavenly Sea Star. Naturally, he was superior and had a strong sense of superiority. He ignored Ling Han and minded his own business as he sat down. Lu Gaoshi was a little embarrassed, but his son was too strong and he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say to Ling Han, "Young hero Han, I wonder what brings you here today?" Ling Han smiled. "I want to ask the head of the Lu family to do me a favor and sell this mansion to me." Haha. Before Lu Gaoshi could speak, Lu Minglin sneered. He looked at Ling Han with disdain. "This is the ancestral land of the Lu family, not for sale." Of course, Lu Gaoshi didn't want to sell it, but he would never offend people like Lu Minglin. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If Ling Han were to go berserk, would his son be able to stop him? Ling Han was naturally a little unhappy. "I'm discussing it with you nicely. Even if you don't agree, there's no need to be so vicious." This young man was obviously used to having a smooth life, so he was arrogant and spoke without restraint. Ling Han was too lazy to bother with this kind of person and said, "I'll pay 200 Dao stones." "Really?" Lu Minglin did not wait for Ling Han to finish speaking. He had already stood up, his eyes shining. 200 Dao stones, this was an astonishing amount of wealth. His talent was very high, and he could be considered a successor disciple in the archaic sect. However, he could only receive 2 Dao stones every month. With this comparison, one could tell how valuable 200 Dao stones were. "Sell it." Lu Minglin seemed to be afraid that Ling Han would regret it and immediately made a decision. "Lu Gaoshi, who was the one who was so disdainful just now and said that the ancestral land was not for sale?" However, all of the hopes of the Lu family were placed on Lu Minglin. Therefore, Lu Gaoshi would not go against him and slowly nodded his head. "Give us 3 days to move," Lu Minglin said, but he was sneering in his heart. Chapter 38:10. There was a saying, "Don't show off your wealth." Ling Han gave out 200 Dao stones in one go. What did this mean? He was rich, extremely rich. Such a fat sheep who wouldn't want to slaughter it. Lu Minglin didn't want to sell the ancestral land. He just wanted to keep Ling Han so that he could invite the sect's experts to suppress Ling Han. He really wanted to keep it for himself, but he could vaguely sense Ling Han's strength, so he didn't dare to act rashly. So, to be on the safe side, it was better to invite a few more senior brothers from the sect. It wouldn't do if he was too strong or the other party would turn the tables. "And I'll invite senior brother Yang, senior brother Zhang, senior brother Li and senior sister Tian." Normally, the 5 of them had a good relationship and had also explored ancient sites together, developing a certain level of tacit understanding. He immediately sent out a message through the star web, asking the 4 to rush over as soon as possible. When Ling Han returned to the inn, the Empress asked, "How did it go?" Generally speaking, it went smoothly, but there might be some twists and turns. Ling Han smiled. He didn't know what Lu Minglin was planning, but the latter's change was too fast, making him feel that things weren't so simple. The Empress only nodded, not taking it to heart at all. She was such a tsundere person. Ling Han couldn't help but be moved. He picked up the Empress and strode towards the bedroom. "Nyo wants to play too." Seeing this, Nyo hurriedly ran in. Giving birth was such a fun thing, how could she miss it? Time passed quickly, and 3 days later Ling Han went to take over the house. He brought the Empress, Nyo and the others with him. "Please, please." The guard was enthusiastic and polite, inviting Ling Han and the others into the living room, only to see that Lu Gaoshi and Lu Minglin were already waiting for them. Ling Han brushed his hand over the table, and a pile of Dao stones appeared. He said indifferently, 200 Dao stones are here." Lu Minglin shook his head. "I'm really sorry, someone offered a higher price. I won't sell this house." There was such a coincidence. Within 3 days someone else took a fancy to this place. Of course, Ling Han didn't believe it. He smiled and said, "Oh, there are other buyers?" "Of course." With a loud laugh, 4 people walked out of the room. They were 3 men and 1 woman, and all of them were extremely young. Han Lin, if you still want this mansion, you'll have to increase the price. Lu Minglin shrugged. Ling Han ignored him. He looked at Lu Gaoxi and said, Lu family head, what do you say? Lu Minglin couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger. Ling Han skipped him and directly asked his father. Wasn't this clearly disregarding his existence? Lu Gaoxi, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. He was not an overly greedy person, and from his original intention, he did not want to sell the ancestral home at all. However, since his son had agreed to it, he did not object anymore. After all, he later found out how shocking the value of 200 Dao stones was. However, he had just found out that his son had gone back on his word and tricked the other party. What could he say now? Scram if you can't afford it, Tian Lijing, the only woman among the 4 people who had walked out, said disdainfully. He still acting? Alright, I'll play with you. Ling Han extended his hand and stored all the Dao stones on the table into his spatial artifact. Then, he nodded towards the Empress and the others, indicating for them to get up and leave. Wait. Among the 4 of them, a red-clothed man immediately called out. His name was Yang Yuanxi. You can leave, but leave your spatial artifact behind. The man in green said. He was Li Jingping. Otherwise, leave your life behind. The blue-clothed man Zhang Yuan also said coldly. Ling Han laughed and said, Are you guys robbing us? Cut the crap. Don't you understand the principle of spending money to buy your life? Yang Yuanxi said. Ling Han's expression was a little strange and he said, You won't regret it. Haha, in this world there is no one who can make us regret it. Lu Minglin interrupted. He had been holding it in for a long time, and it was finally time for him to show off. Alright, since this is your choice, I'll send you on your way, Ling Han said with a smile. No, give this to Niu. Niu hurriedly jumped out. As an extreme warmonger, she cultivated and cultivated every day in the few years after leaving the origin world. It was really too boring. So how could she miss such an interesting thing? Grandpa Dog also wants one. The large black dog stood out, his metallic underwear blindingly bright. You also want one. Ling Han looked at Lascivious Pig. Lascivious Pig shook his head repeatedly. A battle trash like him could only be beaten, bastard. Haha, 1 woman, 1 dog. Lu Minglin shook his head, appearing extremely disdainful. Dog your grandpa. The large black dog immediately charged out, activating Foot Apart World. His speed was shockingly fast, and in a flash he appeared in front of Lu Minglin, swiping out with his paw. Although the large black dog wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, he cultivated a saint technique and the great overarching heaven precious technique. His battle prowess could be said to be extremely awesome. Moreover, he was now at the Heaven Foundation building level, but Lu Minglin was only at the Mortal Foundation building level, so how huge was the difference? The paw swiped down and Lu Minglin also fell with a sound. The large black dog stepped on Lu Minglin's head, his expression lonely. Being invincible is so lonely. That was called pretending. However, Li Yuanxi and the others all shivered. The information was wrong. Didn't they say that the other side only had 1 foundation building cultivator? Why did a freakish dog demon appear now? This was at the Heaven Foundation building level, and it slapped Lu Minglin down with a swipe of its paw. Its battle prowess was too fierce. Who else? The large black dog stood up like a human, his 2 front paws behind his back, his iron underwear flashing. Freakish dog demon, don't be too proud. Zhang Yuan walked out. He was also at the Heaven Foundation building level, so he didn't think he would lose to the large black dog. Come. The large black dog crooked his paw. Zhang Yuan charged over, his fist striking out. The fist had just shot out when he roared angrily and forcefully retracted it. Despicable, he said through gritted teeth, because the large black dog had actually lifted Lu Minglin up and used him as a shield. What? You said Grandpa Dog is despicable? The large black dog looked shocked. Can't I scold you? Zhang Yuan said angrily. The large black dog suddenly laughed loudly. Grandpa Dog is despicable, shameless, and vulgar. What can you do about it? He turned around and started shaking his butt at Zhang Yuan in a very vulgar manner. Fuck, how could there be such a shameless demonic beast? To say nothing of Zhang Yuan, even Yang Yuanxi and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just like this? Zhang Yuan continued to attack. He was extremely furious and he definitely had to take down the large black dog. The large black dog was still the same, using Lu Minglin as a shield, forcing Zhang Yuan to cancel his own attack. Meanwhile, his paws continued to wave. In this way, Zhang Yiyuan was naturally at a complete disadvantage. His eyes became fierce, and when he attacked again, he clearly saw that Lu Minglin had been blocked, but he had no intention of stopping. He first set a small goal for himself, for example, bookmark, mobile version. Mobile version reading is more refreshing. Chapter 38:12. These figures were not real but translucent, as if they were formed by interweaving light and shadow. As soon as they appeared, they exuded a strong and cold aura. Lu Minglin and the others were suddenly caught in a tough battle. They did not dare to retreat. If they fell into Ling Han's hands again, would they have a chance to survive? They could only kill their way forward, obtain the sword, and control the whole mystery realm. Not only could they turn the situation around, but they would also have a great opportunity. However, the battle prowess of those people was too strong. In an instant they were bombarded until they cried out in agony. "Little Han, is this why you brought them in?" the big black dog asked. Ling Han laughed. "Am I that black-bellied?" "Yes." The big black dog nodded with certainty, while the perverted pig nodded even more anxiously. It was all this bastard's fault that he had to wander around. Ling Han was speechless. He did not want to kill Lu Minglin and the others. He only brought them in for the sake of secrecy. He did not expect that they would seek death themselves. Of course, by not sealing their cultivation level, Ling Han was actually indulging them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. What the hell are these figures? Of course, the big black dog did not mind whether Ling Han was evil or not. In fact, it was happy about it. In a world where the strong were respected, what was the use of being righteous? They could not even protect themselves, so how could they protect others? Ling Han used his eye sorcery to take a closer look and said, "They should be ghosts." "Ghosts?" second baby said. "That's right. Heavenly Star is the exit of a passage to the underworld, and it caused the death of Saint Guyang. Therefore, it is normal for Saint Guyang to capture some ghosts here," eldest baby said. Ling Han nodded. These were indeed not human bodies derived from the formation. The gloomy feeling they gave was completely different from that of normal creatures. Will people really become ghosts after they die? He was suddenly curious. If that was the case, then wouldn't the people he killed remember him in the underworld? The ancient Almighty studied it. It is said that after living beings die, their souls enter the nether world. This is a place that is completely different from our world. In theory, there should be no possibility of communication between the two worlds. Only at the moment of death can the souls pass through the barrier between the two worlds. But maybe the two worlds have existed for too long, causing some places to start merging, second baby said seriously. Listening to a milk baby say such things with a straight face always made one feel like laughing for some reason. Ling Han tried to control himself. He looked at Lu Minglin's group of 5 who were fighting hard. The heavenly starry star is the point where the two worlds merged. When the underworld opened, countless ghosts poured in and caused a catastrophe. That's right. The 7 milk babies nodded in unison. While they were talking, Lu Minglin and the other 4 could no longer hold on. They all wanted to kill their way back, but there was a terrifying gravity on this path, making it difficult for them to advance. More importantly, they had steeled their hearts to kill their way to the other side, and they had really killed a distance away. Now they still wanted to kill their way back. Difficult. Ling Han and the others had no intention of helping them. The 5 of them had brought this upon themselves. In a few moments, the 5 of them were killed. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the 5 of them died, the ghosts actually killed each other, and the battle was extremely fierce. But in the end, the 5 strongest ghosts won. They rushed into the bodies of Lu Minglin and the other 4, and then they actually stood up shakily. Damn, they came back to life. Lu Minglin and the other 4 quickly stared at Ling Han and the others. Their movements were no longer stiff. Swoosh, 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 they all rushed over and attacked Ling Han and the others. During this process, the ghosts in the passage did not attack them, as if they had recognized them as one of their own. These ghosts can actually reincarnate in other people's bodies. Ling Han was shocked. No wonder after the gate of the underworld opened, there would be a catastrophe. This was to replace the living. He immediately rushed out and punched. The heavenly flame burned. The power of the flame should be an excellent weapon against ghosts. Ping, ping, ping. With just 5 punches, Lu Minglin and the other 4 were sent flying. Their bodies cracked, but they actually did not explode. Ling Han was shocked. Although he had only casually done it, with the power of his forging cauldron, even a trace of it was enough to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. After being possessed by ghosts, these corpses actually underwent such a huge change. Hee hee hee. Lu Minglin and the other four all let out strange sounds. The aura emanating from their bodies actually increased by a large amount, and they immediately rushed to the forging cauldron level. The human cauldron, earth cauldron, and heaven cauldron levels were still increasing. They had not entered the life core level, but Ling Han was sure that they had reached the 4 cauldron level, or even the 5 cauldron level. Pa pa pa. On the bodies of Lu Minglin and the other four, more and more cracks appeared and deepened. For example, Tian Lijing even had an arm fall off. The aura of the 5 stopped increasing at the same time. It was not that they could not become stronger, but that their bodies could not bear it. The strength of the 5 ghosts must have far surpassed that of the forging cauldrons when they were alive. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a single ghost to increase the strength of the body they were residing in by so much. Ling Han's expression was solemn. These ghosts were truly terrifying. No wonder they had caused such a catastrophe in the past. Moreover, even the heavenly flame did not have much of a restraining effect on ghosts. Their bodies seemed to have turned into moist and dense wood, which was extremely difficult to burn. Then let's change. Ling Han shook his hands and both fists were wrapped in destructive energy. He could not do this in the past because the destructive energy was too little, and he could only wrap it around 1 fist. Now he could barely wrap it around 2 fists. When the destructive energy shone, Lu Minglin and the other 4 actually took a step back at the same time. Their faces revealed obvious fear, and there was even a strong sense of disgust. Not only them, but the ghosts in the passageway also seemed to be enraged and became extremely restless. If it was not for some kind of force restraining them, they would most likely have either charged toward Ling Han to kill him, or run away without a trace. The destructive energy could restrain ghosts? Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, but he did not hesitate to charge forward. He threw a punch and Lu Minglin and the other 4 did not dare to take it head-on. They hurriedly retreated. Ling Han used so close, yet worlds apart and caught up to Zhang Yuan. He threw a punch at him. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to parry it, and he also threw a punch at Ling Han. Bam! The 2 fists collided and their bodies trembled at the same time. In terms of strength they were actually evenly matched, but the destructive energy spread through Zhang Yuan's fist, instantly burning his entire body. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if his body was covered in wax. In just an instant, Zhang Yuan was burned to ashes, and the ghost that had entered his body also ran out in terror. However, it was useless. It had already been ignited, and it kept howling at the level of divine sense, appearing to be in extreme pain. After a while it was also burned to ashes. Chapter 38:13. As expected, the destructive energy had an unparalleled restraining effect on spirits. Although Lu Minglin and the others had been possessed by the spirits, and all of them had zombie faces and were extremely numb, they all revealed expressions of terror now. In terms of power they were not inferior to Ling Han, but Ling Han's black energy was too terrifying, and had an astonishing restraining effect on them. They could not fight. The 4 of them simultaneously leapt off the ground, choosing to flee. How could Ling Han possibly allow them to leave? Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he rapidly caught up to one of them. He delivered a punch and then, without even looking back, he chased after the second person. Just like before, after 4 punches he stopped. He saw that Lu Minglin and the others had all been completely incinerated, and it was the same for the 4 spirits. The large black dog stuck out its tongue. Fortunately, it did not greedily run out. Otherwise, it would have already become a spirit dog by now. Ling Han strode into the passageway, and with a schwa the spirits all retreated, squeezing against each other, showing an intense fear. They were not afraid of him but of the destructive energy. Ling Han continued to advance, and the spirits kept retreating, squeezing against each other even more fiercely. When Ling Han was about to reach the end of the passageway, the spirits also had nowhere to retreat, and were completely squeezed together. They kept emitting sharp divine sense screeches, as if warning Ling Han not to get any closer. Otherwise they would not hesitate to fight to the death. How could Ling Han care about them? And he continued forward. An astonishing scene appeared. The spirits actually began to kill each other again. They were scared silly. Very quickly a few Yin souls were killed. It could be clearly seen that the light particles that made up their bodies were shattered and absorbed by the other Yin souls. These Yin souls also immediately became a lot bigger. Ling Han was surprised. Although this was killing each other, it was also a method to save themselves. They devoured their companions to strengthen themselves, and in the end they would reach a level that could contend against Ling Han. Go. Ling Han was not in the mood to see how strong they could become. He charged forward, punching out with both fists, and the destructive energy destroyed everything. Suddenly, the spirits disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, all the spirits had been destroyed. Ling Han strode out of the passageway holding the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, a thought was transmitted to him. There was a lot of information, including the ancient Yang Heaven scriptures cauldron forging technique, the coordinates of the next trial, and some of Saint Gu Yang's knowledge about spirits. Ling Han's eyeballs twitched rapidly. He was receiving and digesting the information. After a few minutes he released his hand. "Come over, there's no more danger," Ling Han said. The big black dog barked and rushed out, rushing to pull out the sword. "This is Lord Dog's." Fine. "Here you go," Ling Han said with a smile. He had the primal chaos extreme thunder pagoda, so any magic tool was nothing in his eyes. "I'm going to start receiving the multicolored light. Everything is ready." He then turned to the large black dog and said, "Give me the sword first. I need it to control this mystery realm." "I need it to control this mystery realm," the big black dog said. "Don't tell me you want to steal Master Dog's treasure? Piss off." Everyone sat down cross-legged. Ling Han inserted the sword again. Through the sword, his consciousness instantly spread throughout the whole mystery realm. He was like an omnipotent god. "Azure light come. Shio. Streaks of azure light flew over, circling around the Empress, Hunyo, and the others. The Empress and the others all activated the ancient Yang Heaven scripture. Shio. They absorbed the streaks of azure light and turned them into the most fundamental power, increasing their cultivation and strengthening their celestial foundation. "Grandpa Dog is about to break through." After a short while the big black dog shouted. His aura was very strong and unstable. The Empress and Hunyo also reached the peak stage of the Heaven Foundation level and began to break through to the pinnacle level. Ling Han dispersed the azure light. The cultivation of the Empress and the others was much lower now. He wanted to raise their cultivation level first. For the Empress and the big black dog, breaking through to the pinnacle level was naturally not difficult. In less than half a day they broke through one after another. Ling Han summoned the azure light again, and told them to continue cultivating. If they could reach the cauldron forging tier in one go, that would be great. However, although the azure light was very nourishing, it was like alchemical pills, and had a saturation level. After another half a day, the Empress and the others could no longer increase their cultivation level by absorbing the azure light. Only then did Ling Han sit down cross-legged, and use the cauldron forging chapter of the ancient Yang Heaven scripture to cultivate his mystical power again. Streaks of azure light were absorbed by him, helping to make his mystical power purer. Otherwise, his cultivation level would definitely regress slightly. When all the azure light disappeared, Ling Han's cultivation level was also close to the peak stage of the Heaven Cauldron Forging tier, and he was only a hair's breadth away from completing his third leg. Ling Han was very satisfied. Although his cultivation level had not improved much, his mystical power had become much purer, and his battle prowess had naturally improved greatly. "Come, it's time to leave." The large black dog was not satisfied yet. "There's only so little benefit in a mystery realm. This is just a transfer station. If you really want to reap great benefits you have to wait until the last mystery realm," the large black dog said. He was still in the examination stage of Saint Gu Yang, so it was already good enough that he could obtain a nourishing azure light and a treasured sword in addition to cultivation techniques. "Sigh, what a stingy saint," the large black dog said. "Yeah, too stingy," Hunyo agreed. "Let's go." They exited the mystery realm. Ling Han had already erased the memories of all the members of the Liu family, so he directly headed to the imperial capital. Ling Han first went to see Shenyuan Dinghua. This guy had finally advanced to the foundation building tier, but due to his limited talent, he might not be able to break through to the cauldron forging tier in the next 1 or 200 years. Ling Han left a lot of foundation building pills for him, hoping that they could help him break through to the cauldron forging tier in the future. Then he went to see the Beast Princess. Princess Baishao still stayed in the imperial capital. When she saw Ling Han, she immediately said with anticipation, "You're going to the Holy Land of Nine Sun, right?" "That's right, what about it?" Ling Han countered. "I was just worried that I couldn't go there." "You came at the right time." With the help of the Monkey King, Princess Baijiao's bloodline power was restored, and now she could be regarded as an innate divine body, which met the recruitment standards of the Holy Land of Nine Sunday. "Okay, then let's go together." There was nothing to delay on Heavenly Sea Star, and Ling Han did not go to see Qin Fengyan. He was a generation older than True Monarch Spirit Transformation, and if he saw him he was afraid that he would lose face, so it was better not to. Ling Han asked Tang Yun to take out the shuttle, and they returned to Moonlight Star. There was a teleportation array there, so it was much faster than the shuttle. A month later they arrived at Moonlight Star. Lin Luo and the others had already set off, and Ling Han did not stay idle either. He began to hurry with the Empress and the others. After they used the teleportation array 7 times in a row, they had to stop and find a place to stay. Chapter 38:14. Every time he used the teleportation formation, there would be a certain burden on his body. The further the teleportation distance, the greater the burden. When accumulated, it would cause great damage. There was someone who used the teleportation formation 17 times in a row, and when he came out for the last time, his whole body was torn to pieces by the power of space. Thus, after using the teleportation formation a few times in a row, Ling Han decided to rest and recover completely before setting out again. After staying here for a few days, they set out again. Just like that, they walked and stopped, and after a month they finally arrived at the 9-Sun planet. The 9-Sun planet was the planet where the 9-Sun Holy Land was located. It wasn't called this in the past, but the 9-Sun Saint was too famous. Back then, he had the title of the strongest elite in the universe, and only when ancestral King Ling Tian became a monarch did he settle for second place. Calculating the time, this was almost 100 million years ago. There were no immortal beings in this world, and even the strongest ancestral kings could only live for tens of millions of years. Saints only had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, and this was under the circumstances that everything was taken into account. In reality, no one could live that long unless they obtained a saintly medicine that could prolong their life. Ling Han was very rueful. Even the strongest ancestral king would reach the end of his lifespan, and a lifetime of invincibility would eventually come to an end. From this point of view, wasn't it better to live in the origin world? He couldn't help but laugh. Unless the divine stone was not damaged, the origin world could exist forever, and once it was destroyed, all the beings inside would die. In this way, even if they could live for a few more epochs, so what? Whether they lived or died would be up to heaven's will. Fate had to be in one's own hands. Ling Han's will became firm again, and he no longer worried about personal gains and losses. The Empress, Hunyo the large black dog, and the others had all fought their way into the top 10,000 of the star web. Princess Baishao had an innate divine physique, so it was equivalent to them directly obtaining the right to register. They only had to confirm it through the star web when the time came. Ling Han couldn't do it. He had to think of another way to obtain the right to register. The simplest way was to fight and make a name for himself. Then, the 9-Sun Holy Land would naturally personally deliver the right to register. He did it without delay. Ling Han arrogantly set up a stage and pulled up a banner with the words, "Number 1 Cauldron Forging Expert" written on it. Some people were disdainful, thinking that Ling Han was just playing to the gallery and deliberately attracting people's attention. However, some people were unhappy and challenged him. Naturally, they suffered crushing defeats. After a few days, Ling Han did not gain a single victory. Naturally, his reputation was tarnished, and he also attracted some people with real strength. However, no matter who challenged him, it was useless. Ling Han easily emerged victorious, displaying an undefeatable stance. This reputation naturally spread more and more, and it also caused a heated discussion on the star web. Some people even called for the experts ranked in the top 10,000 to suppress Ling Han. How could they let an unknown kid be so arrogant? Very soon, someone responded and wanted to meet Ling Han. This person was called Lu Jianyun, and he was ranked in the 9,000s on the star web. He was extremely amazing, and he was definitely one of the top experts on any celestial body. He was a true genius. Brother Lu, haha, that guy's good days are coming to an end. Where did Ling Han come from? I think it's the Moonlight planet. What? A celestial body that not even saints have come from? Yes, it's this kind of country bumpkin from a small place. He thinks he's invincible just because he defeated a few nobodies. Hee, the truly capable people are all on the star web. When and where is the battle? I want to go and join in the fun. Let's go together. Many people expressed that they wanted to watch the battle, and Lu Jianyun was very generous. He said that he would give everyone time. He would only challenge in 3 days so that everyone would have enough time to rush over. Of course, this was only for those who had already come to the 9-Sun planet. It couldn't be helped for those who were still in some corner of the universe. But it didn't matter. There would definitely be people who would broadcast it on the star web. Of course, Ling Han also heard about it. He couldn't help but smile and didn't take it to heart. 3 days passed quickly. Ling Han still went outside to set up the stage after his cultivation. When it was almost noon, many rays of light appeared in the sky. If one looked carefully, they would see that many people were flying on artifacts. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures landed. Then they saw stars surrounding the moon. A young man walked out with large strides. He was tall and slender. His hair was jet black and thick. He had a kind of divine light of Tao presence, which was very pleasing to the eyes. Lu Jianyun is here. Ling Han only took a glance and retracted his gaze. He didn't care who it was. Even if it was Shi or myriad Daos, he wasn't afraid to fight. That's right, are those three ferocious men here? You are Ling Han? The young man in the lead had already jumped onto the stage and looked at Ling Han with disdain. Ling Han sneered. If you aren't stupid, you wouldn't ask such a low-class question. The young man's expression changed. Before he could say anything, there was already a wave of scolding. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he talk to Brother Lu like this? Brother Lu is ranked 9632 in the Star Webcast Tripod realm. You're wrong. That was yesterday's ranking. Today he's already at 9629. Hey, he improved again. Brother Lu's future is really boundless. He's already in the top 10,000 and can still maintain a steady increase in his ranking. He's indeed a super genius. After entering the Nine Suns Sacred Ground, Brother Lu's ranking will definitely increase greatly. Lu Jianyun turned his anger into pride. Did you hear that? What kind of existence was he? What are you standing there for? What are you waiting for? Ling Han shook his head. What? Are you here to be a mascot? Lu Jianyun was instantly enraged. He roared and charged at Ling Han. He couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't care if he was elegant or pretentious. Right now he just wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. To be able to rank in the top 10,000 of the Star Web, Lu Jianyun's strength was indeed extraordinary. He used his celestial arts, and a phantom image of a huge mountain appeared above his head. As he attacked, the mountains also fell towards Ling Han. It was so real that it seemed like they were going to smash him into pieces. He didn't use any artifact. It was just a reflection of his own strength. Ling Han sat still and waited for his opponent's attack to arrive. Only then did he throw a punch at Lu Jianyun. How could this punch be described? From Lu Jianyun's perspective, it was like a star was smashing at him. In front of such a punch, he was as insignificant as an ant. He was extremely helpless. Boom, the punch landed, and Lu Jianyun was instantly sent flying out of the stage. The cheers and cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. Lu Jianyun had been defeated with just one punch. How great was the difference in strength? TSK, this person has to be in the top 9,000 of the Star Web. That's right. The difference between the top 10,000 and the top 9,000 is like heaven and earth. Since this Ling Han is so strong, why did he fight in the arena? He could have directly obtained the right to register. Maybe he's deliberately showing off. Chapter 38:16. An old man walked out from the Holy Land, looking to be in his 60s. His strength was very strong and he was at least in the true self tier. Just by standing there he was like a sun attracting everyone's attention. The test is very simple. You will first be divided into groups of 10, and then sent to the barbaric berserk star. Fierce beasts run amok there, and it's an incredibly savage land. You have 10 days to hunt fierce beasts, and killing different fierce beasts will give you different points. The points will be recorded in the group, and after 10 days the remaining people in the group will split the points equally. The top 100 can become disciples of the Holy Land. Let me explain in detail. Before you enter the barbaric berserk star, each person will receive a special connecting device. This is made by the Holy Land, and is limited to the 7 great stars that the Holy Land's forces cover. On the barbaric berserk star, you cannot harm your competitors, but you can plunder and destroy your opponent's connecting devices. As long as you lose the connecting device, it means that you have failed this selection. In addition, a team must retain at least 3 members, or else no matter how high your points are, you will all be eliminated. Also, the connecting device can only contact team members at the moment, and ask for help from the Holy Land. If you encounter fierce beasts that are too powerful and will endanger your life, you can ask for help, but once you ask for help, you will be eliminated. Alright, now we will divide you into groups. The grouping was very simple. It was not by drawing lots, but by the order of obtaining the pass. In this way, Ling Han would have to be separated from the Empress and the others, and the Empress Hunyo, the large black dog, and the milk babies were quite likely to be in the same group, if it was a coincidence. Be careful. If you encounter danger, there is no harm in asking for help. Safety first, Ling Han said. And the Empress and Hunyo both nodded. However, cauldron forging and foundation building were selected separately. Though they all entered the barbaric berserk star, they definitely would not put foundation building and cauldron forging in the same group, so even if Ling Han and the Empress had obtained the pass together, there was nothing they could do. The crowd began to divide into groups, and very soon, groups of 10 people were formed. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and the Crucible Forging cultivators entered different transmission arrays. With a surge of light, they immediately disappeared. The teleportation was done in small teams, and the location of each teleportation was random. However, the Foundation Establishment cultivators were all in the southern hemisphere, while the Cauldron Forging cultivators were in the northern hemisphere. There was a formation separating them, so it was impossible for them to communicate with each other. Ling Han was at the very back of the line and waited for an hour before it was his turn. He stepped into the teleportation formation with his 9 teammates. In a flash of light, they had already arrived on another planet. Savage Storm Star was a celestial body without a sea. Its surface was covered with incomparably dense primitive jungles. The tall trees were thousands of feet tall, even taller than some mountains. The group of 10 appeared under a large tree. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. They were soft, and even if they fell they would not be injured. "Let's choose a leader first," a blue-robed youth said. "My name is Luo Shan and I have the Bright Moon Divine Body. I hope that I can lead everyone into the top 100. Hee, a mere 5th-rate divine body actually dares to be so confident," a green-robed man said disdainfully. He pointed at himself with his thumb. "Ma Gang, Heaven Tripod Realm, Golden Immortal Cauldron. All of you better stand to the side." Another person stood out. Huang Lingyun, Star Web ranked 8,532. What innate divine body. What golden immortal cauldron. These were all fake. Martial art depended on one's strength, and the Star Web rank was the best proof. Once Huang Lingyun said that, the 2 people from before immediately shut their mouths obediently. What a coincidence. A long-haired youth shook his head. Mulong, Star Web rank 8,366. Swoosh. Huang Lingyun immediately looked over and revealed a smile. "Then I'll have to ask for some advice. Come." Mulong naturally would not be afraid. The 2 of them leaped out and started a battle. Of course, they had no qualms about starting a battle here. However, what was surprising was that those trees were very, very sturdy. Furthermore, their leaves had a very powerful absorption effect. Hence, even though a large portion of the nearby trees had fallen, the destructive power was still contained within this region. Otherwise, the intense battle between 2 tripod forging experts would raise the nearby mountains to the ground. Ling Han yawned and did not look at the battle between Huang Lingyun and Mulong. After all, they weren't the strongest in the team and they weren't even in the top 3. He looked at one person. That was a man with an astonishingly tall and sturdy build. Even when he sat there, he was not much shorter than an ordinary person who was standing. He was like a small mountain, and from his body, Ling Han could see an incredibly vigorous power. His whole person was like a furnace that could incinerate the heavens and destroy the earth. Apart from this sturdy man, there was also a youth in purple robes. He had a slender figure and an elegant demeanor. He had an aura of otherworldly elegance. This person shouldn't be weak, but the rest were average. He was thinking about the rules that the 9 Sun Sacred Ground had come up with. 10 people to a group, and the points had to be distributed equally. If there were a few more burdens, wouldn't the entire team be dragged down? However, there was another rule. One could also kick out one's own people as long as the opponent's connector was destroyed. In that case, could it be lowered to the lowest number of 3 people? Unless there was a guarantee that all 3 people's connectors would not be lost, even if 2 of them were invincible, they would still be eliminated in the end. Hence, this rule was a little interesting. While he was thinking, Huang Lingyun and Mulong's battle had also stopped. After all, this was just a fight for the position of team leader and the right to speak. There was no need to reveal their trump cards. Moreover, more importantly, this was to understand the strength of each person in the team. Who needed to be roped in and who needed to be abandoned so that they wouldn't drag the team down. Huang Lingyun and Mulong acknowledged each other's strength after a short battle. The winner was Mulong. "I'll be the team leader. Does anyone have any objections?" Mulong said lightly. He walked in front of Ma Gang and asked, "Do you submit?" Ma Gang's expression changed. In the end, he lowered his head and said, "I submit." He had seen Huang Lingyun and Mulong's battle strength was indeed above his. He had no choice but to submit. Do you submit? Mulong asked Luoshan. I submit. Mulong revealed a satisfied smile and turned to the third person. Do you submit? I submit. Do you submit? I submit. Soon 5 people in the team had already agreed. Including Huang Lingyun, who had lost. Only Ling Han, the burly man, and the purple-robed young man had not expressed their opinions. Do you submit? Mulong walked in front of the burly man. I submit. The burly man raised his head. His hair was messy and his face was full of stubble. He was also dressed in animal skin and he looked like a savage. Mulong was stunned. Then I'll make you submit. He reached out to grab the burly man. Chapter 38:17. Mulong struck out with his palm. He was ranked around 8,000 on the star web, and his strength could be said to be extremely horrifying. Even though he didn't use his full strength in this palm strike, the momentum was still earth-shattering. The burly man moved. He stood up as if a small hill had suddenly turned into a huge mountain. Then he slapped Mulong. There was no brilliance and this palm was extremely simple. But as soon as the palm hit, Peng Mulong was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into a large tree, directly penetrating a human-shaped hole. Then he broke through the tree and continued to crash backwards. Mulong finally stopped after breaking 11 trees in one go. He fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was just a palm strike, and an expert ranked over 8,000 on the star web was sent flying. It was too shocking. This was something that no one had expected. They all looked at this burly man in shock. It turned out that this was a great hidden expert. Even the purple-robed young man put away his indifferent expression and began to carefully size up the burly man. You. The burly man pointed at Huang Lingyun. Are you convinced? Huang Lingyun couldn't help but feel extremely depressed. The one who had been strutting around was Mulong, so why did he want to settle the score with her? However, the other party had sent Mulong flying with a single slap. Mulong had indeed been careless, but this burly man was definitely terrifyingly strong and could be ranked in the top 8,000 of the star web. After entering the top 10,000, generally speaking, every 1,000 ranks was a crushing difference. But if one entered the top 1,000, there would be a huge gap every 100 ranks. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He still had to save face. However, the burly man strode over, his huge figure casting a long shadow. Are you convinced? From the looks of it, a slap was about to come down. Huang Lingyun could only open her mouth and say, I submit. The burly man grinned and said to everyone, My name is Wuxia, 19 years old this year. Puff. Many people directly spurted out their saliva. This burly, bearded man was actually only 19 years old. Which mountain did this savage come from? However, the people who were laughing immediately retracted their contemptuous expressions. This Wu Qiyuan was too powerful. With such strength, who could look down on him? Little brother Wu, let me experience it. The purple-robed youth finally stood up. He smiled gently as though he was harmless. My name is Yuan Tian. I haven't participated in the Star Web ranking battle, so I don't have any ranking. However, I should have cultivated a few more immortal cauldrons than all of you. When everyone heard this, they all sneered. What kind of joke was this? Did he think that they were all human cauldrons or earth cauldrons? He even cultivated a few more immortal cauldrons. How could he not be laughed to death? Yuan Tian didn't bother to explain. He took out his immortal cauldrons one by one and hung them above his head. 1 gulp, 2 gulps, 3 gulps, 4 gulps. Everyone was shocked. For cauldrons, it was actually 4 cauldrons. Everyone knew that the peak of the cauldron forging realm was the Heaven Cauldron realm. In other words, cultivating 3 cauldrons was enough. Cultivating 4 cauldrons was breaking through the limit. Who can break the limit? A genius among geniuses. This Yuan Tian was too shocking. He actually cultivated 4 cauldrons. Even if he were to be placed on the web of stars, he would at least be ranked in the top 1,000, or even in the top 700. Who would have thought that such a monster would appear among them? Wu Qiyuan scratched his head with his thick and long fingers and said with some confusion, Hey, you also have 4 immortal cauldrons. You made my crippled master lie and said that there are less than 1,000 people like you in the entire universe. Everyone choked again. Did you hear what this guy said? Yeah. This guy also had 4 cauldrons. Yuan Tian originally had a pretentious expression on his face, but now it immediately collapsed. He looked extremely depressed. How were they divided in this group? There were actually 2 people with 4 cauldrons. To be able to break through the limit and cultivate 4 cauldrons or even more, there were at most 1,000 people in the universe. But this was just a competition to enter the sect, and there were actually 2 such people in the group of 10. What kind of bullshit probability was this? Wu Qiyuan was lying. Yuan Tian secretly shook his head. This guy looked like the honest type. It was already incredible that he could lie, let alone say it so naturally. Failing to show off, Yuan Tian sighed. He was actually a very introverted person, which was why he had been restraining himself all this time, waiting for the best chance to shine on the stage. He had waited for this opportunity, but the effect did not meet his expectations, which made him very depressed. Fine, let's fight. His battle intent flared and his eyes flashed. Wu Qiyuan wasn't going to be polite. With a loud roar, he charged toward Wu Qiyuan like a raging bull rampaging through the air. Don't be fooled by his lack of fancy tricks. His body was astonishing, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. This was a clear indication of his terrifying strength. If any cauldron was hit by him, it was guaranteed that they would be in a miserable state. Yuan Tian didn't dare take this head-on. He flipped his cauldron upside down and 2 white and 2 black lights descended, forming a barrier. He retreated again and again. Bang bang bang. Wu Qiyuan smashed through the black and white barriers one by one. His speed wasn't affected at all. Damn, are you made of immortal gold? You're a freak. Yuan Tian couldn't help but curse. Wu Qiyuan, on the other hand, remained silent. He had grown up in the primordial forest and fought with powerful vicious beasts every day. Even if he could fight a vicious beast to the death, he would still be able to open his mouth and speak. His fighting style was extremely primitive. He would fight in close quarters, using his powerful physique to take on his opponent's attacks, and then use his explosive strength to kill his opponent. Faced with such a desperate stance, Yuan Tian was extremely depressed. Any technique was useless in front of such a barbaric method. Too barbaric, too unskilled. After exchanging a few more blows, his temper flared and he no longer dodged. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His hands turned into palms as he met Wu Qiyuan's attack head-on. Boom boom boom. After exchanging over 10 blows, both of them were trembling. Wu Qiyuan grinned. How satisfying. He was forced back dozens of meters, but after a shake of his body, he charged forward again as if nothing had happened. Yuan Tian, on the other hand, wanted to vomit blood. His physique was far from being as strong as Wu Qiyuan's, and fighting like this was too disadvantageous for him. With a solemn expression, he let out a long howl and green swords appeared around him. Wu Qiyuan arrived. Xiu xiu xiu. Those azure swords immediately slashed at him. The swords were too sharp, and they left behind gashes on his naked body. Although they weren't deep, they still managed to injure this bull-like fellow. Kill? However, the blood only made Wu Qiyuan even more berserk. His eyes were scarlet red, and his attacks became even sharper, forcing Yuan Tian to fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, if he continued to hold back, he would undoubtedly die. Ling Han shook his head and strode forward. He had to mediate. Chapter 38:18. Ling Han strode forward, heading towards the battlefield. Hey, do you want to die? That's not a battle you can interfere in. 2 members immediately warned him loudly, but there were also some who watched coldly from the sidelines. In any case, it was fine as long as the number of people in a team was no less than 3, and they could just eliminate some trash. In this way, the remaining people would have stronger battle prowess, and their average score would naturally be higher. Wu Qiyuan punched out, the tip of his fist tearing through the air, forming a large number of vortexes, turning into the eye of a storm, the scene like the end of the world. This guy was incredible, walking the path of a powerful fleshly body. In the future, perhaps he would become a great existence that could dazzle the universe. Shwa shwa shwa, the green blade unceasingly slashed at his body, flashing with blood, but Wu Qiyuan only acted as if he did not know, fiercely punching out, simple, direct, and domineering. Peng, the punch landed, and Yuan Tian was instantly sent flying, but his counterattack was also incomparably fierce, leaving behind many wounds on Wu Qiyuan's body, causing blood to gush out. At this stage of the battle, it was truly the case of blades turning red, and true anger was being unleashed. No. Wu Qiyuan roared loudly, and like a violent bear he charged towards Yuan Tian, his whole body wrapped in gray energy, filled with terrifying destructive power. One side was going all out, so the other naturally could not hold back, or else they would either die in battle or be seriously injured. Moreover, Yuan Tian was also holding back a stomach full of anger, so why should he retreat? Who was afraid of who? He also roared loudly, a series of golden veined patterns appearing all over his body, and the 4 cauldrons also emitted endless immortal qi, transforming into an immortal sword, which slashed towards Wuxia. Not good. Everyone cried out in their hearts. If they clashed, the 2 of them would most likely be doomed. They had not even begun the hunt, but had already lost 2 of their generals because of internal strife. How were they going to compete with the other teams? Just at this time, Ling Han finally charged into the battlefield. His figure flashed and he stopped between Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian. In this way, both of their attacks were directed towards him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone could clearly see the strength of Yuan Tian and Wu Qiyuan. Yet, Ling Han had forcibly charged in between the 2 of them. This was equivalent to suffering the joint attack of the 2 of them. How could he possibly withstand it? It was over. He was definitely going to die. The 2 experts' attack speed was extremely fast. Even if they discovered that their opponent had changed to Ling Han, it was impossible for them to stop. Firstly, it would be too late. Secondly, if he retracted his attack but the other party didn't, the attack would still pass through Ling Han and hit him. That was courting death. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and continue to attack. Ling Han's attack didn't seem slow, but time seemed to slow down infinitely. One could clearly see that his left hand had grabbed Yuan Tian's wrist, and his right hand had grabbed Wu Yuan. Then the scene froze. What's going on? Everyone was petrified. The earth-shattering attack of the 2 geniuses was stopped just like that. Damn, everyone stared at Ling Han as if they were looking at a monster. All of them felt their scalps go numb and their hearts contract to the extreme. What kind of strength was this? To be able to so casually dissolve the crazy attack of Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian. In other words, not only was Ling Han's strength above Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian's combined attack, it was also a level higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so relaxed. It's just a competition for the position of leader. There's no need to be so impulsive. Ling Han opened his mouth and said indifferently. On the other side, Wu Yuan and Yuan Tian were also petrified. They knew better than anyone else. They felt that after being grabbed by Ling Han like that, they couldn't use the strength in their bodies at all. No, this description wasn't right. It should be said that there seemed to be a supreme god hidden within Ling Han's body. They could only bow down and worship him and couldn't even muster the heart to fight him. For geniuses like them, this feeling was really terrible. The 2 of them hurriedly calmed down and finally mustered some courage. But they still felt that their strength was severely suppressed. They couldn't help but be shocked. Even if their strength was equal, how much strength could they use against Ling Han? This was too terrifying. This guy who didn't make a sound was the most amazing person. This was obviously because of the immortal cauldron in Ling Han's body. Its level far surpassed that of a gold immortal cauldron. In a situation where their realms were equal, anyone would be affected. I'm not fighting anymore. Ling Han smiled and looked at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian was incomparably gloomy. He wanted to show off, but in the end he met someone who could do it even better. Now the limelight was all snatched by Ling Han. How could he not be gloomy? But Ling Han was too strong. What could he say? I'm not fighting anymore, he said honestly. Ling Han nodded and looked at Wu Yuan. What about you? Wu Yuan scratched his head. You're stronger than me. I'll listen to you. Ling Han smiled and let go of his hands. We're all in the same group. At least for these 10 days we'll work together. Yes. That's what we should do, Huang Lingyun hurriedly said. In the future we'll listen to this captain. He still didn't know who Ling Han was, but he had to hold on to this thick thigh. He was too strong. He was probably in the top 700 of the star web or maybe even higher. Ling Han shook his head. I'm not interested in being a captain. You should do it. He pointed at Yuan Tian. Ah. Yuan Tian pointed at himself, a little surprised. Ling Han actually didn't want to be a captain. He really had just come out to stop the fight. He indeed wanted to be the team leader, but that was only because of his introverted personality. He wanted to show off his strength, show off a little, and be admired by others. But now, this position had been given to him by Ling Han, and this had instantly caused him to lose the meaning and joy of showing off. I don't want to be a captain. He shook his head. Then you do it. Ling Han looked at Wu Yuan again. I'm not as strong as you. I can't do it. Wu Yuan also shook his head. Ling Han couldn't be bothered to be a captain, so he looked at Mu Long and said, Then you do it. Mu Long also wanted to refuse. There were 3 gods in the group and he, as a captain, couldn't command them at all. What was the point of being a captain? But just as he opened his mouth, he saw Ling Han's eyes turn sharp. He immediately stopped, not daring to continue. "All right, you're the captain," Ling Han said. "Let's begin the hunt." Hearing him mention business, everyone shivered. No matter who was the captain, they had to hurry up and hunt the beast. Otherwise, without enough points, they would all be eliminated. "Let's go." Mu Long braced himself and said. He waved his hand and led the way. The hunting group began to move, looking for traces of the beasts before launching their attacks. In this regard, Wu Yuan played a huge role. Chapter 38:20. Although the giant frog was large in size, its movements were extremely nimble. It flapped and leaped, sometimes standing up on its hind legs, its two front legs swiping at Ling Han as if it was a palm technique master. Sometimes it lay down on all fours, opening its mouth and sticking out its long tongue. It was like a ferocious spear, its penetrative power extremely terrifying, and even the curtain of starlight could be broken through. However, this kind of attack was also very taxing on the giant frog. It couldn't continuously use it, so a sudden attack was even more threatening. Of course, Ling Han's attack power was not inferior to that of the toad. The heavenly flames were of an extremely high level, and as he punched out, the giant toad became extremely fearful and had to dodge. Otherwise, a single hit would leave a charred hole in its body. Both sides were wary of each other, and the battle immediately became entangled. "Let's go." Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian exchanged a glance, then leapt into the fray. However, no one else made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to make a move. It was just that they didn't have the qualifications to do so. How could they, who were merely at the Heaven Cauldron and Earth Cauldron realm, withstand the attacks of at least 5 Cauldron realm experts? Actually, if Ling Han went all out, it wasn't that he couldn't defeat this giant frog, but it wasn't necessary. This wasn't just a test for him, so why did he have to do all the work? Besides, the fewer people who know about the ultimate move, the better. Why would he use it if it wasn't necessary? With the addition of Wu Qiyuan and the other two, the giant frog immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. With Ling Han as a distraction, the combat power of the 4 cauldrons could be fully unleashed. How could such destructive power be belittled? Croak! The giant frog roared loudly, and the sound waves transformed into waves. This was an AoE attack, the perfect weapon to deal with group attacks. Ling Han was naturally fearless, while Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian each had their own ways to neutralize the sound wave attack. Both of them took out their mystic instruments and blocked the sound wave attack. Next, they launched a powerful counterattack. After dozens of moves, the giant frog was already at its wit's end. It was already injured, and now that it was being attacked by 3 people, it couldn't hold on any longer. The giant frog began to fight with everything it had. Its long tongue spat out randomly like a divine spear. It could be said to be unstoppable, and not even the barrier of starlight could stop it. It was extremely powerful. Ling Han and the other two did not dare to face them head-on. Instead, they kept moving around. This kind of eruption would definitely not last for long. The giant frog took the opportunity to escape, but Ling Han and the other two caught up, forcing it to continue fighting. After another 10 minutes or so, the giant frog finally ran out of energy and was killed by Ling Han and the other two. Phew, it's finally done. Yuan Tian panted heavily. He also had some injuries on his body which were left from the fierce battle, but they were all light injuries. Wu Qiyuan wasn't much better off. His fighting style was rougher than Yuan Tian's, so he suffered heavier injuries. However, his physique was strong, so these injuries didn't matter. Only Ling Han was an exception. In fact, he could deal with that giant frog by himself, so he naturally wouldn't be injured. He seemed to be extremely relaxed and didn't look like he had just fought a great battle. Huang Lingyun's group of 7 gathered around and began to cut up the giant frog. The flesh and blood of a vicious beast of this level was extremely nutritious. There was no reason to waste it. Oh, there's actually a demon core. Mu Long suddenly cried out excitedly. What demon core? Ling Han glanced over and saw that Mu Long was holding a jade green pearl the size of a walnut. Brother Ling, you don't know about demon cores? Yuan Tian asked with surprise. I really don't know. Ling Han shook his head. Only this kind of vicious beast can give birth to demon cores. They usually have special effects such as fire resistance or cold resistance. Some can even be used to refine pills or create formations. They're extremely valuable, Yuan Tian explained. Ling Han was shocked. He really hadn't known about demon cores, and they were extremely valuable as well. In truth, demon cores were just too rare. Not even 1 in 100 vicious beasts could give birth to one, and vicious beasts with demon cores were extremely powerful. Mulong had brought the demon core over. Although everyone wanted it, Ling Han's group of 3 had been the ones to kill the giant frog. No one else had the qualifications to get a share. Ling Han took the demon core and studied it carefully, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He connected to the star web and searched for the giant frog's information. Finally, he found something. This was most likely the detoxification pearl. As its name suggested, it was able to neutralize toxins. Even though it was born from a cast tripod realm giant frog, it could neutralize toxins that were at the life elixir class. However, it required the detoxification pearl to be crushed and consumed. It wasn't like other toxins, which required the detoxification pearl to be placed in the mouth or placed on the wound. Haha, our luck isn't bad. We actually encountered a vicious beast that can give birth to a demon core. Laughter echoed as 5 men walked out from the forest. Seeing Ling Han and the others looking over, one of the men had a cold expression. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and hand over the demon core. Then, obediently smash the connector so that you don't have to suffer, another man said. This was to reduce the number of competitors and earn a demon core at the same time. Fang Ming. Huang Lingyun recognized one of the men and immediately introduced him to everyone. An expert ranked over 6,000 on the star web. Fang Ming placed his hands behind his back and displayed an arrogant attitude. Since you all know who I am, what are you all waiting for? Why was there only 5 of them in their team? That was because the other 5 were too weak. Fang Ming felt that they were a burden and destroyed all their connecting devices. From a certain perspective, teammates were also competitors. 5 people was enough. However, Huang Lingyun and the others weren't afraid. They had 3 insane individuals in their team. What was a star web rank of over 6,000? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. And Fang Ming and the others were surprised that these people weren't afraid of them. Alright, the youngsters these days really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A red-robed man walked out with a gloomy expression. He pointed at one of the members in Ling Han's team and shouted, "Kneel! Damn, they are truly arrogant." Yuan Tian said leisurely with a mocking expression. He finally had a chance to act cool. It felt great. Who do you think you are? The red-robed man asked coldly. I'm your grandpa. Yuan Tian laughed. The red-robed man couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. He raised his head to the sky and laughed a few times. He then looked back at Yuan Tian. Although it's forbidden to kill here, it doesn't say that you can't beat people up. A loose tongue can cause trouble. I will make you regret it. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Come, grandson. Yuan Tian curled his finger, his attitude extremely disdainful. The red-robed man snorted and took large strides towards Yuan Tian. Get down, he said loudly. He struck out with his palm and the light of lightning surged. Chapter 38:21. The red-clothed man attacked, and Yuan Tian laughed out loud, slapping the red-clothed man in the face. A slap and the red-clothed man was sent flying. A silhouette streaked past and he fell to the ground motionless. Fang Ping and the others' faces twitched, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. He had sent his comrade flying with a single slap. What kind of strength was this? They had kicked a metal plate. Yuan Tian's desire to show off had already broken through the sky. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards Fang Ping and the others. How about it? Does anyone else want me to kneel? Sorry for my rudeness. Fang Ping cupped his hands and gave his 3 companions a look. The 4 of them turned and ran at the same time. Run. This man was likely to be ranked in the top 5,000 of the star web or even higher. They could not fight him head-on. Little Wu, help me out. Yuan Tian called out as he ran after them. All right. Wu Qiyuan also rushed out, his body like a raging bull, rumbling as he stomped on the ground, causing the ground to reverberate. With the 2 of them working together, Fang Ping and the others could not escape at all. They were forcefully blocked. Since these people had taken the initiative, Yuanian didn't mind doing the same. He showed off a little more, and after robbing the 5 of them, he destroyed all the connectors of Fang Ping and the others. This way the 5 of them were eliminated. Fang Ping and the others left angrily, but they did not dare to say anything. Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian were too strong, at least for now. Let's go. Let's continue. Ling Han smiled. They continued to hunt for ferocious beasts, but although they killed many for the day, they did not encounter any more ferocious beasts that had nurtured a demon core. At night they dug a hole and slept. After a night, the sky gradually brightened. They faced the morning sun and cultivated just like before. During the day they continued to hunt. It was as if they had become people seeking a living in the primitive forest. On the 5th day they walked out of the forest, and a huge grassland appeared in front of them. The grass was as tall as a person, and if they did not jump up, their eyesight would be greatly affected, and they would not be able to see far. Ling Han's group of 10 walked on the grass. To the casting cauldron, as long as they had a little bit of power to borrow, they would be able to walk on air. Naturally, walking on the grass was no problem at all. They continued to hunt and had a bountiful harvest. There was a type of ferocious beast on the grassland that resembled a bull, but it had 3 horns and 6 legs. It moved in groups of 3 to 5 and was suitable to be hunted by small teams. Just like that, it was the 7th day. On this day they continued their pursuit as usual, but all of a sudden, everyone felt the ground tremble violently. What's the situation? The 10 of them were puzzled. At first, they thought that there was a great battle taking place in the distance. A battle at the casting cauldron level could definitely cause such an effect. But soon the tremors became more and more intense. The grass was like waves rising and falling. Wu Qiuan pointed to the sky and saw countless black shadows appear on the horizon. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly what they were. I can see it clearly from so far away. Must be huge. Are they the ones that caused the earth to tremble? In just a short while, the silhouettes of those black shadows could be seen clearly. There were at least a few thousand lions with wings. They were astonishingly huge, and even from so far away they still emitted a terrifying aura. Within the team, some of the weaker people's legs had already turned to jelly. They had been intimidated by the aura, and this was a complete suppression of the natural order of life. Quick, squat down. These ferocious beasts are looking for food. Wu Qiuan shouted. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the tips of the grass and hid in the grass. These lion beasts were at least at the 4 cauldron or 5 cauldron level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such a terrifying aura. 1 or 2 was nothing, but if several thousand of them charged at them together, who could withstand them? Even Ling Han couldn't do it. However, the rumbling of the earth grew more and more intense, and the ground rippled like a carpet. Something's not right. Ling Han frowned. Those lion beasts were flying in the sky. No matter how strong they were, how could they cause the ground to tremble like this? He flew on his artifact and arrived at a higher altitude. His eyes looked over and his expression instantly changed. Quick, run, he shouted down and immediately turned around. Whoosh, he rapidly flew away. Everyone else didn't understand what was going on, but even Ling Han had fled in such a panic. How could they dare not run? Thus, they all flew on their artifacts, closely following Ling Han. After soaring into the sky, they naturally looked back. What they saw caused them to be overwhelmed with shock. On the horizon, there were countless bulls charging in their direction. There were at least 100,000 of them, and the reason they were charging so crazily was because of the lion beasts in the sky. From time to time, one of them would swoop down and grab a bull, instantly tearing it to shreds and allowing the lion beasts to split it among themselves. They had encountered a group of lion beasts hunting and eating, but the herd of bulls was still charging in their direction, dragging them down with them. Whether it was a few thousand lion beasts or 100,000 bulls, they were all incomparably terrifying. They could easily annihilate their entire team. Even if everyone who had entered this place joined forces, they could only retreat in the face of such a situation. Whoosh, a scarlet light shot over from the distance. Ah! One of his teammates instantly screamed as he was struck by the scarlet light. A bloody hole suddenly appeared in his lower abdomen, and he fell head first to the ground. Ling Han was already too late to save him. He hurriedly said through the communication device, "Hurry up and ask for help." At this time, apart from the mighty figures of the Holy Land, who else would dare to save him? He could only give up. He looked at the group of lion beasts. It was precisely one of them that had shot out a scarlet light and easily injured a person. The distance was so far, but the power of one attack was still so powerful. That lion beast had to at least have a cultivation of 6 cauldrons. Fuck, in the entire universe, there were only a mere 1,000 martial artists who had reached 4 cauldrons. How could vicious beasts easily reach 5 cauldrons or 6 cauldrons? The cultivation system of vicious beasts is different. Their growth is completely determined by their bloodline. Whatever level they should be able to reach, they will reach that level after they mature. It will not be affected by talent. However, once they reach the upper limit of their bloodline, they will lose the possibility of advancing further. This was what Wu Yuan said through the communication device. To think that he still had the mood to explain to Ling Han after hearing Ling Han's muttering. So that was how it was. Hey, were those 7 milk babies considered vicious beasts? They did not need to cultivate, but their cultivation levels were increasing bit by bit. Even Khanate holy physiques could not do this. It was completely in line with the vicious beasts' method of cultivation. However, if they were vicious beasts, each and every one of them had extraordinary intelligence. They were completely different from vicious beasts. It was strange. Ling Han collected his thoughts and hurriedly descended from the sky. Then he put away the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Flying in the sky was even more unsafe. He had completely become a living target for the lion beasts. He could still neutralize 1 or 2 attacks, but what about dozens or even hundreds of attacks? It was better to obediently run on the ground. Chapter 38-22. The advantage of flying on a magic tool was that it could fly, not increase one's speed. Therefore, this was a plane without any obstacles, so there was no need to fly or leap. Therefore, running on foot was not slow at all. They ran, and sure enough, they were not attacked by the lion beasts. The 9 of them felt lucky, but good times did not last long. They immediately discovered another problem. A herd of raging bulls. They were too fast, so fast that they were even faster than the group's running speed, and they were closing the distance. This was too dangerous. If a herd of raging bulls were to collide with them, then even a life core warrior would be trampled to death. There were too many raging bulls, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Which cauldron could withstand it? Damn, how can the bulls be so fast? 6 legs? What do we do now? If he kept running forward, then with the speed of the barbaric bulls, they would definitely be able to catch up. However, if he ran to the sides and avoided the direction in which the herd of barbaric bulls was running, this was also a big problem. Because running diagonally would definitely be a long distance, it was possible that before he ran out of the area where the barbaric bulls were charging, he would already be caught. We still have to split up. If we are really caught up by the bulls, we will use our magic tools to fly at a low altitude. As long as we don't get hit by the bulls, we will be fine. Ling Han came up with an idea. Okay. Everyone nodded. This was the only way. Take care. Everyone said through the communication device. In this kind of situation, it was impossible for them to stay together. If they insisted on waiting for each other, it would be a suicidal behavior. They all ran to the left, not daring to deviate too much, or else the bulls would quickly catch up. Fortunately, although the bulls ran faster than them, they did not overtake them by a large margin. Therefore, they did not have to worry about being run over by the bulls for a while. As they ran, they found that the grass had alarmed other teams, and they also joined the escaping team. If any team dared to stay and fight, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would only be crushed into pieces. After so many days, the majority of the teams had walked out of the forest and entered the grassland. Hence, they were all caught up in the chaos and joined the mighty escape. Some people reacted a little slower and were immediately drowned in the horde of vicious beasts. It was unknown if they were trampled to death or if they called for help in time and were rescued. In short, hunters like them had all become prey and could only flee for their lives. Ling Han was separated from the others. Now that everyone was busy with their own matters, how could they have the time to care about others? Activating so close, yet worlds apart, his speed was astonishing. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the edge of the barbaric bull's territory. With just a few more leaps, he would be able to escape from the danger zone. However, right at this moment, a streak of crimson light shot over. Ling Han activated his astral light screen and blocked the attack. He turned his head and saw a lion beast staring at him. Fuck, there is beef everywhere. Why are you targeting me instead of eating it? Tired of beef and wanted a change. The lion beast opened its mouth, and another streak of crimson light shot out towards Ling Han. Ling Han used his astral light screen to block it again, but the crimson light's destructive power was too terrifying. With just one attack, the light screen was shattered. This fellow's strength was not weaker than the giant frog from before. Actually, Ling Han was not afraid of a battle. However, once a battle started, he would be surrounded. This was naturally an extremely stupid thing to do. I'll remember you, Ling Han said as he ran diagonally without looking back. Perhaps the lion beast really wanted a change of taste. It actually flapped its wings and left the pride, chasing after Ling Han. Seeking death? Ling Han sneered in his heart. As long as you leave the group, see if I don't beat you to death. He thought to himself as he ran. However, he did not use so close, yet worlds apart. He slowed down so that the lion beast wouldn't lose him. With one chasing relentlessly and the other intentionally seducing him, they naturally maintained a situation of not abandoning each other. After walking for a while, Ling Han decided to fight. He suddenly stopped, turned around and faced the ferocious beast in the sky. The lion beast flapped its wings and slowly descended. It raised its head and there was a kind of incomparable arrogance in it. It was a top-tier predator, and it had a kind of pride as the king of beasts in its bones. Ling Han cracked his fingers. "Come, I'll teach you how to be a human today." The lion beast's intelligence was limited. It did not chase after Ling Han because this new prey was interesting. Instead, it really wanted a change of taste. There was no need for it to be so proud of its prey. Thus, it immediately rushed towards Ling Han, opened its mouth and slashed wildly with crimson light. Ling Han punched out, shattering the streaks of crimson light. When the last streak of crimson light was also destroyed, the lion beast had already arrived. It spread its wings and quickly turned around, slashing one of its wings at Ling Han. This was like a divine blade. The tip of the wings emitted a cold, iron-like light, and it was definitely able to cut through iron like mud. Ling Han snorted. His fists were wrapped with destructive energy as he immediately executed the demon monkey fist. There was only one move, but this was an emperor art. A single punch was sufficient. Bang! A single punch blasted through, and the lion beast was instantly sent flying. It crashed heavily on the ground and struggled violently. Its wings flapped wildly and its forelegs kicked frantically. It was as though it was drunk and was tossing and turning on the ground, unable to stand up. In just half a minute it stopped moving and laid quietly on the ground. There was a large amount of blood gushing out from its chest, and its vitality was severed. Ling Han also sat on the ground. It might be just a single punch, but it seemed to have sucked out all his energy. If there were still enemies, he would definitely be able to fight again. However, he wouldn't be able to circulate the demon monkey fist for a long period of time. Emperor Art was an absolute divine ability that only the ancestral king could casually execute. After Ling Han rested for a moment, he dissected the lion beast and wanted to see if there was any demon core. To his disappointment, there wasn't any. He didn't waste it and kept the lion beast into his spatial artifact. This was a cast tripod realm ferocious beast, and its flesh and blood were great nourishment. How could he miss it? I don't know what the situation is like outside. I better not go there first. Ling Han looked at the surrounding environment. He was at the foot of a mountain. This mountain wasn't tall or big. Compared to the giant tree that was thousands of feet tall, it could only be considered a small mound. He took large strides and planned to take a roundabout route. After walking for a while, he faintly smelled a fragrance. As an outstanding alchemist, Ling Han was certain that this was the smell of an immortal herb. He survived a great calamity and was going to give him an immortal herb? Ling Han naturally wouldn't miss it. He followed the fragrance and soon, a cave appeared in front of him. The fragrance was coming from the cave. The immortal herb was in the cave. Ling Han pondered for a moment and didn't act rashly. He temporarily turned off the connection device and put on the void beast skin before walking into the cave. There were plenty of powerful ferocious beasts here and he had to be careful. Chapter 38-24. Phew, Brother Ling, you're finally here again. Ah, I thought you were dead. I was worried for nothing. As soon as he connected to the Holy Lands network, Ling Han immediately received several messages. Are you all alright? Ling Han asked. Sai, we're in trouble. Including you, there are only 5 of us left, Yuan Tian said. Only half of them were left. Ling Han sighed, but thinking about how dangerous the situation was, it was already good that half of them survived. Are you all together now? He asked. Yes, after avoiding the barbaric bull tide, we've been together again. You're the only one left now. Alright, I'll be right there. The connector actually had many functions. As long as the map was brought up, it would show the location of the team members. It was very convenient. Therefore, all Ling Han had to do was head in that direction. He used his movement technique and moved very quickly. After half a day he found Wuxia and the other 3. Each of them had more or less some injuries, which was enough to prove how terrifying the beast tide was. Although they had only been separated for 2 days, everyone felt like they had been reborn, and they were closer to each other. The 5 who had been eliminated were the weakest among them. Yuan Tian, Wu Qiyuan, Huang Lingyun and Mu Long were still standing, but Luo Shan, Ma Gang and the others had been eliminated, and no one knew if they were still alive. Let's continue. They moved forward and began hunting again. On the afternoon of the 9th day, everyone received a message. Now, I'll announce the score and remaining members of each team. Every 10 minutes, I'll also show everyone's location on the map. As expected, a notice board appeared in the Holy Lands network through the connector, listing the score and remaining members of each team. Ling Han's team was in first place, with a total of 752 points. On average, everyone had a little more than 150 points. The second-place team also had 684 points, but 6 people were still in the team, so the average score was even lower. The team in third place had exactly 600 points, but they only had 4 people, so on average each person's score would be 150 points, second only to Ling Han's team. Perhaps it would only be a matter of killing one more ferocious beast. With such intuition, everyone only needed to do a slight calculation to know which teams would be eliminated and which teams would advance into the top 100. More importantly, everyone's position appeared on the map almost instantaneously. It was basically saying, "Come on, kill this group of people and we'll be able to squeeze into the top 100. There was a lot of gambling involved in this. Eliminating the members of the enemy team might not necessarily allow one to squeeze into the top 100. This was because as long as the enemy team had more than 3 members, everyone's average score would be higher even if there was one less member. They could eliminate other teams or they could eliminate their own people. They could also continue hunting dire beasts. There were many options. This time, a great battle is unavoidable. Ling Han shook his head, but he was not afraid at all. He was already at the 4-cauldron realm, and his battle prowess was at least equal to that of a 7-cauldron realm martial artist. Their team was first in terms of overall score and average score, so they naturally had the initiative to continue hunting dire beasts to maintain their lead. But among the other teams, the slaughter had already begun. It was clear from the leaderboard that a team would disappear from time to time, while some teams' numbers would decrease sharply, and the individual rankings would immediately change. That night, Ling Han and the others were planning to find a place to rest when they heard Huang Lingyun say, "Not good. There are many people heading our way." They could see that there were many points on the map very close to them, and these points were very densely packed. They were clearly in cahoots. A quick count showed that there were as many as 30 of them. This was clearly not just one team. "Ah, how dare they have designs on us. We'll make sure they never return." Yuan Tian laughed. The flames of posturing were already burning. Wu Qiyuan only clenched his fists and did not speak. He was a simple person. He only had one word for it: fight. Ling Han was even more nonchalant. He was unperturbed as if he had not heard it all. Seeing that the 3 generals were like this, Huang Lingyun was naturally relieved. After a while, silhouettes appeared from all directions, forming a circle and surrounding them. Hand over the connecting device. The other side did not waste words. With such a good opportunity, how could Yuan Tian not show off? He strode out incomparably flamboyant. "You want the connecting device? Fine, but who can take 3 moves from me? I'll think about it." Ha ha ha. Many people began to laugh. "Idiot, we know that your team is amazing and has the highest score. Who would want to fight you one-on-one?" Damn, his posturing had failed. Yuan Tian's embarrassment turned to anger. Was it easy for him to show off? Why was it always being foiled? "I'll beat you all to death," he roared, taking the initiative to attack. "You're courting death." Those people immediately attacked, suppressing Yuan Tian. However, for cauldrons was still 4 cauldrons. This had broken the limit, so how could it be ordinary? The 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation were different from the 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation. The 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation were 4 cauldrons, but the 4 cauldrons obtained through cultivation could reach 5 cauldrons of power or even more. Yuan Tian's combat strength was close to 5 cauldrons, 2 minor realms higher than ordinary heavenly cauldrons. This made him like a tiger in a pack of wolves, able to do as he pleased. But a pack of wolves was still a pack of wolves. They were not defenseless sheep. Some of the 30 people were in charge of restraining Yuan Tian, while others launched powerful attacks from behind. This put a great deal of pressure on Yuan Tian. After all, those who could participate in the competition were all extraordinary, and those who had lasted until now were even more so. Before long, Yuan Tian was already stretched to the limit and cut a sorry figure. "I'm coming." Wu Yuan roared and charged into the fray. He was a brute and he charged forward, taking in all the attacks that came his way. His powerful physique could dissolve most of them, and then he launched a fierce counterattack that left his opponents unable to dodge. However, 2 fierce tigers still weren't enough to suppress this pack of wolves. Huang Lingyun and Mu Long also entered the fray. Although they were ranked in the top 10,000 of the star web in the current situation, their strength couldn't be considered strong at all. They could just barely protect themselves. Ling Han didn't take action. He just watched from the side. "Kid, you seem to be very free." Someone stared at him. Ling Han smiled. "You'd best not provoke me." "So what if I provoke you?" That person didn't believe him and walked over to Ling Han. Ling Han sighed and slapped out with his palm. Bang. That person's clothes, including their connectors, were all turned to dust. Just like that. Chapter 38-25. A single palm strike had eliminated one person. That person was not injured, but he was instantly turned into a naked pig, which naturally made him extremely angry and embarrassed. However, he did not dare to make a move. This palm strike didn't injure him in the slightest, only shattering his clothes and connectors. The difficulty was several times higher than killing him. How would he dare to provoke such an expert? He quickly covered his crotch with his hand and quickly retreated. Hiss, so this guy is the core of the team. The alliance of 30 people all looked over. That palm strike just now was enough to prove how terrifying Ling Han was. Let's attack together and get rid of him first. Alright. 20 of them immediately rushed over, while the remaining 9 entangled Yuan Tian and the others, not giving them a chance to support Ling Han. But does it work? Ling Han looked casual, but with every punch, a person would explode into a pig. After 10 punches, half of them had already exposed their white buttocks. This time no one dared to make a move. He was too strong to the point of being abnormal. Run. The remaining people all took to their heels and fled. However, since Ling Han had already made his move, how could he allow anyone to escape? He activated so close, yet worlds apart, and every time he caught up to them he would add another punch. After another 10 punches, the remaining 10 people also became naked pigs. When he turned around, Yuan Tian and the others also displayed their might, suppressing their opponents. At this point, the 30-man team was completely annihilated. They opened the map and saw that there was originally a dot of light that was approaching them, but now it was far away. Obviously, although these people couldn't see what had happened, they could guess what had happened when the 30 dots of light quickly disappeared. The 5 people here were too strong. They were outnumbered and defeated their opponents. The first-ranked team was indeed powerful. It was better not to provoke them. After the night, there was only one day left for the competition. Ling Han and the others continued to hunt. On the way they met a team of 4 people led by Lin Qi. But the two sides just met face to face and did not fight. In the afternoon they even met Jianghu's team. This beauty actually had as many as 15 people by her side. Clearly they were not from the same team, but because of her they had gathered together. The power of a beautiful woman could not be underestimated, especially someone like her. There was probably only one in tens of thousands of galaxies who could make it onto the beauty list. The closer it was to the end of the competition, the more intense the infighting became. From time to time, teams would disappear and teams would suddenly change from 6, 5, 4 to 3. As a result, the ranking of the teams changed very quickly, and the individual rankings changed even more rapidly. However, when the sun disappeared from the horizon, it meant the end of the competition. They received a notice that everyone was to gather at a place where there was a teleportation array to leave. After walking for half a day, Ling Han's group of 5 arrived at a simple campsite. However, there was an ancient mirror floating in the air. From time to time, a beam of light would flash past, emitting a chilling aura. Although vicious beasts had no intelligence, they would instinctively seek fortune and avoid danger, so they would naturally stay far away from this camp. Many people had already returned. There was no lack of people who had been eliminated midway or had lost their connection devices. They had all been sent here by the people of the 9 Suns Sacred Ground. This time they were not teleported in groups of 10, but in groups of 100. In a short while, everyone left the brutal violent planet and appeared in the 9 Suns Sacred Ground again. Those who had been eliminated early naturally left dejectedly, and even those who had persisted until the end of the competition would most of them be eliminated. The people of the Sacred Ground began to tally the scores, and then listed the top 100 according to the individual rankings. In fact, it was not only 100 but 103 because the final 4 people's scores were the same. Then they would relax a little and take all of them. There were 103 on the cauldron forging side, and 102 on the foundation building tier side, for a total of 205. For a sacred ground, such a number was not at all high. Even if it was the same for the next 9 years, there would only be a total of over 2,000 people, which could be said to be quite shabby. The Empress and the others passed smoothly, although their rankings were not the highest. Those who passed had entered the real Nine Suns sacred ground. The Foundation Building Tier disciples lived in the Foundation Building Valley, and the Cauldron Forging Tier disciples lived in the Cauldron Mountain. In the future, when they entered the Life Core realm, they would move to the Life Core Sea. From the True Self realm, they were qualified to live in the Sacred Palace. As the Nine Suns sacred ground only opened its doors to accept disciples once every 10,000 years, the gap in cultivation was very obvious. Those who could live for more than 10,000 years had to be at the True Self realm. There were very few in the True Self realm because True Self realm cultivators could live for 10,000 years at most. Those who could live for such a long time were basically extremely lucky and ate holy medicine that could prolong their life. However, it was not that there were no foundation building, cauldron forging, or even life core disciples in the sacred ground. This was because some elders would also accept a few disciples in private. Some of them were Tao children by their side. After receiving guidance, after a long time, a few naturally embarked on the path of cultivation. Because they had just entered the sacred ground, everyone behaved very low-key. In the sacred ground, everyone used the sacred ground special connection device and had internal use of contribution points. To put it bluntly, they were universe dollars. However, they could not use Tao stones to top up. Instead, they had to make actual contributions to the sacred ground in order to obtain contribution points. These contribution points included achievements in martial art or glory won for the sect. There were quite a lot of ways to earn contribution points. Ling Han learned in detail that the Nine Sun sacred ground did not have a sacred lord. There was only a substitute sacred lord. This was a rule set by the Nine Sun Saint back then. The Nine Sun Saint's proud ultimate technique was the Nine Sun Finger. Back then he was almost invincible in the world. After he failed to compete for the position of ancestral monarch, he devoted himself to research and cultivated an even stronger ultimate technique called the God-slaying art. However, the God-slaying art did not leave behind a cultivation technique. Instead, it was hidden by the Nine Sun Saint somewhere. Whoever could find the God-slaying art and learn it would become the sacred lord of the Nine Sun sacred ground. Why did the Nine Sun sacred ground recruit so few disciples? It did not match the status of a sacred ground at all. This was also a rule set by the Nine Sun Saint. The quality of the successor was not the quantity. It was just right for the limited resources to be gathered to nurture a powerful successor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Nine Sun Saint if they walked out? Ling Han felt that this saint was a bit extreme. That was because even those imperial clans did not have such rules, and there were no great emperors or ancestral kings that would hide their invincible techniques away so that their descendants would spend all their effort to find them. In that case, was it easy to learn the Nine Sun Finger? It was difficult. This was because only the substitute sacred lord could learn it. In order to become the substitute sacred lord, one had to first become a Taoist, stand out from the 9 Taoists, and be the first to reach the supremacy realm. Then one had to wait for the previous sacred lord to die or resign before they could succeed. In that case, no matter how smooth it would still take tens of thousands of years. The current substitute sacred lord had only lived for more than 60,000 years, so he could at least live for another 20,000 years. Therefore, the fastest way to obtain a sage technique was to find the God-slaying art and become the sacred lord. The Nine Sun Finger was naturally in the bag. Chapter 38-26. Every generation of disciples, including elders and substitute sacred leaders, had been searching for the whereabouts of the God-slaying art. However, no one had succeeded in the past 100 million years. Who knew where the Nine Sun Sage had hidden this sacred technique? Some people even guessed that the Nine Sun Sage had not created this technique that was said to be comparable to an emperor technique. He had only boasted about it because of his pride. In order not to embarrass himself, he could only say that he had hidden the God-slaying art. Nearly 100 million years had passed. Ling Han naturally could not deduce which was real and which was fake. He would first believe that the God-slaying art really existed. In the sacred ground, there was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated directly. It was called the Earth Mystic Art, which was equivalent to the sect master level. Ordinary disciples could cultivate the sect master level cultivation technique. It showed how rich the sacred ground was. Above the Earth Mystic Art was the Heaven Mystic Art, which was equivalent to the supremacy level. However, the heaven mystic art was not easy to obtain. It had to be exchanged with contribution points, and it could only be exchanged for techniques that did not exceed one's cultivation level. Above the heaven mystic art was the extreme yang meridian. This was a sage technique that only Taoists could cultivate. Other than that, the sacred ground had many secret techniques that could be exchanged with contribution points or tried one's luck. This was because one could pick up a stone by the side of the road and have a secret technique carved on it. Why did he do that? This was to encourage disciples to use their brains and find the god-slaying art. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. The Saint of Nine Sons had ruined all of his future disciples. Therefore, in summary, there were 4 points: contribution points, luck, Taoists, and the god-slaying art. Everything would be settled if one found the god-slaying art. Otherwise, one could only use contribution points to exchange for it or try one's luck or obtain some cultivation techniques and secret techniques after becoming a Taoist. Evidently, it was too difficult to find the god-slaying art. Becoming a Taoist also required time. Therefore, what Ling Han could do now was try his luck or earn contribution points. Trying one's luck was not reliable. Earning contribution points was the most reliable way. Although Tao stones could not be exchanged for contribution points, it did not mean that other things could not be handed over. For example, elixirs. The level of elixirs was also the standard to measure a faction. If one had a lot of resources but no alchemist could refine them into pills, it would be a huge waste. However, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. There would never be enough pills. Therefore, if they handed over the pills to the Holy Land, they would be able to exchange them for contribution points. Ling Han planned to start from there. He took a look. Between the foundation establishment and cauldron casting levels, the most expensive pills were the foundation transformation pill and the cauldron forging pill. What is the cauldron pill? After consuming it, it could form the core of an immortal cauldron and help the martial artist cultivate an immortal cauldron. Of course, it was only an aid and not a guarantee of success. This pill was extremely difficult to refine. Why this was because the alchemist needed to have at least 4 cauldrons of cultivation in order to condense the core with their own immortal cauldron power. But how many alchemists are martial art geniuses? Dual cultivation of martial arts and alchemy was already very rare, but dual cultivation was naturally even more difficult. Ling Han smiled. Wasn't this just right for him? He couldn't refine the foundation transformation pill now, so he didn't plan to hand over the remaining foundation transformation pills. Who knew if Ling Shi and the others would give him grandchildren or great-grandchildren? Therefore, it was better to keep the foundation transformation pills. He didn't know how long it would take to wait for a second person who could refine the foundation transformation pill. The cauldron forging pills pill recipe was also quite expensive. It sold for 5 million universe credits on the Star Web, but Ling Han still bought it. It was extremely practical and easy to sell. The buying and selling of things like pill recipes was done in real time. Ling Han had just paid the money, and the pill recipe had already appeared in his connecting device. He only needed to call it out to be able to check it out. Ling Han studied it carefully, then meditated and simulated it in his mind. After a few times he had some confidence. He continued to buy materials and transported them through the teleportation array. He spent money like water. First one and the others had become smarter. Otherwise, he would have collected tickets and made a lot of money. Forget it, it's all the same if I refine pills myself. After buying the ingredients, Ling Han shut himself in his room and concentrated on concocting alchemical pills. Empress, Lin Luo, and the others had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have to worry about being treated unfairly. Therefore, Ling Han only needed to work hard to earn contribution points. Even though he was the alchemy emperor, Ling Han still failed many times when he first started. However, it only took 2 days for Ling Han to refine the first batch of cauldron forging pill. The first success meant that Ling Han couldn't fail again. Ling Han continued refining. Except for the half an hour of cultivation in the morning, he spent the rest of his time refining pills. 10 days later he finally came out. He tidied himself up a bit, then went out and ran towards the Holy Palace. At the bottom of Cast Cauldron Mountain was a huge square. At one end of the square was the Holy Palace. There was a stone tablet in the middle of the square, which was surrounded by many people. What's so interesting about a blank stone tablet? Ling Han didn't understand. It wasn't like he hadn't seen this stone tablet when he entered the Holy Palace. It was blank and ordinary. Why was it surrounded by so many people? He walked over and heard the discussion of the crowd. Only then did he come to a realization. The stone tablet wasn't blank, but there were rows of names. What kind of ranking is this? Total contribution points. Is this to motivate one's competitive heart? Ling Han took a look. The first on the list was Gan Ping. He was a super genius ranked 188th on the star web, and his total contribution points were 206. The total contribution points didn't count consumption and represented one's contribution to the Holy Palace. As expected of Gan Ping. His talent is too terrifying. He only took 3 days to grasp the Dragon Spirit Sword technique. That's right. I haven't learned it yet. He's in the top 200 of the star web after all. He's indescribably monstrous. Everyone gasped in surprise, and Ling Han only found out after looking at the message on the connection device. It turned out that an elder had given a public lecture 7 days ago, imparting a set of Dragon Spirit Sword technique, and he had been so focused on concocting alchemical pills that he had turned off the connection device, so he had not received any news at all. Quickly learning a sword technique could also earn contribution points? Damn, didn't they say that secret arts had to be exchanged for with contribution points or found by luck? Ling Han couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have gone. Forget it. He would hand over the Cauldron Heart elixir first. Ling Han walked past the plaza and arrived at the entrance of the palace. There were guards here, and anyone below the True Self realm had to go through a report before entering. After knowing why Ling Han was here, the guard called for a comrade and asked him to bring Ling Han in to look for someone. The two of them quickly arrived at the elixir storage room. There was an elder sitting there calmly. Ulchin. The guard bowed respectfully. Why are you here to disturb me? The old man asked indifferently. This disciple wants to contribute an elixir. Oh. The old man didn't mind at all. What elixir? Cauldron Heart elixir. What? The old man immediately stood up with a burning gaze. Chapter 38-28. Seeing this, Ling Han smiled. If Elder Yen is in a difficult position, then give me the original price. How could Yen Dong keep his face? Was he going back on his word to a junior? No need, just 100 contribution points each. He was someone who cared about his face. Thank you, Elder Yen. Ling Han hurriedly bowed. He was just pretending to be polite. Oh no, what am I doing? Yen Dong's mouth twitched. He wanted to slap himself. Ling Han had already given in. Why did he have to be so stubborn about his face? He reaped what he sowed. The old man felt uncomfortable. He waved his hand indicating that Ling Han could leave. He wanted to be alone. The guard from before still led Ling Han out. His face was filled with envy and he said, Elder Yen is famous for his iron mask. You can obtain Elder Yan's recognition. In the future in the Holy Land no one should dare to bully you. Ling Han smiled. Even without Yen Dong's protection he wasn't afraid of anyone. When had Ling Han ever been afraid of someone at the same level? Ling Han was quite satisfied with this trip. He'd gotten 6,000 contribution points in one go. He could exchange them for some good things. He told the guard that he wanted to take a seat first. The guard didn't rush him. After all, this was Elder Yan's favorite. Ling Han opened the Sacred Lands connection device to search for the things he needed and could exchange for. He naturally ignored the medicinal pills. He could refine them himself. Using contribution points to exchange for them was stupid. But he still took a look. The price of the Cauldron Heart pill was actually 100 contribution points. Damn, so dark. Although Ling Han didn't lose anything, this was because Yen Dong had doubled the price. Normally it should be 50. However, other than requiring contribution points to exchange for the Cauldron Heart pill, there was also an explanation. That was, there was a limited quantity and only 3 pills were available every month. If more than one person applied for it, the Holy Land would decide which 3 pills to give to, or even all of them to a single person. Forget it, he wouldn't look. Ling Han had found the heavenly treasures, and this was what he was concerned about. In his hands, the value of the heavenly treasures could be multiplied. 9 exquisite grass, amethyst heaven's heart stone, and yellow flower fruit were dazzling to the eyes, causing Ling Han to be incomparably conflicted. He wanted this, he wanted that, but he only had so many contribution points. Which one should he choose? If others knew about this, they would definitely be filled with envy and jealousy. Other people would have to save up for months or even years to exchange for a single treasure, but you can choose a few. What else do you want? Ling Han wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He continued to check. Weren't there still cultivation techniques and immortal arts? He only took a glance and then shook his head. This was because the contribution points required to exchange for cultivation techniques and celestial techniques was too high. Even the lowest one required 1,000 contribution points. Chains? Of course not. How could a cultivation technique or secret technique that could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points enter Ling Han's eyes? He looked at something else. Array. Ling Han quickly fixed his eyes on an array called the Three-Faced Aquarius Array. This was a Life Core class array. In theory, it could kill a Life Core realm martial artist, but it was very troublesome to set it up. It required the heaven and earth environment to meet the requirements in order to change the power of heaven and earth and form a great array to kill a Life Core realm martial artist. Ling Han decided to exchange for this as it would become one of his trump cards in the future. If any Life Core realm martial artist wanted to kill him, he would set up the Three-Faced Aquarius Array, lure the opponent into the array and refine them alive. He submitted the exchange request, and because he had enough contribution points, 5,300 contribution points were immediately deducted from him. All the information about this array formation also appeared in his connection device. Without reaching the rank of an elder, he couldn't transfer all the cultivation techniques, secret techniques, elixir recipes, and array formations that could be exchanged with contribution points. Otherwise he would be punished for betraying the sacred ground. After exchanging, Ling Han set off once again and walked out of the palace. Previously he wasn't in a hurry to leave because if he wanted to exchange for the real thing, he would have to go to the sacred palace to get it, and he would have to make another trip. He left the palace, and he hadn't walked a few steps when he saw that the people who were originally surrounding the stone tablet in the plaza were all looking at him. They were all shocked. How could they not be shocked? This guy had obtained a total of 6,000 contribution points, leaving Gan Ping, who was in second place, far behind. Ling Han didn't care and he walked with large strides. He still had to study the array formation. He didn't hand over all the cauldron heart pills, but left a portion for auction on the star web. Otherwise he couldn't just sit around and eat them all, right? After the auction he asked the large black dog to make a trip, and as usual the Chang clan was responsible for the transportation. This gave him a large amount of universe coins, and Ling Han rented the time house to quickly master the Three-Faced Aquarius Array. More than 10 days passed, and Ling Han walked out of the time house with a smile on his face. He had already thoroughly understood this array formation, and he could try to make the array foundation. He put on the Sacred Land connection device again, and found that many people were discussing the matter of his contribution points. Suddenly obtaining so many contribution points naturally attracted the curiosity of others, wondering if there was something fishy about it. And the Sacred Palace also explained that Ling Han had used the Cauldron Heart Pill to exchange for contribution points. Because it was his first time, and because the Cauldron Heart Pill was too precious and practical, they gave him double the contribution points. This was naturally Yen Dong's excuse. He couldn't say that he had cheated himself, could he? Many people expressed envy, but there were also some who made sarcastic remarks, such as Gan Ping, who said that alchemy was a minor path, and martial art was the true path. Which alchemist had become an ancestor king? Ling Han only chuckled. This was completely jealousy and there was no need to take it to heart. However, everyone also guessed that Ling Han was definitely a genius alchemist, and had even formed 4 cauldrons, which was a prerequisite to concocting the Cauldron Heart Pill. For cauldrons, what kind of concept was that? Among the current cast cauldron martial artists, Ling Han's strength could be ranked in the top 1,000. Previously, Ling Han was in seclusion, but now that he came out, many people immediately came to visit him, trying to curry favor with him. It was mainly because of his alchemy prowess that he hoped Ling Han would be able to help them concoct the Cauldron Heart Pill. After all, it was far too difficult to use contribution points to exchange for the Cauldron Heart Pill. Even though Ling Han had easily obtained 6,000 contribution points, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to obtain even a single contribution point. Master, Fairy Tan wishes to see you. A Dao child came to report to Ling Han. In the sacred ground, every disciple would be accompanied by a Dao child to handle some trivial matters. This Dao child of Ling Han's was called Mingyu. He was only 14 or 15 years old, and he had just broken through to the secret realm not long ago. Ling Han took a look at him and saw that this half-grown child's face was full of admiration, and he looked as if his soul had left his body. Well, he must have been smitten by Tan Meng. She was indeed a stunner on the exceptional beauty list, and even such a young man had fallen for her. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Please come in. Chapter 38-29. A Beautiful Romance. Mingyu hurriedly ran off to invite someone, and in a short while, there was the sound of jingling ornaments, and an exquisite beauty appeared in front of Ling Han. Even with Ling Han's picky eyes, he had to admit that this woman was indeed beautiful, beautiful to the point of being otherworldly and elegant, even more beautiful than the demon princess, second only to the empress in Hunyo. One had to know that she was only ranked 53rd on the exceptional beauty roll. If she was in the top 10, what kind of beauty would she have? Probably she would really be comparable to Hunyo and the empress. Ling Han sized up this seductive beauty with an appreciative gaze. She had a slender figure and was clearly exquisite and beautiful, but because her slender waist was barely bunched, it inevitably made both her breasts appear very voluptuous, adding a hint of charm. "Greetings, senior brother Ling," she smiled faintly, revealing a little bit of her pearly white teeth, looking very charming. Mingyu was already dumbfounded, her small face flushed red. Ling Han was only appreciative, and naturally wouldn't be flustered. He smiled faintly. "Greetings, junior sister." "Senior brother, are you disdainful of me, not even inviting me to sit?" Tan Meng said faintly, as if she had been mistreated, making one's heart melt. Ling Han stretched out his hand and said, "Please sit." Tan Meng finally broke into a smile, instantly like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond compare. She sat down in an incredibly elegant posture, and just looked at Ling Han quietly, not speaking. Ling Han sighed and said, "Mingyu, don't look anymore, quickly go make some tea." Mingyu seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly turned around. Peng, in her haste, she even bumped into a pillar. Thankfully, she didn't use any force or the pillar would definitely break. Seeing this, Tan Meng couldn't help but cover her small mouth and laugh lightly. Ling Han shook his head. "Once junior sister comes, even I, a Dao attendant, can't do anything." "Senior brother Ling, are you saying that I'm a femme fatale?" Tan Meng asked with a smile. "I wouldn't dare." Tan Meng laughed again. "Senior apprentice brother, you are too modest. With your 4-cauldron cultivation and your achievements in the Pill Dao, you are definitely in the top 3 among this batch of disciples. What is there to be afraid of?" Although the flattery was good, what had Ling Han been through? How could he be flattered so easily? He smiled. "If there's anything you want to say, just say it." "Senior apprentice brother, what are you saying? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do?" laughed Tan Meng. "Sure." Ling Han nodded. "I'm a straightforward person. Why don't we go to the bedroom and be honest with each other?" The smile on Tan Meng's face immediately disappeared. She had never thought that Ling Han would be so direct. It was true that she saw Ling Han in a different light, but it was not in terms of a man or a woman. Instead, it was because she had taken a fancy to Ling Han's ability in alchemy that she wanted to use her personal charm to charm Ling Han. In her heart, the person who could be her son-in-law had to be in the top 100 of the star web. Although Ling Han had cultivated 4 cauldrons, that was all. He was at most in the top 700 of the star web, and he was still far from the top 100. "Senior apprentice brother Ling, you must be joking." Tan Meng forced a smile. "I never joke about this." Ling Han shook his head with a serious expression. Tan Meng was suddenly at a loss for words. She felt as if she had met a hooligan, and she was powerless to resist. Her beauty wasn't just for show. Her intelligence was also outstanding. Otherwise, wouldn't she be a pretty face and an idiot? However, when she encountered someone like Ling Han who didn't walk the normal path, it was as if her emotional intelligence and intelligence had short-circuited. Fortunately, Mingyu just happened to send tea over. She hurriedly drank it while calming her emotions and sorting out her thoughts. She decided that she could not be polite anymore. Otherwise, she would be teased to death by Ling Han. "Senior apprentice brother Ling, actually, I did come this time to ask senior apprentice brother for help." Ling Han, on the other hand, sighed softly. "So, you are still playing with me?" Tan Meng was instantly speechless. "Playing with you? Would I dare to play with you? It was clearly you who was teasing me." She finally understood that Ling Han did not treat her as a goddess or a fairy. He did not have any feelings for her. Otherwise, no man would speak to an interested lady like that. "I want to ask senior apprentice brother to help me refine a cauldron of moon elixir." She pretended not to hear Ling Han's words and directly stated her purpose. Moon elixir. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "Oh." He did not know how to refine the moon elixir, but he had seen the introduction of this elixir before. It had nothing to do with cultivation, but it could increase one's charm. Temperament was something intangible, but it was said that the moon elixir could increase one's temperament and charm. It was obvious that Tan Meng was not satisfied with being the 52nd on the beauty rankings. She wanted to be the 40th, 30th, or even higher. 4 powerhouses, it was easy to tell whether or not they had changed their appearance. However, temperament was a different story. Ling Han laughed. I never refine pills for free. How about we go to the bedroom to talk? Tan Meng's expression immediately changed. Senior apprentice brother, don't joke around. I'm such a serious person. How could I joke about such a thing? Ling Han said solemnly. In the end, Tan Meng could not stand it any longer. After saying that her body was unwell, she hurriedly left. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. This woman clearly wanted him to refine pills for free. What a joke. He owed her. In her dreams. After leaving the room, Tan Meng's intelligence immediately went online. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. She immediately realized that something was wrong. If Ling Han really was such a pervert, how could he have cultivated to such a level? So he had deliberately used this method to chase her away. Although she had thought it through, Tan Meng was still filled with indignation. A beauty on the beauty rankings had actually been rejected by someone. This was too hurtful to her pride. No, she definitely could not take this lying down. It wasn't just Tan Meng. The other 2 beauties on the beauty rankings had also visited Ling Han. But they had no intention of asking Ling Han to refine pills for them. They simply thought that Ling Han was a talent worth roping in. In a short time, the news of the 3 beauties visiting Ling Han had spread like wildfire. Ling Han had instantly become the public enemy number 1. Gan Ping and Lin Chi had publicly said that Ling Han was just an alchemist with mediocre strength. If he dared to fight with them, he would definitely lose within 10 moves. Ling Han couldn't help but ponder whether he should find these 2 to fight and then collect entrance fees to earn some contribution points. But contribution points couldn't be transferred. That was a problem. Ling Han had also said that if he wanted to fight, he would fight. But Gan Ping and Lin Chi had expressed that it was beneath them to fight with a weakling like Ling Han. Bullying an alchemist would only lower their status. Fuck, they were the ones who said they wanted to fight, but they were also the ones who said they didn't want to fight. Ling Han couldn't be bothered with them. He had bought the materials through the star web and was going to create the foundation of the 3-aspect Aquarius array. This wasn't something that could be done in a day. He had painstakingly researched and destroyed many materials, but he still couldn't create the array foundation. He was very busy now. Aside from cultivating, he still had to refine pills and study formations. A few days later, he planned to go out for a walk and change his mood. Perhaps it would be helpful. After walking for a while, he suddenly had an epiphany. He sat down under a tree and was about to seize this epiphany. Something smashed down from above. He hurriedly dodged and raised his head to look. First, set a small goal for yourself. For example, bookmark. Chapter 38:30. The 9 Suns Sacred Ground only recruited once every 10,000 years. Therefore, the appearance of an old man here was very likely to be an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years or even longer. What does that mean? He was at least at the true self realm, but he was more likely to be a spirit transformation perfected lord or sect master level expert. Brat, now that you've seen me, why haven't you saluted yet? The old man snorted and his aura surged out. Ling Han originally wanted to salute. It was necessary to maintain respect for elders, but when he heard what the other party said, he felt that something was wrong. Then he recalled that the other party had purposely thrown a fruit pit at him. Was this something an elder should do? Therefore he activated his pupil technique and looked at the elder again. Damn, a smile tugged at the corners of Ling Han's lips, and then he shook his head. No. How dare you? The elder roared and leapt onto the ground. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared, forming the destruction of stars. It was terrifying to the extreme. This far exceeded the level of a forging cauldron. It was even the power of a sect master. However, Ling Han was unhurried as he circled around the old man. Brat, you must be tired of living, said the elder. Ling Han chuckled and didn't say anything. He continued to walk in circles. Do you really want to die? How brazen. I'll give you one more chance. Don't make a mistake. The elder roared, his voice booming like thunder. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Don't be all talk and no action. Come teach me a lesson. The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his hand, great stars appeared behind him. Each great star was imprinted with incomparably complex symbols, and it was as if even a spirit transformation true monarch would only be able to wait for death if one of them crashed down. With a smile on his face, Ling Han placed his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Shouted the old man again. He suddenly pulled back his hand and pressed it against his stomach. Not good, I ate something bad. Kid, just you wait. I'll go to the toilet first and then I'll come back to deal with you. He turned to run. Xiao Linghan's figure flashed, blocking his opponent's path. Kid, this old man will spare your life for now. Don't get carried away. The old man said coldly. Linghan laughed heartily. Come on, old senior. How do you want to teach me a lesson? I. The old man's eyes darted around. He didn't look like a sect master level elite at all. He suddenly pointed behind Linghan and said, Look, what's that? Linghan remained unmoved and continued to stare at him. Why don't you turn around? The elder couldn't help but ask. I turned my head to look. What if you ran away? Linghan said. What kind of joke is this? Do you know who I am? Shouted the elder. Linghan broke into a grin. A cat demon. Puff, the old man originally wanted to roar a few more times, but after hearing Linghan's words, he immediately wilted and revealed a shocked expression. You actually saw through my true body. What's so difficult about that? Linghan asked calmly. Bam. There was a flash of light, and the old man in front of him immediately transformed. From a mighty figure with an imposing aura, he turned into a normal-sized white cat with a bell hanging around his neck. Meow, kid, how did you see through me? The white cat asked, clearly curious. Although it was in cat form, this was no beast. It was a cat demon that was intelligent and knew how to play tricks. Fiery eyes, Linghan said with a smile. Forget it. To be able to see through my illusion, you must have cultivated an ocular ability. There are only a few people like that in the entire star field. The white cat licked its paws. Kid, I'm warning you. Don't expose me or I'll tell that old man Ninth Mountain to suppress you. Linghan's heart stirred. Could Ninth Mountain be Venerable Ninth Mountain? Your Venerable Ninth Mountain's pet beast? He asked. You're the pet beast. Your whole family are pet beasts. The white cat immediately became agitated. One day I'll suppress that Ninth Mountain guy and make him show me how to play furballs every day. Suddenly it pounced forward, grabbed a ball and started playing with it. But as it played, it realized something was wrong. It quickly stopped and glared at Linghan with a bitter and hateful gaze. This was the guy who threw the ball at it. Yet, out of reflex, it lost control and pounced on him. It really wanted to chop off its own paws. Linghan pursed his lips. I see that you're having fun. You clearly want to play with it yourself, right? Tui, I'm a noble illusionary cloud cat. Why would I like to play with such childish things? The white cat said proudly. Go. Linghan threw another ball. The white cat tragically realized that it had pounced on the ball again. It was completely defenseless. Linghan shrugged and said, Look. He was shocked. The illusionary cloud cat wasn't very powerful, but it was adept at creating illusions. The higher the realm, the more realistic the illusions would be. Even venerables and saints might fall for it. Hence, the illusionary cloud cat was an excellent support in battle. Moreover, since it could create all kinds of illusions, it was also very helpful for cultivators to comprehend treasured skills and cultivation methods. Of course, the illusionary cloud cat's realm had to be up to par. Wasn't it a joke to have a cauldron-cast illusionary cloud cat create illusions that even saints couldn't tell the difference? Stop messing with me. The white cat grumbled. Alright, I'm done. Linghan nodded, but he couldn't help himself. Whoosh. He threw a third ball. The white cat. Alright, I'm really done. Linghan sat back down. He had a sudden epiphany, but it was ruined in the blink of an eye. He naturally had to teach this cat a lesson. The white cat was still fuming with anger. It raised its head high, its face full of arrogance. Linghan looked at the white cat. You specialize in swindling people, don't you? The white cat snorted. So what? I tricked them with my skills. If you're so capable, go ahead. Linghan couldn't help but laugh. You're still acting so righteous? I'm warning you again. Don't tell anyone about me, the white cat said solemnly. All right. Linghan nodded. The white cat couldn't help but be suspicious. So straightforward? Linghan smiled and said, Whatever benefits you've obtained, you can just share some with me. What? The white cat stared at Linghan. I suddenly realized that you're even more shameless than me. You tricked them with your skills, but so did I. Linghan laughed. Tui, I just let those idiots use their contribution points to exchange for some cold plum wine to satisfy my craving. It's not as bad as you think, the white cat said angrily. All right, I'll keep it a secret for you. Ling Han observed the white cat's expression and felt that it was telling the truth. Are you really that kind? The white cat didn't dare to believe Ling Han so easily. If I can be tricked by you just thinking about it, then I deserve it. Ling Han laughed. The white cat immediately bristled. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I was just joking, just joking. Ling Han hurriedly comforted the cat demon. End of chapter. Chapter 38-32. Song Shan did not dare to be careless. He did not rush back immediately. Instead he took a deep breath and then his hands turned into claws, one in front and one in the right, one yin and one yang. In his palms there were two balls of light, one black and one white. He finally attacked. His speed was extremely fast. Many people felt their vision blur and they lost sight of Song Shan. They could not help but be shocked. If Song Shan wanted to kill them, would one move be enough? Ling Han just casually punched. He did not need to use any celestial method. It was just a simple punch. But it was such a simple punch that went straight to the root of the problem. Song Shan was instantly sent flying. Ah! Everyone was shocked again. What was going on? Why was Song Shan sent flying again? The first time could be said to be careless, but the second time he clearly knew how powerful Ling Han was and he still took it lightly? Absolutely not. So there was only one reason, and that was that Ling Han was too powerful. The peak of the four cauldrons could not even fight back in front of him. How powerful was this guy? 5 cauldrons, 6 cauldrons. There were a few female practitioners here, and their eyes instantly lit up. A genius warrior and a genius alchemist, the combination of these two was so bright that even Gan Ping and Lin Qi could not overshadow them. Not far away, Song Shan crawled up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of viciousness. But he did not say anything and just turned to leave. Wait. Ling Han stopped him. You're leaving just like that? What else do you want? Song Shan was indignant. Haha, I never like to provoke people, but when someone provokes me, even if I don't kill them, I have to convince them. In the future, when they see me, they have to call me brother. Ling Han smiled. Since we are all fellow disciples, I won't kill you. I'll beat you until you call me brother. He launched an attack at Song Shan. Although Song Shan was extraordinary, how could he be a match for Ling Han? He could only be continuously trampled and screams could be heard. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, secretly thinking that Ling Han was really someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. But they asked themselves, if it were them, what would they do? Many people nodded their heads. Of course we'll do it. Why should we be blackmailed by you? Are you convinced? Ling Han asked with every punch. I don't give up, I don't give up, I don't give up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Shan naturally wouldn't admit defeat. In any case, Ling Han wouldn't dare to kill him, so he could continue to be stubborn. Ling Han was very patient. He punched Song Shan again and again. Every punch was skillfully executed, avoiding Song Shan's vital points, but also causing him to suffer the most pain. These 8 or 10 punches are bearable, but it has to be like this forever. Song Shan couldn't take it anymore, so he finally gave in. I'm convinced, he said with his eyes closed, his face red. Pung, another punch. Song Shan opened his eyes. Fuck, I've already admitted defeat and you're still fighting? What are you forgetting? Ling Han smiled slightly, but he punched again. Bang bang bang. After another dozen punches, Song Shan finally came to his senses and said, Brother, I'm convinced. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed. Ling Han nodded with satisfaction. Go. This time, Song Shan really didn't have any temper at all. After he got up, he bowed to Ling Han, showing the posture of a little brother, and then turned to leave. Everyone looked at Ling Han with awe. Song Shan was already unreachable in their eyes, but he was trampled on like a dead dog by Ling Han. What kind of difference in strength was this? At this moment they saw a person climb out of the dry well. It's Wukin. He finally climbed out. Someone exclaimed. This Wukin was the person who went down the well 3 days ago, and now he had finally climbed out. Everyone looked over and saw that there were bruises on Wu Can's hands and neck. What was even more frightening was that there was actually a palm print on his cheek. That finger was so thin and long that it was unreasonable. It was definitely not left by Wu Can himself. Could it be that there was a ghost in the well? Everyone shuddered and hurriedly asked Wu Can about it. What, 3 days? Wu Can immediately jumped up, his face full of disbelief. I only climbed for 10 minutes or so. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This was definitely a ghost. It was impossible that they had all remembered the wrong time. Wukan must have been confused to think of 3 days as 10 minutes. Also, what's with your face? Everyone asked again. What happened to my face? Wukan was confused. Someone took out a mirror and showed it to him. Wukan looked at it and was even more confused. There's nothing on my face. Everyone looked at it and something even more strange happened. The palm print on Wukan's face had actually disappeared. This was really a ghost. What did you see in the well? Everyone asked. Nothing much, just a dry well, Wukan said. Did you really come back? No. Wukan shook his head. Then why did you come back? Didn't you say you wanted to go to the end? Yes. Wukan revealed a puzzled expression, clearly very puzzled. Ling Han, on the other hand, was interested. He strode towards the dry well and looked down. It was pitch black and he could only see a few dozen feet down. Any further down, there was only darkness. Ling Han used his eye sorcery again. This time he could see about 100 feet down and it was still pitch black. He jumped down and went down the well. This well was very narrow and it was difficult for a person to turn around. Therefore Ling Han could only slowly squeeze down. He soon became impatient. The speed was too slow. He compressed his bones, and with a crisp crackling sound, his body shrunk by half, and his body suddenly accelerated. He pressed his hands lightly on the walls of the well to maintain the current speed of his fall. He did not accelerate to the point where he could not stop. He fell, and the scenery in front of him remained unchanged. It was extremely monotonous. Ling Han was suddenly startled. How long had it been? A minute, an hour, or a day? Ling Han exerted force with both hands to stop himself. He looked down and it was still pitch black and he could not see the bottom. He released his divine sense and saw that there was a palm print on his cheek. The fingers were especially slender, and it was obvious that he was not human. It was the same as Wukan's. Ling Han reached out and touched the walls of the well. At the same time he sniffed lightly and a smile appeared on his face. If it was someone else they would definitely be bewitched. But unfortunately he was not only an alchemist, but also an array master. It was very difficult for these two identities to appear in one person, but he was such a freak. Ling Han took out the demon core of the giant frog and put it in his mouth. At the same time he opened the screen of starlight and touched the walls of the well. Yes. He continued to slowly climb down, but he stopped after descending 100 zhang. It was because he saw a hole. It was extremely small and for his body, it was simply impossible to pass through. But it did not matter. Ling Han shrank his body again and landed in the hole. How did you find out? A voice came from the front, full of surprise. Chapter 38-33. Ling Han activated his eye technique. It looked like a child. He was no more than 3 feet tall, but he had a pair of thin and long hands. However, he actually had a beard on his face. It's just an illusory formation. Coupled with some mind-confusing drugs, it's not that hard to break. He smiled. The dwarf's face was filled with disbelief. Don't say it so casually. Since ancient times, other than those big shots in the sacred ground, which disciple could break this double illusion of an array formation in drugs? Moreover, they also secretly put a palm print on people's faces, but it would quickly disappear after coming into contact with sunlight, causing an extremely strange effect. Although new students would come out of curiosity every time as long as they were scared, they would naturally be at ease in the future. Now that he was caught by a new student, this was the first time he was exposed. You're a freak, he said weakly. Ling Han could not help but be speechless. Why did it sound so awkward to be called a freak by a dwarf? He shook his head and said, Are you the only one here? How is that possible? We the crypt dwellers are a huge group, the dwarf said. Come tell me. Ling Han sat cross-legged. I can't say. This is the rule of the tribe. The dwarf hurriedly shook his head. Ling Han smiled. Looks like we need to have a good chat. In just half an hour the dwarf had told him everything in full detail. A long time ago the crypt dwellers encountered a natural enemy and were about to be destroyed. Fortunately, a supremacy of the 9 Sun sacred ground passed by and was soft-hearted. He saved the crypt dwellers and moved all of them to the 9 Sun sacred ground. As the name suggested, the crypt dwellers all lived in caves. In the 9 Sun sacred ground they all lived underground and dug tunnels. However, the crypt dwellers did not live there for nothing. They had a specialty and that was planting immortal herbs. In the huge underground space under the sacred ground, The crypt dwellers planted a large number of immortal herbs to supply the sacred ground's consumption. Therefore, one side provided protection in terms of safety, while the other side provided immortal herbs. It could be considered a mutual benefit. Ling Han's eyes sparkled. Come, let's go take a look at your immortal herb fields. Are you trying to steal the immortal medicine? The cave dweller was about to cry. How could he be so easily frightened? He'd confess everything in a muddle-headed manner. Do you think a righteous person like me would be a thief? Ling Han glared at him. I'm just looking. The cave dweller had no choice but to bring Ling Han to take a look. He did not expose the matter of the cave dwellers, but instead left behind the legend of the bottomless well. This was the bad taste of a deceased elder in the Holy Land, and it was believed that the other legends were the same. Ling Han was also very speechless. After the 9 sons sage hid the god-slaying art, he played with the successors of the later generations. He was also thinking of ways to prank the disciples of the later generations. It did not take long before a huge herbal field appeared before Ling Han. According to the cave dweller, this was just one of the herbal fields. Ling Han smiled and said to the cave dweller, "This is a little secret between us. I've never been here before, right?" "Yes." The cave dweller hurriedly nodded. Ling Han left. When he wanted to refine pills, he would come here for a stroll. He believed that no one would be able to discover his existence if he used the void beast skin to conceal himself. He returned the way he came. After exiting the dry well, everyone hurriedly asked him about it. Ling Han pretended to be at a loss. There was also a palm print on his face, but it quickly disappeared after coming into contact with light. His situation was the same as Wu Can's, so no one suspected him. He then went to the stone that he could not move no matter how hard he tried. This stone was only the size of a head, and it did not look like a precious stone. It looked very ordinary, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move it. Ling Han tried many times, but this stone could absorb energy. No matter how strong you were, it was useless. Not to mention that he could not move it, even using immortal attacks was useless. This was a little like a lecherous pig that could absorb all attacks. Ling Han then went to the cave where Ghost Sob came from. There were people forming a group here wanting to go in and adventure. According to an elder from a holy land, there was a secret technique hidden within the cave, but it was extremely dangerous. Although entering wouldn't be life-threatening, coming out would at least result in a serious illness. But when these people heard that there was no danger to their lives and that they might even be able to obtain the secret technique, they naturally became excited. "Brother Ling, how about we go exploring together?" someone asked. Ling Han shook his head. If he was alone, he would be more nimble. If we work together, our chances of success will be greater. That person still wanted to persuade him. "Don't waste your energy. He doesn't even care about us," said one of the team members. The other 3 hurriedly covered his mouth. "You still don't know that Song Shan was beaten to the point of begging for mercy? You actually dared to provoke this fiend?" Ling Han smiled faintly and walked into the cave. He had only taken a few steps when a strange sound rang out. It sounded like the wind, but also like the howl of ghosts. It caused one's hair to stand on end, and it was even more destructive to one's divine sense. Ling Han activated a screen of starlight. His secret energy reserves were incomparably deep, and he didn't care about wasting even a little bit of it. But he found that the screen of starlight couldn't block this sound. It was only slightly weakened, but it still continued to attack him. It surged into his knowledge sea and transformed into swords, wanting to unleash a great destruction. Ling Han snorted and activated the 6-word Wisdom King incantation. Although it was only a single word, it was still an emperor art. How tyrannical was it? Hiss. He shouted in his knowledge sea. Buddhist chants surged out, and those swords immediately shattered. Ling Han strode forward, but the ghost sob came again. Hiss. Ling Han chanted Buddhist chants, skillfully resisting the ghost sob. This cave was very large and also very complicated. After walking around in circles for a very long time, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Even with Ling Han's physique, he could feel the flow of his blood slowing down, even as if it was about to freeze. He couldn't help but shiver. Was there a piece of 10,000-year mysterious ice hidden in this cave? Why was it so cold? At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure floating out of a stone pillar in front of him. How could a person come out of a stone pillar? Ghost. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. In fact, phantoms could also pass through physical objects, but combined with the sudden cold environment, he was more inclined to believe that this was a ghost. Could it be that the Nine Sun sacred ground was also suppressing an underworld passage? Just as he was pondering, the Yin spirit had already launched an attack towards him with a sharp shriek. Ling Han revealed a mocking expression. When the ghost approached, he punched out and destructive energy surged. The ghost immediately had a frightened expression on its face. It quickly stopped and retreated. From its point of view, encountering destructive energy was like an ordinary person encountering a ghost. Ling Han chased after it and punched out repeatedly, destroying the ghost. According to the information obtained from St. Guyang, ghosts were the enemies of all living beings. Once ghosts invaded, they would replace living beings and the whole world would be in chaos. Therefore, when encountering ghosts, one must not show mercy. Chapter 38-34. A dead person was like an extinguished lamp. Death was death. Even if the Yin spirit was brought back from the netherworld and returned to its original body, it would no longer be the same person. Yin spirits had lost all the good aspects of intelligent creatures and only had extreme negative emotions. They were even more ruthless and terrifying than ferocious beasts. At least, once ferocious beasts were full, they would be too lazy to hunt. But Yin spirits were different. They only had the urge to destroy everything. Was the appearance of Yin spirits a coincidence? Had the sacred lands Almighty deliberately arranged for them to be here to prank the future disciples? Ling Han would rather believe this possibility. Otherwise, if there was an entrance to the netherworld here, it would be too dangerous. Back then, there had been a saint overseeing the place, but the heavenly sea star had still been destroyed in the battle. Now, although it was also a sacred land, there was no saint overseeing it. If a Yin spirit riot broke out, it could be imagined that the Nine Sun star would soon be ravaged by Yin spirits and become an Azura hell. He continued forward and soon, another Yin spirit appeared and attacked him. This was very regular, as if each Yin spirit had been set in a fixed area. Only when he entered that area would the Yin spirit attack. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be an entrance to the netherworld in the Nine Sun star. Destructive energy was the bane of Yin spirits. Thus, the Yin spirits that others found extremely difficult to deal with were extremely simple for Ling Han. Moreover, even the six-word Wisdom King mantra had a certain restraining effect on Yin spirits. After some effort, Ling Han finally reached the end of the cave. This was an extremely smooth stone wall. It was obvious that someone had deliberately carved it out, but it should have been very old. There were no signs of it being polished. However, there were paintings on the stone wall. As Ling Han looked at them, these static images suddenly moved and played out in his mind. This was an immortal art called the soul derivation technique. It was used to derive another soul. This second soul was very weak and couldn't be cultivated. However, it could completely change a person's appearance. At first glance, it seemed worthless, but if it was used to conceal one's identity, it would be a divine art. Ling Han couldn't help but feel excited. If he cultivated the soul derivation technique, would he be able to open a star web account? If he could even deceive the star web, it would solve the problem of Ling Han not being able to communicate with others through the star web. He silently recited the incantation, understanding it word by word. At the same time, the picture on the stone wall was also moving, as if it was explaining it to him. This had been left behind by a venerable. Back then he had almost become a saint and he had studied the soul the most. This soul derivation technique was just one of the techniques he had created, and it was also the work he was most proud of. Although it did not help with cultivation, he was probably the only one in the entire universe who had managed to do it. In fact, this soul derivation technique wasn't even on the Holy Lands exchange list. It could only be learned here. This mnemonic chant was too obscure. Ling Han spent an entire day before he finally grasped the gist of it. He connected to the star web and rented a time room to master this spell as soon as possible. After another 3 days, he finally felt that he could try cultivating. He separated a bit of his divine sense to change his appearance. Ling Han failed again and again. After another 2 days he finally succeeded. With a thought, the ripples of his divine sense immediately changed. Now, even if he appeared in the outside world, most people would probably think that he was impersonating Ling Han. That was because anyone could easily imitate his appearance, but the ripples of his divine sense were fixed. Every person was a unique individual, and there was definitely no duplicate. Let's give it a try. He turned on the connection and immediately a voice sounded, "You currently don't have an account. Would you like to register one now?" "Yes." Ling Han smiled. It was done. He could now openly appear on the star web. There was nothing to hide. He named himself Ling Han, the same as himself. Swoosh, Celestial suddenly appeared and transformed into a 5-year-old boy. He stared at Ling Han for a while and without saying anything, turned into a shadow and disappeared. What did this mean? Had he been discovered? Ling Han shrugged. Since his account had not been cancelled, it meant that Celestial had acquiesced. That was enough. Ling Han immediately contacted Tang Yen, and the two of them became good friends. You're finally willing to use the star web. Tang Yen looked very happy. You're still on Moonlight? Ling Han asked. Yes, many forces are looking for my Tang family now. I have to keep a low profile, Tang Yen said. Then he said loudly, when I master the Turbid Sky scripture, I'll settle the score with them one by one. He paused and asked, what about you? I'm in the 9 Sun sacred ground now. Wow, you even managed to pass such a perverted test. Tang Yen was shocked. How are you and that person from the Jin family now? Not bad. At least she responds when I talk to her. Ling Han could not help but sweat. You really have low requirements. I can't help it. If I had your strength it would definitely be different. After they chatted for a while, Ling Han cut off the communication. This time he was just testing the soul derivation technique. It was very convenient to contact him anyway. This was really a pleasant surprise. Ling Han walked back. When he passed a fork in the road he saw a group of people running out in a sorry state. All of them were bleeding from their orifices, and they looked very dispirited. If one did not have a divine sense attack or defense method, they would only be at a disadvantage. He strode out and returned to his residence, but he saw that the big black dog was already waiting for him. Ling Han was just about to make a joke, but he saw that the big black dog was very dispirited as if it had been seriously injured. What happened? He asked in a low voice. Grandpa Dog was bullied and your wife, the big black dog said. Ling Han was immediately angry, and his eyes emitted killing intent. He forcefully suppressed it and said in a low voice, tell me in detail. The big black dog nodded. Your monkey wife. Ling Han immediately wanted to interrupt it. The demon princess was not his wife, but if he interrupted it, the big black dog would probably argue with him for a long time. Thus, he chose to remain silent and continue listening. She was quite pretty, but she was targeted by someone. That guy was called Shui Hai and he always circled around your monkey wife. You couldn't chase him away, the big black dog continued. Later, eldest brother couldn't help it anymore and beat that guy up. I didn't expect that guy to have an older brother, Shuizhan, who was at the caste tripod realm. He actually bullied the young and injured the 7 children, Grandpa Dog and Lin Luo. He even said that if the monkey wife didn't get along with his brother, he would come again. Ling Han controlled his killing intent and said, isn't there a rule in the Holy Land that caste tripod realm cultivators cannot attack Foundation establishment cultivators? If a sect did not have such a basic rule, how could it survive? Chapter 38-36. Ling Han gave Shuizhan a good beating. The Shui brothers should be thankful that they were in the 9 Sun holy ground. Otherwise, Ling Han would not have been so polite and would have killed them directly. Good beating. Good beating. The big black dog shouted, but he resisted the urge to rush up and kick them. This was what Ling Han had specially told him. If he was alone it would be easy to deal with. After 10 minutes of beating, the uncle of the Shui family, Shui Bingyuan, finally arrived. It was not that he did not receive Shuizhan's call for help, but that he was serving Lu Sanjun drinking tea at that time, so he did not dare to speak. Lu Sanjun was indeed a headstrong person, but he was not stupid. If he knew that Shui Bingyuan was using his name to intimidate others, Shui Bingyuan would definitely not have a good ending. It was just a caste cauldron, so there was no need to let Lu Sanjun know. Therefore, Shui Bingyuan could only continue to endure until Lu Sanjun finished drinking tea and went to cultivate again. Only then did he get the chance to immediately attack. He was aggressive. Since he knew the Shui brothers were his clansmen, this Ling Han still dared to attack. He was really bold. Was he rebelling? How dare you? Shui Bingyuan said indifferently. He stepped into the air. This was an ability that only life core cultivators had. They finally did not need to rely on Dharma artifacts to fly, and could even step in the air. Not as bold as you. You're just a Taoist child, but you dare to indulge your clansmen and break the rules of the holy ground, Ling Han said indifferently. Do you think that the holy ground is owned by your family? Shui Bingyuan raised his eyebrows and immediately wanted to fly into a rage. He was at the life core realm, and he was also Lu Sanjuan's Daoist child. Who didn't give him some face? So what if he was a cast cauldron disciple? But Ling Han dared to laugh at him. How could he not be angry? However, the Shui brothers were still in Ling Han's hands, so he did not dare to act rashly. Let them go, he said coldly. Who are you trying to show off? Ling Han shook his head, unmoved. Humph. Shui Bingyuan released his own aura, which instantly surged like a tsunami. What a fool. Didn't he know that a martial artist with a higher cultivation realm could completely crush a martial artist with a lower cultivation realm? He didn't even need to make a move. Just his aura alone was enough to disintegrate Ling Han's battle prowess, making him unable to withstand a single blow. However, when the aura surged, Ling Han did not change in the slightest. What? Shui Bingyuan was astonished. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had some kind of secret treasure that could resist the suppression of a master's aura? It must be so. He felt slightly troubled because this forced him to make a move. Once he made a move, the two hostages, Shui Zhan and Shui Hai, would become variables. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Han attacked with his baleful aura. So what if Shui Bingyuan was at the life core realm? Shui Bingyuan was completely caught off guard. He was instantly hit and was momentarily bewildered. However, he was an expert after all, so this effect only lasted for an instant. Shui Bingyuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. His old face flushed red. His name was Dao Child, but after so many years he had long since grown from a child to an old man. This was too shameful. The aura that he released did not affect Ling Han at all, but Ling Han's counterattack actually hit him. How could he endure this? It was a known fact that Ling Han was only at the cash tripod stage, but he was at the life core realm. Shui Bingyuan's eyes were already shooting out a chilling glow. He had the urge to kill Ling Han without any regard for the consequences. Ling Han let out a slight smile, grabbed the Shui brothers and turned to leave. If you have the ability, come and chase me. If you can catch me, I will consider it your win. He executed near, yet worlds apart, and his speed was extremely fast. Shui Bingyuan naturally did not hesitate to give chase. A mere cash tripod, no matter how extraordinary he was just like an ant in his eyes. How could he be afraid? But he was surprised to find that Ling Han's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it did not seem like a cash tripod realm. This speed was probably the speed of someone who had just entered the life core realm. This kid should be using some kind of powerful movement skill, but the stronger a cultivation skill, the more limited the time it could be used. Movement skills were no exception. Was this kid on steroids or something? He could still maintain such a high speed while carrying two people? It was too unbelievable. But there was no other choice. He couldn't just give chase, right? Shui Bingyuan did his best to chase and slowly close the gap. He was at the late stage of the life core realm, and his speed was naturally not something that a person who had just entered the life core realm could compare with. Seeing that the distance between him and Ling Han was getting closer, this kid suddenly braked and actually stopped. Shui Bingyuan didn't know what Ling Han was doing, but he already had an extreme vigilance against this cash tripod junior. He didn't dare to be careless and also stopped. As long as he didn't make any changes with his life core realm strength, he would definitely be able to firmly suppress Ling Han. I have hostages in my hands. You better not come any closer. Ling Han raised the Shui brothers in his hands. BFFF. Shui Bingyuan nearly fell. He was still fearful of Ling Han a moment ago, but this kid actually showed such weakness in the blink of an eye. It was truly a surprise to him. This kid might be timid, but he even dared to provoke him. But if he was courageous, he actually wanted to use hostages to threaten him. What kind of man was this? What do you want for you to release them? Shui Bingyuan asked calmly. Let's have a good talk about compensation, Ling Han said seriously. All right, how do you want compensation? Shui Bingyuan smiled. This kid was finally afraid. This was very natural. He was a life core realm elite, and behind him stood a sect master level ultimate elite. Wasn't it very normal for him to give in? Ling Han shook his head. Old man, you're wrong. It's not how I compensate, but how you compensate. What? Shui Bingyuan was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He couldn't help but be furious. You beat up my clansmen, and this is the first to provoke me. Moreover, you're just a cash tripod, so where did you get the courage to ask a life core realm elite like me to compensate? You're really tired of living, he said darkly. Shio, people flew over from afar and they came one after another. There were quite a few of them. There were Lin Luo, the Empress, and the others. There were also unrelated people. When they saw Ling Han and Shui Bingyuan rushing over, they subconsciously ran over to watch the show. Shui Bingyuan was calm and unafraid. He felt that he was in the right, and even if he injured Ling Han in the end, Lu Sanjun would still protect him. Thus, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very confident. Ling Han's expression was solemn. This bastard coveted my wife and repeatedly harassed me. After I taught him a lesson and told him to restrain himself, he actually invited his older brother, who was in the caste tripod tier, to come and beat up all my friends. However, he himself did not receive any punishment. In the end, why do they have such courage? It's because they have a life core realm relative like you. He originally wanted to say that Princess Baishao was his friend, but after thinking about it, how could a friend's hatred be greater than his wife's? Thus he changed his words at the last moment. He believed that the Empress and the demon race princess would understand. Chapter 38-37. Shio, more people ran over. For example, Tan Meng, Jianghu, the three beauties on the beauty ranking were all here. They were all very concerned about this matter. In their eyes, although Ling Han was not qualified to be their son-in-law, he was still a rare talent. They wanted to recruit him, and this was a good opportunity. Ling Han would definitely not be able to solve this problem. If he settled it for Ling Han, the other party would owe him a huge favor. The rest would be easy. Of course, Shui Bingyuan would not admit it in front of everyone. He just waved his sleeve and said, "Nonsense." Ling Han smiled and threw Shui Zhan to the ground. Then he patted Shui Hai's head and said, "Come, as the person involved, the instigator, tell me the whole story." "You're talking nonsense." Shui Hai would definitely not admit it and immediately shouted. Under such circumstances, would Ling Han still dare to extort a confession? He suddenly screamed. One of his hands had been broken by Ling Han. This guy was really daring. No wonder this guy had been staring at his face and slapping it. Had he already anticipated this scene at that time? Ling Han did not only break his arm, but also started to crush his finger bones inch by inch. The fingers were connected to the heart. How painful was this? Shui Hai screamed again and again, tears flowing down his face. "Stop!" Shui Bingyuan shouted angrily. However, he realized that Ling Han was full of murderous intent. He did not dare to act rashly. In this state, Ling Han would really kill someone. He could not force him into a corner. He had an idea and told Shui Hai through the connection device to temporarily let him go and admit it. In any case, he could say that it was Ling Han who forced him to confess. Shui Hai could not hold on anymore. Now that his uncle had let him go, he naturally told everything in detail. Many people did not know the whole story. After hearing it, they were all furious. If a sect did not even have basic rules, how could people cultivate in peace? This is too much. And you? Ling Han pointed at Shui Zhan. Shui Zhan didn't want to suffer anymore. He also wanted to confess and be lenient. However, Ling Han didn't care about the consequences. He first broke most of Shui Zhan's bones before he could speak. Everyone looked at Ling Han and broke out in cold sweat. This fellow was vengeful and decisive. He must not be provoked in the future. Even Tan Meng and the other two women's beautiful eyes rippled. Could they control such a man? Ling Han smiled. "All right, since you've confessed and admitted your mistakes, I'll let you go. I'll deal with you according to the sect's rules." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands shook. Bang, bang. The Shui brothers were tossed out by him, and they descended on the ground extremely far away. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Without a hostage, how could you threaten a life dance stage expert? You were so impressive just now, but if a life core realm expert were to make a move, wouldn't you follow in the footsteps of the Shui brothers? To be confused in the head, Shui Bingyuan laughed, but his voice was cold and filled with anger. "Brat, you really have guts." "Uncle, kill him. Kill him." Shui Hai clamored at the side. He was trampled on by Shui Bingyuan and didn't dare to speak before, for fear of angering Ling Han. But now that he had escaped from the tiger's mouth, and with his uncle around, he naturally had no inhibitions. Although Shui Zhan didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with hatred. Naturally, he hoped that Ling Han would be taught a lesson by Shui Bingyuan, and it would be best if he was killed. Ling Han smiled. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Because he was confident, Shui Bingyuan was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid?" Ling Han shook his head. "I'm a disciple of a sacred ground." "Who are you? You're just a Dao child. You want me to be afraid of you?" "Aha, do you still care about the sacred ground?" Shui Bingyuan was instantly stifled. The stab hurt him. Even if he was now at the life core realm and could look down on all the disciples in this batch, when it came to status, how could a mere Dao child be put on the stage? His expression was twisted, and his eyes were spitting fire. "I'm at the life core realm. You dare to disrespect a strong cultivator? This is looking down on the order of martial art," he said coldly. He couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward, wanting to take Ling Han down. However, just as he took a step forward, he saw that the ground around him was actually lit up with lines, forming an intricate pattern. "Not good, this is a formation," he shouted in his heart. Suddenly he understood why Ling Han lured him here and why he suddenly stopped. So it was to lure him into a formation. But humph, a mere formation made by a casting cauldron, how could it trap him? "If I were you from now on, I wouldn't move a muscle," Ling Han said slowly. Shui Bingyuan was unwilling to listen, and his foot had already landed. "A mere casting cauldron in my eyes is no different from an ant." Bang! Instantly, the brilliance of the formation pattern flashed chaotically and shot towards Shui Bingyuan. Shui Bingyuan made a move to shatter the brilliance, but he suddenly realized that the attack power of the brilliance was not only terrifying, but also massive and endless. Even if it was him, he would only be tired of defending. He turned pale with fright. If this carried on, he would eventually collapse. It was truly unbelievable that a caste tripod realm could actually set up a life core class formation. He hurriedly broke through, wanting to kill his way out of the array formation. However, this action of his incited an even more intense backlash from the array formation. More and more brilliance surged out and shot towards him. From the outside, these lights actually formed the shape of a vase. "This is the three-phase treasure bottle array." Someone recognized it. "What? An array that can slaughter the life core? It can't be." Everyone exclaimed in shock and then came to a sudden realization. No wonder Ling Han was so calm and composed. So everything was under his control. They couldn't help but sigh. Even a life core realm was toyed around by Ling Han. How awesome. Tan Meng and the other two beauties' eyes lit up, and they felt that it was time to re-evaluate Ling Han's value. He was not only a great alchemist, but he also had outstanding talent in the array Dao. Such a talent was worthy of being roped in with the highest treatment. He could even be a candidate for a future husband. At this moment, the ones with the worst expressions were naturally the Shuihai and Shuizhan brothers. Their uncle, whom they relied on as a great wall, was actually taken care of by Ling Han just like that. It was like a dream. They looked at Ling Han and felt that this young man was basically a monster. The life core was actually suppressed by the cast cauldron. "Ah!" Shui Bingyuan screamed. The three-phase treasure bottle array could refine life core realm martial artists, and although he was at the late stage of the life core, he was just a Dao child. His talent in martial art naturally couldn't be that outstanding. His strength could only be considered average, and he had no way to break out of the array. Chapter 38. A Beautiful Romance. Hearing Shui Bingyuan's screams grow louder and louder, everyone's hair stood on end. Could it be that Ling Han wanted to refine Shui Bingyuan alive? No one would believe such a thing. A cast cauldron had not only defeated a life core cultivator, but had also counterattacked. Wasn't this a fantasy? Moreover, there was a sect master level expert behind Shui Bingyuan. Weren't you afraid of Lu Sanjuan's thunderous rage? Brat, stop. Stop. Shui Bingyuan screamed. He really couldn't hold on any longer. If he continued to stubbornly resist, he would really be refined alive. Ling Han, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything. His family and friends were his reverse scale, so once someone provoked him, he would definitely fiercely retaliate. He would let everyone know that this was an uncrossable bottom line. Shui Bingyuan hadn't expected Ling Han to be so ruthless. He really wanted to put himself in a dead end. He had no choice but to ask Lu Sanjun for help. Originally, he didn't want to trouble Lu Sanjun. How could a master wipe the mess of a servant? Moreover, he, a grand life core cultivator, couldn't even deal with a cast cauldron. With Lu Sanjuan's fiery temper, would she still allow him to follow her in the future? Thus, he had always wanted to rely on his own strength to escape. Now that he couldn't force his way out and begging for mercy was useless, he could only use his final move. Only by being alive would there be hope. If he died, everything would be for naught. Ling Han sneered. He began to circle around the formation. Although he seemed very casual, with every step he took, strands of psychokinesis would enter the ground to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to move to the life core formation. However, the formation had already been formed. If he only went to add fuel to the fire, it would naturally be 100 times easier. Ah! Shui Bingyuan's screams suddenly became louder and more mournful. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. More importantly, Lu Sanjun was currently comprehending and searching for an opportunity to break through to the supremacy realm. Once he entered a deep meditative state, how could he be awakened by a light call from him? Ancestor! Ancestor! Save me! He desperately called for help through the connecting device, but very quickly the device fell with a bang. It had been destroyed by the formation's refinement. He was in despair. The terrifying energy was currently refining him, making him one with heaven and earth. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura circulated. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then a white-haired, white-bearded old man with a square face appeared on the battlefield. He exuded boundless might. Lu Sanjun, sect master level almighty. He made a move. With just a grab, the precious bottle that was actually formed from energy shattered with a loud rumble. How could a life core realm great formation compare to a sect master level attack? However, it was already too late. Within the array, Shui Bingyuan had already turned into a pile of bones. Even so, Lu Sanjun could still easily capture the fragments of consciousness emitted by this corpse. It was a lingering resentment. Who dares to kill this old man's Dao child? Lu Sanjun asked coldly. The surrounding temperature immediately plummeted. So what if they were cast cauldrons? They all shivered and wanted to wrap their arms around themselves. Ice shards continued to fall from the sky. This was a sect master level powerhouse. With a single thought they could affect heaven and earth, and with a single anger they could cause rivers of blood. Ancestor! Shuizhan scrambled over. Shui Bingyuan was this junior's uncle. I am Shuizhan. My uncle was killed by that despicable brat. He pointed at Ling Han, his eyes filled with resentment as well as a sliver of light. Shui Bingyuan had died at the hands of Ling Han. Not only could he borrow Lu Sanjun's strength to kill Ling Han, but if he performed well, he could even use Lu Sanjun as a connection. Thus, this was an opportunity. Shuai was not stupid. He also ran over and knelt on the ground, pouring out Ling Han's crimes. From the mouths of these two brothers, everything was naturally Ling Han's fault. He had bullied them just because he was stronger. And after they had asked for Shui Bingyuan's help, they had been killed by Ling Han's formation. This was really twisting the truth and spouting nonsense. However, Lu Sanjuan's expression became more and more unsightly. Even if he only had to believe a little, with Shui Bingyuan's corpse lying in front of him, it was enough to make him so angry that he wanted to kill someone. How dare you? Lu Sanjun looked at Ling Han coldly. Even if your talent is peerless, you will only become a great threat in the future if you do evil. Let this old man get rid of you. He stretched out his hand. Boom, endless energy gathered, turning into a huge hand that slapped towards Ling Han. This was the attack of a sect master level powerhouse. Even if Ling Han was 100 times more monstrous, it would be useless. He could not match it at all unless he took out the heavenly flame of the primal chaos extreme thunder tower. However, Ling Han did not do so. This was because a figure shot out and blocked this attack in time. Yin Dong, what is the meaning of this? Lu Sanjun asked coldly. The person who blocked him was Yin Dong. Yin Dong chuckled. This old man is here to mediate a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lu Sanjun sneered. My Dao child died here. Could my eyes be playing tricks on me? Yin Dong still had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was blaming Ling Han for going overboard and actually killing someone. But on the other hand, he was also full of praise for Ling Han. How many people in history were able to forge the life-killing elixir? He was just a Dao child and not an official disciple. In Yin Dong's opinion, this wasn't a problem at all. The problem now was Lu Sanjuan's face. As long as Lu Sanjuan's face was acceptable, this matter was actually easy to settle. Ling Han, come and apologize to Elder Lu. He beckoned to Ling Han. Yes. Ling Han had a respectful expression and walked to Yin Dong's side with large strides. He then cupped his hands towards Lu Sanjun and said, This junior made a mistake and mistakenly killed Elder Lu's Dao child. I am willing to compensate. Compensate your sister. Lu Sanjun was almost angered to death. He was a cult master level expert and would care about the compensation of a puny caste tripod realm martial artist? What could he compensate? Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't care. Well, was this an apology or a mockery? Good, 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 he said in a stern tone and stared at Yen Dong. You must interfere. Yen Dong was now in a difficult position, but he was extremely tactful and said, "This is the matter of the sacred ground, and we are all disciples of the sacred ground. Don't be impulsive." Lu Sanjun pretended not to hear and pointed to Shuizhan. "All right, in a month's time, this old man will guide this person and then have a life-and-death battle with that evil brat." Life-and-death battle? That would be a fight to the death. Lu Sanjun looked at Shuizhan. "Do you dare?" Shuizhan clenched his teeth and said, "I dare." This was obviously an opportunity for Lu Sanjun to use extraordinary means to increase his strength crazily in a month. This was a great opportunity. Of course, it would definitely be extremely painful. To have a drastic change in his strength in a month was not just a joke. Lu Sanjun looked at Ling Han again. "Do you dare?" Yen Dong gave a look to Ling Han, indicating for Ling Han not to agree. Since Shui Bingyuan wasn't a disciple of the sacred ground, it didn't matter if he died. "All right," Ling Han said indifferently. Chapter 38-40. Ling Han didn't fight back. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to beat him up. Once he was beaten down, he would be convinced. 5 days, 10 days, half a month. Time passed quietly and the 1-month deadline was getting closer and closer. No one knew how powerful Shuizhan was now, because he had been staying at Lu Sanjuan's place. Who dared to break into the residence of a sect master? However, according to Lin Qi, he had been invited by Lu Sanjun to spar with Shuizhan. When the news came out, everyone was curious. They all asked Lin Qi what level Shuizhan's strength had reached. Lin Qi didn't say it directly. He just said that Ling Han was doomed. Wasn't that enough? Ling Han didn't care at all. In his imagination, he had already regarded Shuizhan as an 8-cauldron cultivator. So, it wasn't strange for an 8-cauldron cultivator to tie or even defeat Lin Qi. The problem now was that the cave dwellers seemed to have realized that something was secretly eating their celestial medicine, and had already strengthened their defenses. When Ling Han had gone to steal the medicine yesterday, he had almost been discovered because shockingly, there was an elite of the true self tier. If he wanted to steal medicine again, it would be more difficult. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Han to steal every day? This would definitely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Ling Han's cultivation was almost close to the peak of the 4-cauldron level. He didn't steal any more medicine. Instead, he focused on cultivating. Even if it wasn't half an hour before sunrise, he was still cultivating. Although the efficiency was 100 times lower, it was still meat. In the current situation, he had to seize every second. Another 7 days later, Ling Han finally reached the peak of the 4-cauldron level. He could break through to the 5-cauldron level. The basic conditions were met, but he still needed an opportunity to break through. How could he break through just because he wanted to? Ling Han went to the star web to fight. He wanted to find inspiration in the battle and take that crucial step. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ling Han didn't make any progress. It seemed that he could only reach the 4-cauldron level. That was his limit. Of course, Ling Han didn't believe it. He wasn't fighting but was meditating in seclusion. He emptied his mind, no longer dwelling on the battle that would take place in a few days. Instead, he went through his recent battles over and over again. Finally, he recalled the battles of the Monolith Ancestor King in his mind. Vast scenes appeared in his sea of consciousness on a magnificent scale. Suddenly, he was inspired. Startling Han drank a mouthful of Earth Spirit Stone milk, sat cross-legged, and attempted to break through the 5 cauldrons. He also ate a cauldron heart pill. In his sea of consciousness, the image of an immortal cauldron appeared. Although it was fake, it could be used as a reference to construct his 5th celestial cauldron. Come life essence condensed, turning into the core of the 5th immortal cauldron. Then, with this as the foundation, it continuously strengthened. 2 days later, the breakthrough was complete. In Ling Han's sea of consciousness, the 5th cauldron had already been completed. It gently rose and fell, immortal energy scattering down. However, it only had a cauldron body, no cauldron feet. Although I'm only at the early stage of the 5th cauldron with my battle prowess, defeating 8 cauldrons shouldn't be a problem. Even if I encounter 9 cauldrons, I believe I'll be able to put up a fight. Ling Han was full of confidence. Of course, the more cauldrons one formed, the more talented they were. This meant that such a genius battle prowess would also be stronger. In the entire universe, how many people could cultivate to 9 cauldrons at the same time? Therefore, such people were bound to have heaven-defying battle prowess. Ling Han didn't dare boast that he could beat someone a few levels above him. For example, Shi, Myriad Daos, and Heaven Splitter were all monsters like him. How could it be possible to overcome 2 or 3 levels above them? However, Shuizhan snickered. How could this kind of cultivation, achieved in a short amount of time and relying on the power of others, compare to Shi and Shi? Not to mention Shi, even Wu Qiyuan and Yuan Tian were much stronger than him. There were still 3 days until the life and death battle. Ling Han came out of seclusion and began to wander around the sacred land, appearing extremely calm. In this sacred land there could be secret techniques hidden everywhere. Therefore, he had just broken through, and it was not suitable for him to advance further. He needed to relax, which was perfect for treasure hunting. His luck started to improve. In just 3 short days he actually obtained quite a few immortal techniques from the cracks in the rocks, the fish in the lake, and the eruption pattern of the volcano. Unfortunately, their levels weren't too high. Now, he really didn't care too much about the secret techniques of the sect master level. Then, in another night, it would be the day of the battle between Ling Han and Shuizhan. The sun rose and Ling Han cultivated for half an hour as usual. This was something that couldn't be changed. He packed up and left. At the foot of the mountain he saw the Empress, Hunyo, Lin Luo, Wu Qiyuan, Yuan Tian, and the others were already waiting for him. Ling Han nodded at them and then headed towards the place of the battle. This was a huge open space and there were many people waiting there. The whole sacred land had been reinforced by generations of great elites, so not to mention caste cauldron level, even if great elites of sect master level attacked, the damage they could cause was extremely limited. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately set up a stage for this life and death battle. As expected, Lin Qi and Gan Ping didn't come, as if to tell everyone that they didn't think highly of Ling Han at all and didn't want to waste time. However, Tan Meng and the other 2 beauties all arrived. Seeing Ling Han coming, they all came up to greet him. "Senior brother Ling, if you don't have confidence, don't fight," Jianghu was the first to say. "Exactly, senior brother Ling is skilled in both alchemy and formations. It's not worthwhile to fight with a crude person," Jiang Yifei echoed. Tan Meng smiled sweetly. "I wish senior brother Ling a triumphant return in advance." She had fought with Ling Han, and with her intelligence and wisdom, she naturally understood Ling Han's character very well. If this guy didn't have confidence, how could he agree to fight Shuizhan to the death? Therefore this guy definitely had a trump card. After all, Elder Yen Dong had stood up for him before. Then Shuizhan could get Lu Sanjun's help, but Ling Han couldn't? Hunyo instantly revealed a protective attitude, and looked at the 3 girls with a vigilant gaze. "You 3 ugly things, Ling Han is Nyo's, don't even think about it." These words were too direct, causing the 3 girls' pretty faces to blush. They were noble ladies on the exceptional beauty ranking, and who knew how many geniuses would break their heads just to see them, but you mistakenly thought that they were here to get close to Ling Han. Ling Han hadn't spoken yet. Xiao, a swift light shot out from one of the mountain peaks and appeared in the field in a flash. Lu Sanjun had come. He carried a person in his hand and it was Shuizhan. "Let's begin," he said indifferently. It was merely forging a cauldron, and he didn't even bother to take another look, so why waste time? Shuizhan, on the other hand, cracked his neck as if he was stretching his muscles, and then looked at Ling Han with a provocative gaze. "Haha, can you block 3 of my moves?" He was now bursting with confidence. With Lu Sanjun's help, he condensed 5 celestial cauldrons, making him an elite with 8 cauldrons now. Although after this battle, those 5 celestial cauldrons would disappear, there would still be seeds left behind. First he set a small goal for himself, such as bookmarking. Chapter 38-41. What a petty man. Ling Han smiled. "Who do you think you are to strut around in front of me?" "Ah." Shuizhan laughed. "You're a frog in a well. You haven't reached this level yet, so you have no idea how powerful I am right now." He extended a finger. "1 finger is enough to defeat you." Ling Han put his hands behind his back. "You're bragging to the heavens but don't kneel in a fight. That'll be so embarrassing." Shuizhan's eyes were cold. He really wasn't Ling Han's match when it came to bickering, so it was better to fight directly. He believed in his own strength. He was so powerful that he seemed to be able to compete with a life core realm cultivator. Suppressing a 4-cauldron cultivator would be a piece of cake. Fine, he would beat this kid down first, then slowly humiliate him. Shuizhan made up his mind and walked towards Ling Han. As he walked, he released his cauldron. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips, 4 sips. When he released the fourth cauldron, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. For cauldrons. Even in the entire star web, there were only 1,000 people who could cultivate 4 cauldrons. This kind of strength was enough to be in the top 1,000. No matter which sect he went to, he would be qualified to be a Taoist. However, it wasn't over yet. Shuizhan released the 5th cauldron. Heavens! Everyone exclaimed. 5 cauldrons. Breaking through the limit was extremely difficult. This still wasn't Shuizhan's limit. He released the 6th cauldron. In fact, he could release all of them at once, but in order to achieve the greatest effect of showing off, he chose to do it one at a time. This was shocking. As expected, everyone exclaimed. 6 cauldrons. Perhaps even Gan Ping and Lin Qi only had this kind of strength. Then the 7th cauldron appeared. 7 cauldrons. Everyone's scalps went numb. They were speechless. No wonder Gan Ping said Ling Han was dead. 7 cauldrons. That was too terrifying. Do you think this is my limit? Shuizhan roared and the 8th cauldron appeared. 8 cauldrons, the peak second only to 9 cauldrons. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Sanjun. Was this the strength of a sect master? It had only been a month and he had raised a heaven cauldron to 8 cauldrons. No, Shuizhan has 5 immortal cauldrons. They were forcibly forged by Elder Lu's supreme power. It's impossible for them to last. So that's how it is. Otherwise it would be too terrifying. Of course. If immortal cauldrons can be forged like this, then what's so strange about 8 or 9 cauldrons? You're right. However, this has left an imprint in Shuizhan's body. In the future, it will be 10 times or even 100 times easier for him to forge a new immortal cauldron. This guy is really lucky. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Everyone discussed animatedly, and there were always people with good eyesight and profound knowledge who spoke of Shuizhan's current situation. This made many people envious. Perhaps Shuizhan's limit was only 4 cauldrons, but after this incident, this guy's future limit might be 5 cauldrons or even 6 cauldrons. After all, how could it be as simple as a temporary increase in battle prowess to injure a sect master-level cultivator so greatly? Right now, Shuizhan was truly in high spirits and extremely pleased with himself. He felt that all the men were envious of him, and all the women were in love with him. This caused his vanity to expand endlessly. Kneel. He shouted loudly at Ling Han. His aura swept out like a raging wave. In the distance, many people felt their legs soften, and they almost knelt down. They couldn't help but be shocked. They were so far away but they were still affected. This guy's strength was practically heaven-defying. However, Ling Han didn't move at all. Shuizhan revealed a look of surprise. Why was this guy not affected in the slightest? Kneel. Ling Han also spoke. Boom, a wave of baleful aura shot out. Shuizhan instantly felt his mind go blank and then a strong chill arose. His legs involuntarily softened and he knelt down. Ping, this kneel was extremely heavy and the sound was loud and clear. Fuck, what was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Shuizhan was clearly awe-inspiring. With an 8 cauldron cultivation, he might not be invincible in all of the cast cauldrons, but there were very few people who could defeat him. However, in just the blink of an eye, Shuizhan knelt down. How could this not make people's eyeballs pop? However, the beautiful eyes of Tan Meng and the other 2 beauties were shining brightly. What they feared the most was a hothead like Ling Han. Such a person, whether as a subordinate, a partner, or a husband, would be an incredibly troublesome matter. Now it was proven that Ling Han wasn't arrogant at all, but he really had the strength. This was called self-confidence. Lu Sanjuan's face instantly darkened. He had worked hard for a month, even at the expense of his own vitality, to forcibly raise Shuizhan's cultivation to 8 cauldrons. He had thought that he could trample on Ling Han and save his face. Who would have thought that before they even fought, Shuizhan would first kneel down? Was there even a need to fight? Shuizhan immediately jumped up, his face flushed. He pointed at Ling Han and said, "You actually dare to use an artifact, despicable and shameless. Otherwise, how could a 4 cauldron cultivator make him lose control of his mind?" When everyone heard this, they all had doubts. Yes, this was a bit unbelievable. Could 4 cauldrons be so strong? Don't embarrass yourself anymore. Why haven't you made your move? But at this moment, Lu Sanjun shouted in a low voice. Whether or not he had used an artifact, how could he not know? It was really shameful. His skills were inferior, and he actually said that the other had used an artifact. His face was even uglier than when he was kneeling on the ground. When they heard Lu Sanjun say this, everyone naturally understood. Ling Han hadn't used an artifact, otherwise Lu Sanjun would definitely have made the first move. Without using an artifact, Ling Han could actually make 8 cauldrons kneel. This was too terrifying. It wasn't just Tan Meng and the 3 great beauties. Now, every female disciple was looking at Ling Han with eyes full of splendor. They couldn't wait to immediately do him and cook the raw rice into cooked rice. Shuizhan gritted his teeth and with a loud roar, he charged towards Ling Han. The cultivation of 8 cauldrons was unleashed, and he was as terrifying as a great demon king. Unfortunately, with a glare from Ling Han, Shuizhan knelt down again. Everyone was speechless. Had he come to fight or to perform kowtowing? Ah! Shuizhan roared again, leaped up and charged towards Ling Han. Pa kneeling again. Ah! Pa! Ah! Pa! Shuizhan rose up again and again, but he knelt down again and again. This kind of scene played out continuously, and it actually gave people an incomparably comical feeling. Quite a few people were already laughing out loud. What kind of life and death battle was this? It was clearly a monkey show. Shuizhan was already beyond furious. Even if he could show off his invincible might and smash Ling Han into dregs, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future, and he would be constantly mocked by others. Therefore his killing intent soared to the heavens. He only had one thought, and that was to tear Ling Han into 1,000 pieces. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.